home and your family and friends, but there's also a time to give attention to yourself. So if you email us, we will send you a list of self-care tips. And if you give us a call, we will offer you a 20% discount to provide chair massages in your office space to you and your staff, or you may utilize our services here in our Greenbelt office. Thank you.
Thank you. author named Susie Kassim once said, "Doubt kills dreams more than failure ever will." And that's such a true statement. And that's something that I think about all the time. Your doubt has that type of ability to kill your dream. I'd like to first thank all of you for watching this video presentation on 3 ways to overcome self-doubt. And as a relationship coach, I can tell you, I come across many people that have an issue as it relates to self-doubt. So if you're watching this video presentation and you have that particular issue, understand, number one, you're not alone. As I mentioned, there are many people that struggle with this particular issue. Hey, for years, I had that issue of self-doubt. But number two, what you have to understand is that things will get better. But you have to believe that. And one of the problems of believing that things will get better is a fear. This fear of the unknown, this fear of what was, and that's basically what it stems from. That doubt stems from fear. You fear that unknown. You don't know how things may be for you later on, or if you try out this relationship, or if you have to do something to test your abilities. You're not sure if you will actually make it. You're not sure if you will become successful. This is where the fear stems from. But you have to believe with every fiber in your being that things will turn around for you. You have to believe with every fiber in your being that you will become successful. You have to believe with every fiber in your being that things will work out in your relationship. Forget what was. Forget what may be. You have to focus on now. And focus on now. And focus on now. You have to focus on making your life great. As great as it possibly can. As great as it possibly can be. You have to focus on making it great. But you can't do that if you have this fear. And if you're stuck in fear. It's impossible for you to do the things that you want to do, or for you to become successful in or out of a relationship if you have a fear. And I notice as a relationship coach that people do come to me with fear, and their fear seems to be something that is repetitive. It's something that other people tend to mention what they fear about. They fear that they may get into a bad relationship. They may fear that the relationship may turn out to be something that's disastrous. It starts off good, but it ends up bad. This is what some people fear. What some people also fear is the fact that they may not be enough for a particular person. They may not be special enough. They don't feel special. They don't feel like they're worthy of providing or receiving love. They don't feel they're worthy enough. And another thing they have a fear of is the fear of not be as successful as others are in their relationships. And this fear consumes them. It stops them in their tracks when they should be the ones stopping fear in its tracks. But they allow the fear to bother them. They allow the fear to take control of their life. They allow the fear to take control over how they think. They allow the fear to take control over how they speak. Like they allow the fear to take control over their decisions. But as Michelle Obama once said, you can't make decisions based on fear and the possibility of things may not happen in the way you like it. In other words, you can't make the decisions based on fear and the possibility of what might happen. Because You may get into a relationship that turns out to be disastrous. You may get into a relationship that turns out to be a problem. You may get into a relationship that turns out to be not the right relationship for you. You may do something where you step out of your comfort zone and it turns out to be bad. That's always a possibility. It's always a possibility to do those things and then turn out to be not to your liking. But it's also a possibility that you can do those things and then turn out to be something that you are proud of. It turns out to be something that's successful. It turns out to be something you enjoy, something you like, something you can appreciate. It can turn out to be something that you can say, this has worked. But in order for that to happen, you have to release fear. You have to let it go. You have to say, I will not, I refuse to let these problems, I refuse to let these thoughts, these negative thoughts control my life. I need to do. And step one of that process of doing things differently is refocusing your thoughts by utilizing positive affirmations. Now, if you could write this down, please, I'd like for you to, because it's very important. Refocus your thoughts by utilizing positive affirmations. You have to say that you're special. You have to say that you're worthy of love. You have to say you appreciate all that you are. You have to say that you appreciate all that you receive. You have to say these things. You have to say it because you're power. I mean, Henry Ford has a quote. And his quote is basically, whether you think you can or you think you can't, either way, you're right. And I like to say, whether you say you can or you say you can't, either way, you're correct. And in both of those situations, both of those quotes, and if you start to understand the power of your words and even the power of how you think, I guarantee you, you will start to think differently. You will start to speak differently. Your words have so much power. You have no idea how it can shape your future, how it can shape your present. What you say has the power to change your life. So it's important for you to speak positive. It's important for you to have positive affirmations, to speak positive in that manner. Because it's easy. It's easy for you to think negative. It's easy for you to say, well, things are not going to work out. It's easy for you to feel pessimistic. It's easy for you to think that way and then say, oh, well, see, I told you things are not going to work out because things didn't. It's easy for you to feel that way. But what if things do work out for you? This is something that you have to understand. You have to focus on thinking positive. You have to focus on speaking in a positive way to attract positive things to you. In order for you to attract love, you have to speak love. In order for you to attract more life, you have to speak life. If you speak negative, that's exactly what you'll attract. So it's important for you to speak in a positive way. It's important for you to speak positive words on a daily basis. And if you doubt, if you that things will turn around for you, if you have doubt that things will work out for you, that's exactly what it will be. But I want you to write this down also. I want you to put down this on a piece of paper. I want you to write down, don't let your doubt sprout. Don't let your doubts sprout. Because if you allow it to grow, and you allow it to grow, and you allow the doubt to grow, you will be at a point of no return. That doubt would be so huge, so big, that you would no longer be able to control it. You would allow it at that point to take over your life. It would control your mental well-being. It would control your psyche. So you have to stop that.
I am 42 years old. I live in Opelika, Alabama. I'm the mother of 3 children, 3 boys by the names of Trevor, Ramir, and Alexander. My journey of my biggest comeback is my story, which is the title of my book, which is called There is Life in and After a Storm, Even Though They're Shattered Pieces. My journey begins for me in 2007. In 2007 was the year I lost my home. I thought I was doing everything that I was meant to do, and I lost my home. But during the process of losing my home, I lost my father, who died of pancreatic cancer. So 2 blows back to back. And before that year was out, the beginning of 2008, I was going through a custody battle, and I lost my full custody of my youngest son. Okay, my world is beginning to turn upside down. I have lost the most 2 important people of my life, and I lost my stability. And so I began to question, God, what is going on in my life that I'm not doing right, that is causing me to experience these devastations? And his response is, when your world is upside down, I'm going to teach you how to live right side up, meaning that you can find life in the midst of your storm. I didn't understand it. Didn't understand anything about it. Here I was, homeless, daddyless. One of my children was away from me. I'm trying to hold it together. Depression is starting to come in. I'm trying to raise African male boys, so I'm trying to keep them in the right direction, on the right path, and I didn't understand anything was going on. But to top it all that, I was in school. I was pursuing my second undergrad degree in education, because I felt that God was calling me into education. So I was in the midst of trying to complete school, raise my children, get stability back. My father died, grieving. I'm depressed, and the Lord is telling me I'm going to find life in the midst of all this. Didn't understand it. Well, over the course of time, the Lord has begun to reveal what He has put on. He began to me to reveal my purpose. And He said, your purpose in life is to be a life coach. And I said, okay, Lord. Oh, you want me to be an encourager. You want me to help people get to maximize their full potential. Okay, why would I want to do that? And right now, my world is crashing. And He said, because I'm going to teach you. So during the course of Him teaching me of becoming a life coach, because He kept telling me a teacher is a life coach, I had to begin to see life in my situation. I had to begin to see life in the midst of my pain, my depression, my losses. I had to begin to see life. That means He didn't want me just to survive, because I felt like I was going through life just surviving. But to have life, you have to thrive. So He was teaching me how to thrive in life. And when you thrive in life, you begin to produce life. You begin to heal. You begin to nurture. You begin to encourage. You begin to build up. You begin to strengthen. You begin to be determined. You begin to pursue your passion that God has given in you, because it's your thrive. That's what you wake up for. You wake up thriving and knowing that you're walking in your passion. And that's what I was doing. I was walking in my passion. And so as I began writing and began to heal and began to minister, first I had to minister to myself. I had to start to begin to speak life into my situation. I had to start to encourage myself. I had to become my own biggest cheerleader. I had to be determined not to give up. When there were days when I wanted to give up, I couldn't, because there was something on the inside of me that kept pushing, that kept thriving, that kept driving me to wake up every day to do this. So over the course of time, I would say about 2011, 2012, about 2010, 2012, things began to turn around for me. Began to gain stability, began to, thought I was, building, connecting, speaking life, building into other life, speaking to other lives, doing what God has called me to do. Then the ultimate thing happened. My mother suddenly passed away. That was the most devastating thing. But to top it off, I was the one who had to funeralize my mother. I had to give her eulogy. I had to funeralize my mom. And I'm like, okay, being a minister and being a life coach and trying to, I was rebuilding my life back first. But I still had that drive and passion. So when I went home to do the funeral of my mom, he said, you'll see what I mean about you producing life. And during that moment, that space, people ask me how, I don't know if I could have did that. That's your mother. It seemed I had strength that I never thought that I ever had, no matter all the things I've been through, and I thought I was strong. But the strength that God has enabled me to have on that particular moment in that space was one of the greatest moments of my life, which should have been the most saddest moment of my life, turned out to be the most greatest moment of my life, because life was produced. And that right there, I knew from that moment on that being a life coach is my calling, is my purpose, is my drive, because I'm determined to speak life into people, into their situation, to help them, to encourage them to reach their full potential, to see the joy in their eyes when they accomplish or reach the goals that they have set out to do. That's my passion. That's my purpose. And as I began to pursue that, I recently graduated with my master's in human services and counseling with a concentration of life coaching. And in this space, God has opened so many opportunities, placed me in so many realms of influence that is just unremarkable. I'm going on a new journey. Finna relocate, have a relocation. He's moving to me a different region, and I'm excited about that. I'll be in Georgia. I can't wait. And he has opened the door for me to be a life coach at in a place where I never imagined that I would be speaking life into others. So I'm looking forward to it. And the book is basically is my story, but it's also to let others know this, because the world is upside down, you don't have to live upside down with it. You can still live right side up and produce life. And one of the things that God has reminded me, he said, to be a life coach, to be the best life coach that you can be, you have to go through some life experiences in order to be able to understand where people are coming and where they are going and where they have come from. And I understand that now. I can't tell my whole story. You have to read the book to find out all the story. But what I want to leave with you today is this. You can still produce life. Our journey here in this space and in this moment is not to just survive. We are here to thrive and to speak life and to encourage and build others. So that's my motto, and that's always been my motto, is to always smile, because someone does love you, and that person is God and me, and I mean that. And the other thing that my other saying is, when the world crashes, you don't have to crash with it. You can still produce life. You can find life in your midst of your storm, and you will find life after your storm, even though you have shattered pieces. So I hope that I have inspired and encouraged someone today with my story, not all my story, but some of my story. And if you would like a copy of my book when it's out, you can give me your email address. We can hook up by giving me your email address, and I will put you on my mailing list. My email address is tamikoShobbs@gmail.com. That is spelled TAMIKOHOBBS@gmail.com. You can also follow me on Twitter, and my Twitter account is @MysteryMeek, and that is Mystery Meek, MysteryMeek, Mystery Meek. Or you can contact me on Facebook, and it's Tamiko Hobbs. That again is TAMIKOHOBBS. I look forward to connecting with you. I look forward from hearing from you soon, and I hope you enjoy the rest of this event. Like I said, God has opened a lot of spaces, and this is one of the spaces that He's allowed me to come and share my voice, because I believe that my voice has something to say that can be uplifting and encouraging to someone. God bless you. May the blessings and the peace of the Lord rest upon you. And I thank you once again for allowing me to be here today. And my name again is Tamiko Serena Hobbs, and God bless you.
Georgette Rias Baker, and I am super excited about being a part of the biggest comeback ever event. Thank you, Shay Brown and Trevor Otts, for this awesome, incredible opportunity to share my story. And the reason I decided to share my story is because of my passion to help as many people as I can before my time is up on earth. I have been in the medical field for almost 30 years. I am an inspirational speaker. I am also a self-published author, of 2 books. My first book is titled Top of the Ninth and I'm Winning, Be a Victorious Winner. And if you don't mind, I just would like to share the back cover with you. It says, how one woman averted multiple tragedies with help from on high. If you need proof of God's hand in this world, look no further than my life, Georgette Reyes Baker. And if you seek affirmation of his incredible love for his children, Top of the Ninth and I'm Winning is your book. This remarkable memoir chronicles 9 near misses that nearly befell me. A skilled storyteller whose first-person account will leave you breathless as I stare down enough challenges to fill several lifetimes. There was the time I was this close to being raped, missed bleeding to death by a hair, escaped an attempted kidnapping, lost everything in a fire, practically died in a car accident, and very nearly took my own life. And that's just for starters. What intervened in each of these cases? God and His Word. Top of the Ninth details the incredible visitations by angels who kept me safe every time. Not that I realized it at the time. It would take years for me to truly understand the love God has for me. And that's the core message of my book. Top of the Ninth shares the incredible embrace the Lord has for each of us, while giving hope to those who have also suffered bruises of life. Filled with inspiring scripture, Top of the Ninth is about thriving despite the obstacles life throws at us, thanks to a little help from above. Just to tell you a little more about this book here, it took me 20 years to write this book because of the pain, but I fought through it in 20 years, yes, and it finally did come to pass, so I praise God for that. And I've gotten a lot of good feedback from it because it has helped many who was going through, and that was the reason why I wrote the book, to help those, not to feel sorry for myself, because I don't feel sorry for myself. And I look at the bright side of everything. So everything I've gone through, I consider that a stepping stone to get to the next level. And to talk a little bit about my second book, which is my children's book, and it is on careers. I wrote it to help children to decide, what they want to do once they finish high school. You always ask them, what is it you want to do? And they all, I would say probably 90% of the time, they really do not know what it is they want to do. And so I wonder if it was that they just did not know what to do. And so I took it upon myself to define a lot of the top careers, and I put it in the book. And so I feel that if they could, try to learn about some of the careers, that would probably influence them to want to know, it would probably influence them to pick the path they would like to travel once they become seniors in high school. And so if you would be interested in ordering either of the 2 books, you can go to Outskirts Press. That's OUTSKIRTS Press, PRESS.com. yes, you can be whom you want to be. And that not only goes to children, that also goes to adults. And that is true for us to adults as well. And also the book is available anywhere books are sold, but I just prefer you go to that site to order. It's also available in ebook also. And if you would like a free chapter, okay, you can email me at griasbaker, that's Grias Baker, Baker, at yahoo.com. And if you would like to be my Facebook friend, you can always find me by putting in author Georgette Reyes Baker. Awesome. And again, I would just like to take this time to thank Shay Brown and Trevor Otts for this incredible opportunity to share my story. And I just think that you two brothers and Peak Performance are awesome, and you are going to take this world to another level. And if you don't believe me out there, just go to one of the events. I tell you, you would never be the same. Just word of warning. Make sure you take a brand new notebook. You might need 5 subjects, because I tell you, that information that flies there is incredible. And you're going to want to try to get it all in. And talking about humorous, a lot of fun, lot of fun, incredible knowledge, and a lot of fun. And I am just excited about the biggest comeback ever event. I'm telling you, don't meet me there, beat me there. Again, I thank you for this opportunity, and I pray that everyone gets to their destination safe on Friday and Saturday. God bless you all, and thank you.
How you guys doing out there? My name is Lou Ruffin.
And my name is Nicole Ruffin.
And we're from Washington, D.C. I'm from Northeast Trinidad, and Nicole is an uptown girl.
We are the owners of Care Essence Therapeutic Massage, LLC, in Greenbelt, Maryland, where we provide massage services, aesthetic skincare, healing services, and nutritional coaching.
Nicole and I, we met 6 years ago. Been married 6. Been married 3.
Years.
Been married. It feel like 6. You know, it was funny. I met Nicole in 2009, and I was working at the Hilton in Washington D.C. Well, I was just dropping off the paperwork, and Nicole came out of nowhere, because there's a lot of rooms where I worked at as a hallway, and I think she came out the map room, and she just came out. Do you have change for 20? You know, she had that little smile right there with the dimples and everything. It kind of caught me up guard. You know how it is, fellas. You know, you see a girl or a woman down the hall or down the street, so you can get your game together. But in me personally, you find out about my story a little later on. couldn't get myself together, man. She came out of nowhere, so I just was looking at her like nah. Like I didn't say nothing. I just was like, you know.
He actually had the change for a 20, but he couldn't find the change.
You know, I got caught up, man. I mean, I still remember the gray shirt she had on, the gray slacks she had on. Matter of fact, I got gray on right now. You guys can't see. I got gray. We could be like twins right now. So she came back, I guess, the next day, and because she had a gig, and so she came in, asked me, you know, what was going on. I was just like, nah, well, we're about to close up shop. So
he had he worked in the gym, and they had a room. He showed me around the gym, and they had a room where I could possibly provide massage services. So I asked him to put me in touch with his supervisor.
Yeah. But he informed her that, you know, that because they was moving locations, so which was, you know, was all good because I got to talking to Nicole a little bit longer, and so next thing I know, we was walking. We talked for about maybe an hour on the phone, and then, you know, back in high school or something, man, maybe a little earlier than that.
He asked me on a date, and I said yes. 14 years ago, Lou had been a victim of a gun shooting. He had 6 bullets in his body, and one of the bullets went to his head. And about 2 years ago, we noticed that the orientation of his head had changed, and there was bleeding and pus and things like that. So I suggested that he go to a doctor to have it checked out. And true to form, the stubbornness that my husband is very consistent. He said no. He said, I'll just stop cutting my hair.
Oh, that's what it was. I thought it was an ingrown hair.
Right.
I thought it was an ingrown hair.
He thought it was an ingrown hair. And it wasn't. So right. I tried to get him to listen to me because after all, I do have a medical background. I've been in medicine for 20 years. So, you know, I noticed something unusual, but he didn't take my advice. So we had to call his mother. And his mother told him to get it checked out. And so therefore, we got it checked out. And his doctor suggested that he had a couple of CAT scans. He had CAT scans from before to compare to the most recent one, and we noticed that the bullet had been moving superficially. So he needed to either leave it alone, have his head cleaned up, or have the bullet removed. And his third option was to do nothing, and he would die. So very stressful time period in our lives, very overwhelming. We were only 14 months into our marriage, and I have to fill out advanced directives and make decisions about his health. And I had to take off the hats, all of the hats that I was wearing as a business owner, and put on the full-time wife hat as well as the caregiver. And I'm so thankful that Lou's family stepped in to help me with him, because he was never alone during his recovery. He recovered nicely, praise God.
Hallelujah.
He had actually had 2 surgeries. The first surgery was to remove the bullet, and then 6 months later, he had the second surgery to cover up the unprotected portion of his brain. Very stressful times for us, but we praise God that he healed him and he is back to his normal self. But what I discovered during that time period is wearing all of the hats for the business, and I had to step away from the business. We were not satisfying the needs of our customers. We weren't generating any revenue. And the business slowed down, so it affected the business as well as our household. And so I had to make some decisions. So after Lou's recovery, after his full recovery, we began taking classes. We went through the Partners in Learning program, the Operation Hope program, and we're currently taking business classes with our church, the Zion Entrepreneurship Leadership Academy, where we've written business plans. We entered a contest with the final pitch, where Care Essence actually came in second place. Praise God for that.
Hallelujah.
And so some of the lessons that we learned during this experience was that, you know, you pray to God during crisis, but you don't stop praying when the crisis is over. You continue to praise God and pray to God continuously. You know, we're just coming up on a year of Lou's second surgery, and, you know, he's driving, he's looking at property, he's talking to our business advisor, he's making executive decisions, and that's nothing but God. So we are completely happy with that. The second thing that we learned is that in order for your business to grow, you can't wear all the hats. You cannot do everything by yourself. So I urge you to consider evaluating or assessing your business, find out where the weaknesses are, and seeking out help, whether it's hiring staff members to do things for you, hiring professionals to assess your business, to do your accounting, your bookkeeping, your marketing, and things like that. You have any suggestions, babe?
Oh yeah. I mean, what you said was right on time. You know.
Mm-hmm. I was going to say that, you know, if you're doing everything, you're going to make mistakes, which is going to cost you more than it would if you actually hired a professional to do the work correctly the first time. You were going to say something about slowing down and...
Oh, slowing down. Oh, yeah. Well, I know before this happened to me, you know, I was always go. 2 hours of sleep was always a good day. You know, I could always get a lot accomplished with 2 hours of sleep. You know, I had my own little moving business where, you know, I would pretty much have to touch every piece of furniture in the house. And, you know, it could be 100 degrees outside. It could maybe 120 in the truck or hotter. You know, so from 110, picking up pianos and walking them up down hills and up and down stairs, and I'm at the top, two dudes at the bottom, to my deathbed, 1% had to pretty much go from all the way from like my deathbed to now. You're sitting up here talking to you guys, talking about the business. You know, I couldn't talk, couldn't walk. You know, so it's been a long road, but it's coming along slowly but surely. You know, the Lord blessed me with a good wife, great family. You know, we have good people working with us. You know, I find myself now because at first I was in the house, you know, didn't really want to be around people. Thank you for calling Carrison's Therapeutic Massage. Lou speaking. Now I'm making sure everything's set in the office, taking phone calls, taking messages, actually picking up clients if need be from wherever. So it's coming along. You know, I just
So one of the challenges that Lou has with the brain injury is that not only because he got shot on the left side of his brain, he has no mobility with the right side of his body. So he pretty much just uses one side of his body. But it also has given him challenges in terms of his memory. Sometimes he'll stutter when it comes to speaking, and then it also affects his recall. Oh. But the other thing that's actually really interesting is he's been trying to use his brain more, and I don't mean that in a humorous way, but you know, he's learning how to use his laptop, he's learning how to cut and paste and move documents back and forth. So the most interesting experience that we had was a couple of weeks ago. Lou decided that he was going to be responsible for the music for our family reunion. He got so focused on putting this music together to put on the MP3 player that he couldn't get any sleep. And so at 2 and 3 o'clock in the morning, he's waking me up for me to help him with getting this music together. So when we actually went to his doctor's office, I was explaining to his doctor the same thing that I'm explaining to you. He gets so obsessed with whatever he's focusing on, and his doctor said that is just a component of this brain injury, and so you just have to take time and step away from the project. You have to pause.
And that's so difficult sometimes. You just can't give up. Basically, you just gotta keep on going, man. You can't give up. It's hard sometimes.
If something doesn't work, try something else.
Oh, goodness, man. So you just got to keep it moving, man. You got to keep it moving.
I guess the take home from that is being persistent, because you
Can't
don't
give
want to
up.
just give up. You want to keep trying and trying so that you'll find the thing that actually does work.
Yes. Patience. I've learned, I thought I had patience before this happened to me, but it's a different level of patience now. And I just thank God that I have a understanding wife that actually laughs at me when I get frustrated, what kind of helps me out, because, I really want to tear some things up, but her laughing at me kind of calms me down. Kind of really it doesn't with me, it helps me. It helps me when she laughs at me. Mm-hmm. So I thank God for my humor. That I can find the joy in people laughing at me instead of me getting frustrated, because Lord knows I get frustrated for anything else besides that.
One of the things that you just said that it reminded me of was, so what Lou went through is a level of suffering, if you will, and as Christians,
torture. Torture. No, let me cut you off. I wake up every single day with pain. You see what I'm saying? This been going on for it'd be 14 years in October. 14 years of straight pain. Each and every day you wake up, straight pain, your head, your knee, your arms, everything. I'm holding my wife's hand right now and my arm hurts. And she's a massage therapist. She has the gentlest touch, Good gracious.
Yes. So I was going to say, well, you just brought up the headache. We were hoping that when the bullet came out that the headaches would go away, and they actually haven't, but so not to negate the torture that you're saying, but as Christians, God does call us to suffer. And so, Jesus was on the cross. He was suffering, but he continued to talk to God while he was dying. When Job, who lost everything, the moment he stopped talking to his friends and started talking to God is when his life actually turned around. And then Joseph in the Old Testament, he talked so much and said so many things that irritated his brothers that they faked his death and sold him into slavery. And you don't hear so much about his story as an adult that he did a lot of talking, but we assume that with all of the blessings that God bestowed upon him and how he was able to turn the lives around of his countrymen, that he spent more time talking to God than complaining and being in a sorrowful place or in a victimized perspective. So throughout this experience that we've had, we thank God for the comeback from the setback that we were going through, but we continue to talk to the Lord, to praise the Lord, and give thanks to him continuously. Amen.
Hallelujah.
Our call to action. So we would be remorse if we just told our story and not offer you an opportunity to provide self-care to yourself. So we give massages on a regular basis. There's times when you give attention to your work, time that you would give attention to your home and your friends, but there's also a time to give attention to yourself. So if you email us, we will send you a list of self-care tips. And if you give us a call, we will offer you a 20% discount to provide chair massages in your office space to you and your staff, or you may utilize our services here in our Greenbelt office. Thank you.
Thank you.
And I help people to reach beyond their limitations to their God-given possibilities. I'm an author, a speaker, a minister, a mentor, and a savvy social media strategist. Today, we're talking about big comebacks and essentially your biggest comeback ever. So I'm going to share some things with you about my life and some of the setbacks and comebacks that I've had to make during the years. Of course, as a hopeful, energetic, excited youth, as we all did, and I had high hopes as a child. But as life progressed on, my limiting beliefs that I adopted as a child started to emerge. Now, in my high school years, I had a very successful high school career. I mean, I was junior class queen, senior class president, cosmetology class president. You could say I majored in popularity. That lack of focus and that lack of goals eventually led me on a path that I would not recommend to anyone. Led me to a place where those limiting beliefs actually, what I did was I left home. I moved to New York because my mother lived in New York, and I always wanted to be with my mother. Although I had been raised in a wonderful middle class environment, I had this dream of always living with my mom, and so I moved to New York. Once I got to New York, I was this young person, no goals, and I started to hang out with the wrong crowd. And I started to make all type of foolish decisions. Lack of focus, lack of purpose. All making choices and decisions that would impact me actually essentially for the rest of my life. And so what happened was I ended up with 2 children and basically on welfare. Now, I had a cosmetology license because cosmetology was my major in high school. And I had become a licensed beautician even before I graduated high school. So I still did that to a limited degree because remember, lack of focus, lack of purpose, hanging with the wrong crowd, hanging with the wrong people. So as I progressed through life, there was so much chaos around me that eventually I got to a place where I was just sick and tired of being sick and tired. And what I did was I reconnected with my childhood faith. And upon reconnecting with my childhood faith, I realized I can do better than this. And I don't want to live like this. Talking about your biggest comeback ever. So what I did was I decided to attend college. But even after I decided to attend college, I received a letter in the mail for people receiving welfare to see if anyone wanted to have a profession or a position as a bank teller or a securities processor. Well, as I read the letter, I said, well, this sounds a little bit interesting. So what can I do with this? Well, I knew I did not want to be a bank teller, but the securities processing sounded interesting. Now at this time, I'm already in college, and I began to take these other classes toward securities processing. During the course of that, I got a job. I began in the securities processing industry, and eventually I graduated from college. I entered a field known as corporate trust. Is essentially trustees' duties for bond financing, and there are some other specialties that trustees or corporate trust banks handle. I entered this field as a bond clerk, just coming out of the welfare system, and at this point I'm really first time really having goals. Still really not knowledgeable about the industry or what went on in the industry. I consumed every bit of information that I could find. And so I soon began to progress. Well, one day while I'm sitting at my desk reading and reviewing the back of a corporate bond in about 1.5 million in issuance, I reviewed the back of the bond to create a cheat sheet for the bond administrator. And you can say I had an aha moment. It suddenly occurred to me that I knew all of the language on the deal, enough to create a cheat sheet for the bond administrator. And it was as though the light went off, and I said, hey, I can do this. And once I came to that realization, I began to just consume all the information and follow the lead of some of the people that I wanted to emulate in the industry. And so eventually I began to climb the corporate ladder. And I went from bond clerk to a bond administrator, from a bond administrator to a trust officer, from a trust officer to an assistant vice president, from an assistant vice president to a vice president, certified corporate trust specialist, and relationship manager. In fact, I love the industry so much, colleagues began calling me Miss Corporate Trust. You see, I could do the deals from soup to nuts. And I enjoyed working with the attorneys and the investment bankers and the brokers and all the different people who contributed to putting a deal together. So, working in corporate trust was something that I absolutely loved. And while you'll run into a lot of people who call working in corporate America the rat race, I can honestly say I enjoyed every single day that I worked in corporate trust. I was very good at it because I studied it. It was like an art. They say it's a science. It was a little bit of both, but it was my niche, and I fit right in. In fact, two of the senior people came to me and asked me at a would you consider moving to Atlanta, because we just acquired a new book of business down there. We need someone to go down there who knows the business, that can help us get that office acclimated, because there's a full staff of people down there, and it's a book of business that we've acquired. And so would you be interested in doing something like that? And I went home and I thought about it, and I asked my family and I prayed about it, and I said, sure, I'll do it. I'll move to Atlanta. With my wealth of knowledge about the business and the industry, it never occurred to me that I would be perceived as an outsider once I reached Atlanta. It never occurred to me that I wouldn't fit right in. But I didn't. And so I left the bank after about a year that moved me to Atlanta for another opportunity, a seemingly wonderful opportunity at another bank. Once I arrived at that bank, I found out that this was not the ideal situation either. You see, this manager had problems with, I guess, other people and senior people. I was not the first casualty, I should say, but the individual wielded a lot of power. And so after 3 years at that bank, with 2 years of unbelievable harassment, I was basically forced to resign. Well, it was at that point in time that I asked myself, what are you going to do now? You're 50. And you've essentially been drummed out of a career that you absolutely loved. I had options. I could have returned to New York. But looking at everything that had happened, I thought to myself, why do you want to go back into an industry where you've invested so much of your life, and just with the allegations of someone, which everyone knew was not true, this could happen, that you could be forced to resign? Do you really want to work in an industry like that? Well, after a while, I finally just gave up the desire to go back into the industry, even in Atlanta. And so I had to delve a little bit deeper. Now, I talked to you earlier about limiting beliefs. And part of those beliefs began to try to resurface. But by this time, I already knew better. I already knew that once you do all that you can do and you can't do any more, then you go where you're needed and not where you're tolerated. And so I decided, I had been listening to Robert Kiyosaki, and he told a story about his dad and how his dad at 50 years old had run for governor of Hawaii. And because he ran for governor of Hawaii, his opponent actually blackballed him, and that he didn't win the election, and he couldn't get a job back because he'd been blackballed. And so he went into the ice cream business, and an ice cream franchise he bought, and basically lost everything there. Now, this was the poor rich dad. What Kiyosaki was talking about was the mental toughness that it takes to be an entrepreneur. Well, by this time, I had been listening to so much self-help, and of course reading my favorite book, which is the Bible, which I use in my life as well as in my business. And I decided, this sounds attractive. But of course, there was no income, so I needed to get a job. So even though I went out and I got a job, I realized that working on my job alone was never going to satisfy me, that I needed to also work my dream. And I began to work my dream. I wrote and published my first book. A guy named Peter Daniels, a billionaire from Australia, had come to my church, and I had to do to be a public speaker. And someone else asked him what they needed to do to write a book. And so he answered, well, to write a book, you get the title of the book, you get the title of the chapters, and you fill everything in. And armed with that simple instruction, I went home and began to write my first book, Destiny: 7 Steps to Finding and Fulfilling Your Purpose in Life. And I completed that book and published that book, and then I started my company, In His Season, Inc., a Christian training and development company. So I began to work on my dream. And even with the limiting beliefs, there were times that I had to say, shh, be quiet, limiting belief. I'm not listening to you. I know that what you're saying to me is not true. Have you ever seen the movie Divergent? I love that movie. I watch it over and over and over again. The whole premise on the movie Divergent is that people have been put into these little cookie cutter mold designations. And people who really are outside the box thinkers, there's no place for them in that world. They call them divergent. Well, I began to think like a divergent. I knew I would never be truly satisfied unless I could live my dreams and fully feel and fulfill my potential in life. And so with that, I began moving toward helping other individuals, because one of the things I truly wanted to do after coming out of life in corporate trust was to give back. I remember where I started, and I wanted to help other people. I wanted to let people know you may start there, but you don't have to end there. You may have limiting beliefs, but you can overcome those beliefs. You can overcome fear with faith. You can overcome anxiety with patience. You can look beyond your limitations to your God-given possibilities. Everyone has a purpose. Everyone just needs to plan to fulfill their dream. So with all of the things going underway, I decided a little bit later on that I was going to publish a second edition of my book. And I did that. Well, you see, the first edition that I published, I got some help with through another publisher. But I learned so much about publishing through the first time that I published the book that the second time my company published the book. Not only did we publish the book, we also published an audio book. I'm so excited about the times that we live in. You see, there is no shortage of resources if you decide what you really want to do. If you want to overcome and reach beyond those limitations to your God-given possibilities, it's possible. It's possible for you to overcome any obstacle that faces you. Now, I knew that in order to be the best that I could be, the first thing I had to work on was me. And that's your reality as well. So I attended conference after conference, webinar after webinar, teleseminar after teleseminar, just to refine all of the things that I wanted to do. I began to establish relationships with people who were in multi-level marketing industry, internet industry, social media, marketing, branding, whatever it took to get involved in the things that I wanted to do. I began to follow those individuals, to connect with those individuals, to interact with those individuals. Well, why am I telling you this? Because basically, if you want to reach beyond your limitations to your God abilities, you're going to have to connect with other individuals doing that. You're going to have to invest in you. You're going to have to invest in yourself. You know, you can't fall back on those limiting beliefs. You have to know how to tell those limiting beliefs that you don't believe them anymore. Do this, that you have purpose and you want to fulfill that purpose, that you want to reach beyond those limitations to your God-given possibilities. That is possible and it is doable. You see, if I wanted to make my biggest comeback ever, then I had to invest in myself. I remember when I was in banking, all of the bond deals I closed, millions and millions and millions of dollars in bond deals. I remember being the only African American in the closing room at times. I remember being the only female at times in some of the corporate closings. And I said, you know, all of that knowledge is applicable. All of the things that you've already gone through is applicable. You just take those skills, those talents and abilities, and they're transferable. Now, I had made a big comeback from the time that I was a child with those limiting beliefs, and then going to college and graduating, and then going into an industry that I absolutely loved for 17 years. That was a blessing. And regardless of how it ended, my life was not over. And I did not allow other people to write my life scripts. But I had taken my life in my hands with the grace of God. And now I was ready to pursue and have my greatest comeback ever. And I'm telling you that there is no limiting belief, there is no obstacle, there's nothing that's in your way that without the right focus that you cannot overcome. So are you ready for your biggest comeback ever? Let me tell you, out of everything that I've said, if I've not touched on any point that has resonated with you, I want to leave you with this, and that is one word, and that word is resilience. You see, because it's not you fall, it's when you fall. It's not if you fall, it's when you fall. And when that happens, you're going to need resilience. You know, I think it's either Willie Jolly or Les Brown who says that when you fall, hopefully you'll fall on your back. If you can look up, you can get up. But I say if you fall and you fall on your knees, say a prayer and get up anyway. You see, you have to be resilient. You have to be like the rubber band. That rubber band, when you stretch it, and when you stretch it to capacity and release it, does it stay where it was? No. It goes beyond where it was. You have to be resilient. To reach beyond your limitations to your God-given possibilities, you have to be resilient. For your biggest comeback ever, you have to be resilient. So let me say this. One of the first books that I read was Think and Grow Rich, and there's a poem in there. And that poem just resonated with me so much. It says, I bargained with life for a penny, and life would pay no more. However, I begged at evening when I counted my scanty store. For life is a just employer, gives you what you ask. But once you've set the wages, why you must bear the task. I worked for a menial's hire, only to learn dismayed that any wage I had asked of life, life would have willingly paid. What are you asking of life? Are you ready to make your biggest comeback ever? Are you ready to face the fear? Are you ready to face the fear and go over the obstacles? Are you ready to be stretched to capacity and once released to go beyond your limitations to those impossibilities? Are you ready for your biggest comeback ever? I think you are. I think that by attending this conference, you're receiving all the information you need, because you know why I say that? Because when the student is ready, the teacher appears. Well, I've enjoyed my time with you today, and I have a really special offer for you because I want to talk to you about where you're going, your plans, and the things that you want to do with your life. So what I have for you today is a 30-minute free coaching session with me. 30 minutes for free with me. Now, I have to tell you, I'm only taking the first 10 people for that free coaching 30 minutes with me. All right? So what I want you to do is go to teresitaglasgow.com. That's www.teresitaglasgow.com/comeback. teresitaglasgow.com/comeback for your free 30-minute coaching session with me. On another note, we talked about resilience. Well, I want to announce that there is a book soon to be released with the title Resilience, Living Life by Design. And it is the work, a compilation of 12 brilliant women, of whom I happen to be one. This book is soon to be released, and if you want information on when that book is going to be released, then go to that same site, www.teresitaglasgow.com/comeback, and you'll be put on my list to be notified about when the book is coming out. Resilience, Living Life by Design. We are happy that we have the endorsement of Barbara Cochran from the Shark Tank on that book, and it's not really completed yet, but it is soon to be released. And so again, you want to be notified the book is out, Resilience, Living Life by Design. Just go to my website again and connect with me on social media. I want to hear from you. I want to know what you're doing with the information that you gained on the biggest comeback ever. Thank you for your time, and remember that one thing you're going to need: resilience for your biggest comeback ever.
This is Lisa Renee Johnson of LisaReneeJohnson.com, also known as the Chief Sunshineologist of the I Got Sunshine community. And I am super excited about being on the biggest comeback of your life platform with these awesome speakers and phenomenal thought leaders who are out here pounding the pavement to make change in the world every day. So I'd like to go on record and say I am truly, truly, truly honored to be a part of this tribe. So today, you and I are going to chat a little bit about what I refer to as the sunshine factor and unleashing the shine in you. That's right. We're going to talk about how to unleash the shine that's been tied up, that's bubbling up, that's been bottled up, that's inside of you, that needs to get out into the world because somebody out here is waiting on you. So grab your pens, grab some paper, grab your iPad, iPhone, however it is that you like to take notes, so that when we're done, you will be ready to be in action. Are you ready? Now, it's my philosophy, and I hope it will be yours too after we spend a little bit of time together, that each and every one of us is born with our own unique and individual sunshine factor. Take babies, for example. Why is it that you think that parents have to spend millions and millions of dollars baby-proofing their environments on an annual basis? Well, the answer is quite simple. Babies are born here and they have no fear. In fact, they explore the world around them with confidence and curiosity, and in some instances, there's no amount of baby gates that are going to keep them out of where it is that they're trying to be. Babies love celebrating themselves, which is why you see parents making complete fools out of themselves, doing the pee-pee dance and I took off my shirt dance. Anything that helps the baby to be able to celebrate their accomplishment, we're all for it. Babies don't take no for an answer, and we've seen the end result of this many times in our local supermarkets and Target when the baby is at the cash register and some adult is trying to make them comply and do something that they have decided in their own internal person that they are not interested in doing. Babies are completely in love with themselves and their images. They admire their nose, their lips, their eyes. Have you ever seen a baby, if given a mirror, how they look at themselves and how they look at other babies, and they are just in love with that image? And this is something that I think that we as adults need to pay closer attention to, because we need to learn how to love ourselves unconditionally, just like we did when we were babies. And then lastly, when babies fall, they just get right up, which is just amazing to me. And they have no memory of the previous fall, and they continue to do that over and over and over again. So the bottom line is, We are born with the instincts to believe in our capabilities and ourselves. When it's nurtured by our parents or societal experiences, we shine. When it's starved, that's when our lights get extinguished, or sometimes our lights get a little bit dim. So if you don't mind, I want to take a few moments to tell you about a time in my life when my lights got a little bit dimmed. You see, like many of you, I grew up believing that happiness was found in people, in places, and in things. I believed that it was a destination that I would reach once I got my degrees, that I got married, had my babies, the big house, the foreign cars, that happily ever after fairy tale we are all so accustomed to living because we grew up watching Disney movies. I was ready to graduate high school, on my way to college, with my mind set on the perfect vision for my life that I wanted. But my journey took a little detour when 2 red dots appeared at the window of a little white stick similar to this one. You see, I was 18 years old and I was pregnant. Now, not only were my parents devastated, but so was I. The trajectory of my life changed in an instant, just like that. Now, there was never a question of if I would go to college. The question became, how would I now manage the task with the baby? I remember being bombarded with the devaluing societal messages of teen pregnancy and what that meant for my life and the life of my unborn child. I was absolutely terrified. And at one point, I even contemplated abortion. I went so far as driving to the clinic, or shall I say, I didn't drive myself to the clinic. My mother drove me to the clinic, and that was one of the longest drives of my entire life. Because during that drive, my mother, she was very supportive of me and the challenges that were going on with me, and she made it clear that this was not the option that I had to take. She made it clear that I would be okay. She made it clear that she would support me. She would support me and my new child. She would do everything within her power to make sure that I would be okay. But the biggest gift that my mother gave to me that day was not her undying support for me. It was the ability for her to allow me to make the choice that I needed to make as it related to me internally feeling like I had some sense of control over where my life was headed and what that looked like for me. So when we got into the clinic, we sat there in the chair and I waited for my name to be called. And again, my mother, she continued to speak with me and talk with me, trying to talk me out of the decision that I had made for myself. And then it seemed like out of the blue, I heard this whisper that said, "That will not be your life." Now, I don't know if that was divine intervention, but it was probably my mom who, again, had been sitting there giving me nothing but love during this entire journey. And I sat there and I let those words soak in for a little bit, that would not be my life. And so at that moment, that day, I left that abortion clinic on a mission to prove the world wrong. I wanted to prove to the world that would not be my life. And I wanted to prove that not only to the world, but to everybody else that was watching me on my stumble, on my fall from grace, that Lisa Renee Johnson would in turn be enough. So fast forward a few years, I worked really, really hard, and that whisper, "That will not be your life," sustained me out of that abortion clinic. It sustained me through undergraduate school, and it even sustained me through graduate school. And guess what? I accumulated all of those things that I initially set out to garner in my life that I believed would give me a form of happiness. I got married to the father of my child. I'm still married to him 31 years later. Got the white picket fence, got real estate, foreign cars, all of those things, but none of those things seemed to give me any type of relief to that hole that was sitting in the middle of my belly. the one that told me that I needed to do the next thing so that I could be enough. It felt like I was missing something, always chasing the next thing and the next thing. And I was totally exhausted. It didn't feel good to me, but I continued on that journey like a hamster on a wheel. And then one day I remember my youngest son, he was probably about 3 or 4 years old, and we were playing on the floor. Actually, we were coloring in a coloring book. And he asked me a simple question. He said to me, "Mommy, what's your favorite color?" And those words paralyzed me. I sat there and I kept reaching for something and something, but the something never came. Here I was, this educated woman. I was on every board known to mankind. I had a master's degree. I owned all the real estate. I had done everything that society said that I needed to do to be successful, but I could not even articulate to my 3-year-old what the hell my favorite color was. And that was truly devastating to me, because it seems like it's something that's really small, but in the end, it meant to me that I did not know who I was. So that night I cried myself to sleep, because I was really, just disappointed in me. Again, not knowing that I had been set up in this environment from the beginning when I allowed myself to be imprisoned by that mental mindset about what my life had to be as a teen parent. But I woke up the very next morning with the resolve that I was going to take back my life. I wanted to reconnect to that little girl who grew up in Corpus Christi, Texas, believing that the sky was the limit and I could do and be anything it was that my little heart desired me to be. I wanted to reconnect with that little girl who sold the most candy in her entire elementary school and won a yellow Swin 10-speed bicycle. I wanted to reconnect to the little girl who knew that she was born to shine and not shrink because of how it made others feel. But most importantly, I wanted to know what the hell my favorite color was, because I was worthy and I deserved that. And that's where my courage to take back my shine was born. So along the way, I've compiled a few things that I think will be helpful with you as we give you some tools and strategies to help you unleash the shine so you can take that back in your life. So along the way, I've compiled a few tips for success that you can use right now to unleash the shine in you. So step 1. Take responsibility for your life and own it. You are not a victim of circumstance, so stop blaming other people and realize that you are the creator of your own life story. I could not blame anybody for getting pregnant at 18 but myself. My mother gave me more than enough information to make good decisions. And as it turns out, I made a bad decision. And once I owned the fact that I made a bad decision, guess what? It had no more power over me. So it's important to take responsibility, because it's about shifting from being a victim to being a conscious creator. And that consciousness piece is the key element here. It reminds me of that scene from that Spike Lee movie when Lawrence Fishburne was out in the quad at the college and he was yelling, "Wake up, wake up, wake up." Well, that is the message that I want to extend to you. Wake up, wake up, wake up. Quit moving through life on autopilot. Breathe, take a breath, and decide what is the best course of action for you and your life. You are the creator of your life through your thoughts, your emotions, and your actions. And the funny part about it all is when you choose, you are consciously creating your life and taking responsibility for it. So take responsibility for your life and own it. Number 2, change your mixtape. How many of you have ever made a mixtape? I know I have. Growing up, I remember us having this dual cassette player. On one side was the playback side, and the other side was the record side. Me and my brothers would spend hours creating the perfect mixtape, making sure that we got the perfect songs on there. So in turn, we could take that tape and put it in the cassette players and play it back on our Sony Walkmans, or, you know, if by some strange chance we were able to get into the car and place the cassette player in to listen to the music that we wanted to listen to. Well, I'm here to tell you that your subconscious mind has been creating a mixtape for you over the course of your life that equates to all of your life experiences. And unfortunately, the sounds and the music that is on that mixtape is a tape full of your fears and your limiting beliefs that say you're not enough and what you cannot do. And you have to make a conscious effort to make sure, just like when you were creating that physical mixtape, to make sure that your subconscious mixtape has all the things on it that are going to make you fruitful and it's going to make you grow in life. So if you could hear your music playing in the background when you walked in and out of a room, what song would that be? Would it be This Girl Is on Fire by Alicia Keys? How about I'm a Survivor by Destiny's Child? Or I'm Every Woman by Shaka Khan and Whitney Houston? Or what about I Got Sunshine by Avery Sunshine? No matter what the song is, make sure that it inspires you, that it motivates you, it gets your creative juices flowing, and at the end of it all, it makes you feel like that you can conquer the world. And I would say, pop that song in every day. If that's your theme song, pop that in. Remind yourself of that old sitcom, Ally McBeal, when all those attorneys used to be in the midst of their daily work and then they would just bust out in song in their head. But at this point, I would encourage each and every one of you to take a cue from Shaft, because we knew when Shaft was coming, and we knew that Shaft was a bad mother. Well, you get what I mean. So spend a little time with yourself. Pick out a theme song, and it doesn't have to be only one. You can have multiple theme songs. The more, the better. And make sure that you pour that energy into yourself. So spend some time changing your mixtape. Number 3, know your worth before you walk out the door in the morning. You need to dress for the journey before you leave the house. Would you go outside naked and stop by the gas station to get your pair of pants, and go and stop by the donut shop to get your blouse, and stop by 7-Eleven to pick up some shoes? No, you leave your house fully clothed, and that means knowing that your validation and your clothing, your armor, does not come from the outside world. God, I wish somebody would have told me that a long time ago. You are more than enough just the way that you are. So quit allowing people to define you, and remember that your past does not define your present. It's what I call data. There's so much more to me than getting pregnant at 18, but to know that, I had to be able to reflect back on my life, and in order to do that, I had to do what's called looking at my data. So, as far as I'm concerned, our life is just one big collection of data. And there's no such thing as bad data or good data, because all data gives you information. For example, this really popular weight loss plan requires that you track every single thing that you put into your mouth on a daily basis. And then at the end of the week, you weigh in. Now, 2 things can happen. 1, you get on the scale and you lose weight. Well, if you take the weight loss along with the diary of everything that you've put in your mouth, the data, then that gives you a blueprint, so that if you want to recreate that weight loss the following week, you just follow that blueprint, right? You follow that plan. Now, if you got on the scale and you gain weight, you still take that scale reading along with that data that you collected, and then you make some adjustments. Again, you have a blueprint for success. So it's win-win for you no matter how you look at it. So take that data in, look back at your life. We all have a tendency to judge ourselves by that one moment in time. So if I didn't look at my life in its totality and instead I judge myself by that one small mistake that I made by becoming pregnant at 18, then my life becomes this narrow rendition, and it doesn't allow me to elevate and up-level my life to the level at which the divine has envisioned for me. So look at that. Look at it all as an opportunity to be the best you. So if something bad happened in your life, use the data to get a different result. If something good happened, use that to repeat and use the data. But no matter what, you get to define you. So know your worth before you walk out the door. Put your armor on. Put your clothes on. You get to decide. Number 4, be intentional about creating an environment to foster the best you. This means having intentional relationships with your mind, your body, your finances, your relationships, and most importantly, with you. Stop giving energy to things in your life that you do not wish to manifest. You need to be intentional about, is your mindset right? Be intentional about, are you taking care of your body? Be intentional about, do you spend time with the people you love? Who's your clique? Who you running with? Are they helping you row the boat or watching you paddle? You know that saying, people come into your life for a reason, a season, or a lifetime? I don't need to say any more about that. Sometimes it's better if we cut the bait. So make sure you're mastering your money, make sure you're mastering those relationships, and find your tribe so that you can be nurtured, fed, and inspired to be the absolute best you. So be intentional about creating an environment to foster the best you. Number 5, be clear that your shine is non-negotiable. And what I'm saying is, we are not at a dress rehearsal, people. This is the real deal. It's your life, and you only get one. I think Eminem said that, so I just bit off him. But anyway, act like it. Live life out loud and on your terms as if your life depends on it. Because guess what? It really, truly does. So be clear that your shine is non-negotiable. So I want you to turn to the person sitting next to you and say, I got sunshine. If you're watching me live on the internet, go to your social media page and type and post the words, I got sunshine. If you're home alone, find the nearest mirror and look directly into your own eyes and say out loud, I got sunshine. And it's time for me to unleash it to the world. I want to thank you guys for sharing the space with me today. You can follow me on social media at I am Lisa Renee Johnson. You can join our Ignite Your Happy Now group on Facebook. And if you'd like more tips and strategies such as the ones that I just shared, go to my website at lisareneejohnson.com and subscribe to our newsletter. Thank you for spending time with me, and I'm looking forward to seeing you on the journey.
CEO and founder of Bear Your Hair LLC. I am so excited to be coming to you August 7th and 8th for the biggest comeback tour ever. It is truly my pleasure to be sharing my story with you on how to make it happen and how to make it turn around. I'm going to take you on a small journey. I'm going to tell you about how it was being a first lady and a pastor's wife and living behind the scenes, living with domestic violence and still having to put on a happy face every single day and still raise your children and still have to go to work every single day. Just how do you do that? And how do you make that happen? From diamonds and pearls to welfare and food stamps. how to change your life over step by step. Oftentimes we hear people talk and tell us things that we need to do, but they don't give us the actual steps that we need. So I'm going to give you the valuable information that you need, those steps that will help you turn your life around. In the middle of your struggle, you absolutely cannot stop. It is at those crucial moments that you build the stepping stones to your future. When I was at my lowest, I lived by a quote that I found when I was reading by John Wooten. And it says, "Don't let what you cannot do interfere with what you can do." When I took time to really think about what he was saying in that quote, then I was able to focus on what I needed to accomplish for me, myself, and my two girls. With that quote, I was able to go back to school, finish my master's degree. I was able to work on my PhD and continue on to start my own business. So I went from living in a shelter to being a CEO of not one but two companies and helping other young ladies and women understand their dreams and understand their journey and how it's going to work for them. One of my passions is talking to young girls and young women about how to stop the cycle of violence and what that looks like, and helping them understand and their family and friends understand what role they play in that as well. So again, I am excited to come to you August the 7th and 8th. I can't wait to see you. I will be sharing the stage with some awesome ladies and gentlemen who will be doing the same thing. You can find me on Facebook at Yanmitra Jojo Waddell. You can follow me on Instagram at bear_hair, Hair, and that's Bear, B-A-R-E, as well as my website, www.bearyourhair.com. I will have a book that will be released July 31st. And if you follow my Facebook page for Fearless Woman, Born to Give Thanks, that is the name of the book, where I tell my journey of how I overcame and the steps that you're going to take and the steps that you need to make your turnaround possible. You'll win a signed autographed copy from me and some other great valuable tools and fun stuff that we'll be giving away there. The reason why I decided to share my story is that I think it is so crucial and important that young women and ladies know how important you are to yourself. Self-love is important. Being in a domestic violence situation, being abused, those are things that live with you for the rest of your life. You have those thoughts in your mind constantly and daily, and you live with, it's something you live with 24/7. It never goes away. So it is my dream, it is my mission to help educate those ladies on how to make that happen. I'm thankful for the opportunity to come to you guys and share my story of how to make it happen and how to make a turnaround. My story is important to every young girl, man, woman, anyone that has daughters, mothers, children, and young girls. It is about domestic violence and understanding how to stop the cycle of violence and what the inside of that life looks like. Everyone has preconceived ideas and notions of what happens inside of the relationship, but no one knows. So I'm going to take you on a journey and help you understand what happens, and along the way I'm going to give you some great tips and things that you need to help things happen and make them turn around. Things that you can apply to every situation in your life, not just necessarily domestic violence. It is my mission, it is my dream to help young women and girls understand self-love and what it means to go above and beyond. I will have a book coming out July 31st. You can follow me on all social media. My website is www.bearyourhair.com. That's BearYour.com.
Stop. You just said.
You can follow me on all social media. My website is www.bearyourhair.com. BearYourhair.com. My Facebook page is Yanmitra Jojo Waddell. My Instagram is Bear, B-A-R-E _hair. And my Twitter is Janmetra, Janmetra. I look forward to connecting with each and every one of you. I am so excited to be a part of this venue and to have this awesome opportunity to come and share my story on how to make it happen and how to turn it around. I am so excited to share this stage with some awesome people and to come to you and just share my story on how to make it happen and how to make a turnaround so that it can happen for you. I look forward to seeing you August 7th and 8th at the Greatest Comeback Tour. Thank you.
The topic of this talk is uninhibited woman. This is not only for women, but it's for men, it's for you as well. So before we get started, I ask that you, for one moment, just close your eyes and just trust me, but close your eyes, take a deep breath, and just clear your mind as we go on a quick, very quick mental journey. Pretty women wonder where my secret lies. I'm not cute or built to suit a fashion model size. But when I start to tell them, they think I'm telling lies. I say, it's the reach of my arms, it's the span of my hips, the stride of my step, the curl of my lips. I'm a woman, phenomenally, phenomenal woman, that's me. I walk into a room just as cool as you please, and to a man the fellows stand or fall on their knees. And they swarm around me, a hive of honeybees. I say, it's the fire in my eyes, the flash of my teeth, the swing of my waist, and the joy of my feet. I'm a woman, phenomenally, phenomenal woman, that's me. Men themselves have wondered what they see in me. They try so much, but they can't touch my inner mystery. When I try to show them, they say they still can't see. I say, it's the arch of my back, the sun of my smile, the ride of my breast, the grace of my style. I'm a woman, phenomenally. Phenomenal woman, that's me. Now you understand just why my head's not bowed. I don't shout or jump about or have to talk real loud. When you see me passing, it ought to make you proud. I say, it's the click of my heels, the bend of my hair, the palm of my hand, the need of my care. 'Cause I'm a woman, phenomenally, phenomenal woman, that's me. All right, go ahead and open your eyes. And welcome to Uninhibited Woman. My name is Jawan Newman, and I am an uninhibited woman, and shortly I would explain what that means, who I am, and why I've recorded this video. But in the meantime, I want to ask you a couple of questions. As I recited that remarkable poem by the late, great Maya Angelou, who did you envision? Did you envision yourself? Did you envision someone else that you know? Someone that you want to be? Or did you envision Maya Angelou? I don't know if any of you know her story, but she has a childhood story of abandonment, homelessness, abuse, which led her to become a mute for a period of years. She has prostitution in her background. She was a teen mother. All of that before she became who we know her today as this prolific author, teacher, and writer. She has a very fascinating story. And if you haven't, please read I know why the caged bird sings. But let me get back to asking you, who did you imagine as I read Phenomenal Woman? Because Maya Angelou, by the time that she wrote this, she was a woman of confidence, a woman of knowledge. She knew where she had been and where she was going. So, like I said before, I am an uninhibited woman. My name is Jawan Newman, and I'm going to pause for a second and switch my screen to share some info. Love, love, love technology. So my name is Jawan Newman, and you see here various pictures. You see the picture in the top middle. I'm a daughter. Those are my parents. I'm a sister. I'm a mother. I'm a lover. I'm a flight attendant. I'm a fitness enthusiast. I'm a friend. I'm an aunt. I'm a coach. I'm a speaker. I'm a stepmother. I'm even an ex-wife. Professionally, I have worked as a high school English teacher, a human resources manager, a corporate trainer, sales executive. And while these jobs have put me on this path to be here today, all of these labels and titles don't really explain who I really am. I am an uninhibited woman. The dictionary definition of uninhibited woman says that uninhibited means to express your thoughts and feelings unselfconsciously or without restraint. That's what to be uninhibited means. And I will say that I wasn't always this way. I grew up in the suburbs of Chicago, Illinois. Typical family, as you saw in the picture. I have mom and dad, which I must add that my parents did marry primarily because my mother was pregnant with me. But nonetheless, mom and dad, 2 children and a dog. We lived in a nice home in the suburbs of the city. I went to private schools, primarily Lutheran. And after 10 years of marriage, my parents divorced. They weren't happy and that they really didn't want to be together. And when I was about 13, I learned that my mother was hospitalized. And after not seeing her for about 3 days, I finally got the opportunity to visit her in the hospital. And what I did see and know that there wasn't quite anything wrong with her physically. She appeared to look fine physically. And also what I also knew is that I was visiting a part of the hospital that I had never visited before. However, what I didn't know on that day that I learned later on was that my mother had attempted suicide. She attempted to drive her 1970s whatever Camaro into Lake Michigan. And she later revealed to me that right before she made it into the lake, she envisioned her children's faces and decided to turn the vehicle, and she hit an embankment instead. I didn't know that when I was 13. And what I also didn't know at 13 was that my mother's mental illness would become my life story. The rest of my childhood, obviously, you can probably understand, took a drastic change. We ended up living back and forth either between our home or with others. There were periods of time when my mother couldn't hold a job, so we would move out of our house, go live with someone else. I eventually ended up going to 4 different public high schools. And of course, things were never, never stable. When we did live at home, I was a mother slash sister to my younger brother. Of course, I was a caregiver for my mother because when she worked, that was all she had enough energy or strength to do. She didn't have much energy or strength to do anything else. So I had to cook, I had to clean, I had to manage the household. I did all of that at a very young age. Also, while we were living with our family members, of course, everybody, and when I say everybody in the family, had their opinion on how my mother should raise her children, on how she should live her life. And as I realized over the years that that is pretty much was a big part of her depression. Not the only, but it was a big part of her depression, not knowing how to cope with life because people had always made decisions for her. And so I pretty much decided that I was never going to let anyone make decisions for me, that I was going to make clear decisions for myself and then be strong enough to reap whatever consequences were based on my decisions. And I pretty much lived this motto until my final year of college. I had been dating a man for a few years, and he was a few years older than I, and he wanted to get married. And I really didn't want to get married, but I cared for him deeply, and I knew that he really, really loved me. And comparative to my childhood, I thought I would have stability that I hadn't really had in the past. So I agreed to marry him, and nonetheless, I agreed to marry him the day after I graduated from college because I told him that one of the things that I wanted to do before I got married was graduate from college. And so he waited for me to graduate from college, and then we got married the very next day. I went to school in Louisiana, and so, of course, a lot of my friends and family traveled down to Louisiana to attend my graduation and wedding. On the day of my wedding, I was 2 hours late to the ceremony, but I remember prior to making it to the chapel, I told my mother that I didn't want to get married. And the first thing she told me was, "Oh, you just have cold feet. Everyone goes through this when they get married. Plus, what would all those people think? All these people that have traveled such a long way for this, what would they think?" So, first of all, as I reflect on that, my mother was maybe not a good person to get some advice from. But I realized that though I had made a decision years ago to live life on my terms and listen to my inner voice, against my judgment and ignoring my inner voice, I married him. So for a period of 14 years, I can say that I was somewhat unhappy when it came to my marriage. And once again, I found myself living this dual life, being very happy at work like I was in high school and being happy at school, and then hiding my secret and my unhappy side of my home life. However, as I mentioned that I once was a high school teacher, I taught in an inner city school in Los Angeles. I found myself coaching a lot of my students who were going through some very tough personal life experiences. And I found myself showing them that their current situation wasn't who they were. Oddly enough, I could do that for them, but I couldn't do that for myself. As an HR manager, I was responsible for about 1,600 employees at any given time. And so I was a career or life coach. I was a trainer. I was a counselor. I disciplined. I terminated. So much, I did so much of that around the business that my employer paid for me to take a coaching certification course. At one time, I laid off about 100 employees over the course of about 2 months. And I had one particular employee who was over 60. She had been with the company for over 20 years. And of course, she was devastated with the fact that I had to lay her off. The company was not providing her with a huge amount of severance, and all she had saved was a few years of her 401k. Like I said, she was devastated about getting back into the job market at her age. So I ended up coaching her. I helped her find what her passions were. We talked about what she's always wanted to do. And after she told me things about herself personally, which didn't relate to anything that she had been doing the past 20 years, I ended up connecting her with some people that I knew, and she ended up starting a home-based business in a field, in an area that she's always wanted to work with and that she had a more of a passion for. So, of course, me igniting that in her, I ignited that in myself. So I decided that I wanted to, in this whole process, I met this woman that I really, really enjoyed being around. She was so positive, and I felt like I needed that in my life. So I ended up joining this party plan network marketing business just so I can be around this other woman. But this business, they sold sensual products and adult novelties. And of course, I was a little embarrassed to say that I did it or I sold those products. And so my business was quite stagnant for quite a few years, or at least the first year. So as I learned with the company and learned more about the products, I started to grow. My business started to grow, and I started to feel more comfortable, and I started reading more. And the more parties I did and the more women that I talked to, I found out that there were a lot of women out there in the world that were pretty much like me. Now, I'm not saying that my marriage was horrible. My husband didn't abuse me. He was a good man, a good father with a very kind heart. He just wasn't a good, right man for me. Just wasn't what I needed in my life. But I knew that talking to a lot of women, there were so many others out there. You hear all the time just complaints about everything. And I found myself coaching women on life. I would go out to sell adult toys and novelties and sensual products. And here I am talking to women about their bodies, about mental health, taking care of themselves first, how to take care of their families, and that they have to take care of themselves before they can take care of anybody else. Because as I read in Maya Angelou's poem, that women are nurturers. In the palm of our hand, there is a need for our care. So throughout the process in this business, I met a coach and a mentor who taught a course on the book, The Science of Getting Rich by Wallace Wattles. And if any of you have read the book, you know that this is really not about getting rich. The book is more about changing your mind and your thoughts and your approach to situations and opening your mind to unlimited possibilities. So as I continued with her mentorship, I started to change my thinking. I started to eliminate my fears. So hold on a second. I'm going to share something else. And now I can't find what I want to share. That's okay. I can't find what I want to share, which is weird, but that's okay. I can cancel this out. So I started to change a lot of my fears. Here we go. And as you can see, I have on this slide that there are probably about 7 fears, and most psychologists would tell you that there are probably about 5 to 7 fears. And when I was in my marriage, I had all of them but 2. The only 2 I didn't have was that I didn't have a fear of ill health, and I didn't have a fear of death. But I had a fear of criticism, I had a fear of failure. Of course, I had a fear of the unknown. And of course, I had a fear of poverty. And I'll talk about those just a little bit. But I wanted to make sure that you were able to see what these fears are. And so many women have all of these fears, or one of these fears, or all of these fears at any given time. So as I started to, and I'm sorry, I'm looking at this, and I'm going to change the screen, and I'm trying to change the screen and talk. It's quite challenging trying to modify the screen and talk simultaneously, unlike when you're sitting on stage and you just click a button and you change the screen. So as I continue with her mentorship, I started to change my thinking to eliminate my fears in general about life. And so once I got to past the fear of the unknown and the fear of being poor, because I was afraid of being a single mom, single income. But at some point, I decided that these were the decisions that I made, and then I decided to dissolve my marriage. And right after my divorce, it's really, really weird. As I mentioned, I started to completely change my mindset. And right after my divorce, probably about 6 months later, I got a brand new job paying me like 30,000 more than what I was earning before, which was pretty remarkable. Then as that changed, everything started to change. I started to travel. I didn't have to worry about money. I didn't have to worry about love. I didn't have to worry about the unknown. And so I became a student. I became a student of positive thinking and changing mindset. I read countless books about mindset and happiness and sensuality and sexual confidence. And I started to review some of my old coaching material. And as I reflected of all the areas of my life, personally and professionally, I realized that I was helping so many people. And I couldn't figure out why I hadn't helped myself in all these years. But I'll tell you that I learned how to get my voice back, and I became confident with the honesty in myself and conveying that honesty to others, and not being ashamed about it, not being ashamed of what I'm really feeling and who I really am. And so at that point, I decided that I wanted to help every woman get and keep their voice, find their passions, and live uninhibitedly. There are many times throughout my life when I cried and I wondered why were these things happening to me. And then I learned, not only for myself, but for my clients, that the places where you are and the places where you have your biggest challenges in your life are the places where you have the most to give. I'll say that again. The places where you have your biggest challenges within your life are the places where you have the most to give. And I had to reflect and not have a victim mentality, and remember that we are today based on choices that we made yesterday, and our decisions change, our processes change, and that means we will change the course and the directions of our lives. And therefore, as a result of that, Uninhibited Woman was developed. Through my experiences and all of the experiences that so many women have shared with me about them not knowing who they are, I decided to create a place and a space for them to find that voice, to have that voice, to share it uninhibitedly. So remember, you hear so many women say, oh, I can't do this because I'm a mother. I can't do this because my husband, I have to be there for my husband and my kids. And we end up losing ourselves. And I don't want women to lose themselves under their titles and their everyday roles. So with Uninhibited Woman, we share ideas, stories of encouragement. We have group programs that touch various subjects like facing fear head on, finding and living out your passion. We also have unleashing your sexy and using that sexiness in every aspect of your life. We share stories, as I mentioned, and I'm going to share my screen again if I can. We share encouragement. We uplift one another. On our social media platforms. So to get more information about our community, text I Am Woman, all one word. Text I Am Woman to 31996. Visit us on Instagram at Uninhibited Woman or Facebook at Uninhibited Woman. And again, you can text I Am Woman to 31996 and you will receive a I Am Woman empowerment video. And again, just to get some daily encouragement, visit us at Facebook and Instagram. So ladies, if you are already that uninhibited woman and want to share your words of encouragement or personal story or present network opportunities, then connect with us. If you are a woman who feel you need to get back in touch with your inner uninhibited woman, connect with us. If you are a woman who is looking to find your inner uninhibited woman, then connect with us. If you are a man who wants to encourage or support uninhibited women, then connect with us. Remember, text I Am Woman, all one word, to 31996 to get your free gift, and find us at Uninhibited Woman on Facebook and Instagram. And I would like to end with more words from Miss Maya Angelou. If you are always trying to be normal, you will never know how amazing you can be. Listen to your voice and join our movement. Uninhibited Woman, thank you for your time.
Welcome. I am so excited to see each and every one of you here today, but before we get started, I want to make sure that you are comfortable, so make sure that you have something to drink If you haven't gotten your bottle of water, make sure you head on out. Then I want you to make sure that you're taking copious notes. So make sure that you have that pen, that pad, because we're going to be taking lots of notes. And then last but not least, I want you to just sit back, enjoy yourself, and make sure that you're just having fun, because that's what we're here today, is to have lots of fun. I'm Cosette White, founder and CEO of My Financial Home. And what we're going to be sharing with you today is the 10 immutable laws of wealth. Now, who is this presentation for? This presentation is for those of you that maybe you've gone through a divorce. Maybe you've drawn your bank account out. Maybe you've utilized all the funds that are in your 401k, or maybe even your 401(k), and you're wondering, what is it that I need to get back on track? Maybe it's for those of you who want to spend time with your family. You know, you have your little ones, you have your loved ones, you have your wife. Maybe you want to just spend that time with them, go out and play the kickball, the tennis, watch those loved ones grow up. And then maybe you're wondering, how will I retire? Now, I know that there are some of you, you've drained your 401ks, you've withdrawn from those Roth IRAs, and you're just wondering, how am I going to be in a position where I can retire? You know, studies show that 7% of women are ready for retirement. And that makes me wonder, what about those other 93%? Where and how are they going to retire? And of course, you know, we have those of you that, you know, you robbed Peter to pay Paul. I'm going to show you how to get rid of that syndrome as well. And then, of course, you know, you just don't have enough to pay those bills. You go paycheck to paycheck, and you're wondering, where is my money? I'm going to show you how to do that as well. And then we have those of you that are just, you know, a little bit confused. You're not sure if you should be investing in a traditional IRA or a Roth IRA. We're going to share those some tips on how to invest as well. And then, of course, I know. I have those of you that are suffering from the TFD syndrome. And you're probably wondering, now what does that mean? What does TFD mean? TFD means the totally financially disorganized individual. You know, that's the person where the receipts are all over, maybe stuck in the car, maybe under the seat. You know, you have no idea what your bank account looks like, what the balance is, and then you take your books to your CPA at the end of the year. That's my totally financially disorganized individual, okay? Now, why is it that I care? I care because I've walked the walk that many of you are in. I've been in your shoes. Now, I only wear a size 6. I don't wear a size 10, but I've walked the walk that many of you have. You see, I was in love at one point in my life. I was married, and we had 2 beautiful children. But one day, that all came to an end. And that left me in a state of depression. It left me with my finances in a disarray. Yes, I had young children. I had to pay for daycare. So I know what it means to be in that position. I know what it means to go through that struggle. And I care, and I want to see you get through it. So that's why I am here today, to help you get a clearer understanding of what it is that you need. And I remember those long nights. I remember those struggles. I remember the tears. I remember the heartaches. And I remember having to drain my finances just to make it. I remember filing for bankruptcy. You see, I've been in your shoes, like I said, so I know what it means to go through that struggle. I've seen it all. I've seen clients that have been through it. I've helped clients get through it, but I'm there to help you. You see, this is not about me. This is all about you. because I care about the people that I service. I care about the people that I help get through this struggle. And I care about you. Yes, I truly do. I care about you. I care about you. And I care about each and every one of you that have come out tonight to hear me, to listen to me as I help you get through this struggle. And the other thing that I care about you leaving a legacy, not just for yourself, but for your grandchildren and those great-grandchildren and the family. You know, it's about a generation of wealth, and I truly, truly do care. So, what is wealth? Wealth means a lot of things. Wealth is totally different for you. It's totally different for you. But for me, wealth means being able to wake up and have a lifestyle that I choose to have, not the lifestyle that someone else has for me. Wealth means just being able to have money. It means being able to have that emergency fund. It means just being able to leave that legacy for your children. It means spending more time with the family. Family time is valuable to me, and it's valuable to a lot of others. So when you have the wealth, you're able to do some of the things that others aren't able to do. And doing more of what you love so that you aren't worried. And as we talk about worrying, I want you to just listen and watch this next episode. I want you to watch this.
My prayer was, for as long as I can remember, God, use me. Use me, use this life. I don't know what the future holds for me, but I know that there is a vision for my life that is greater than my imagination can hold. Use me, use me. What would you have me to do? And that dream, that desire, that prayer brought me somehow to television.
I had failed on an epic scale. An exceptionally short-lived marriage had imploded, and I was jobless, a lone parent, and as poor as it is possible to be in modern Britain without being homeless. The fears that my parents had had for me and that I had had for myself had both come to pass. And by every usual standard, I was the biggest failure I knew. Now, I'm not going to stand here and tell you that failure is fun. That period of my life was a dark one, and I had no idea that there was going to be what the press has since represented as a kind of fairy tale resolution. I had no idea then how far the tunnel extended. Any light at the end of it was a hope rather than a reality. So why do I talk about the benefits of failure? Simply because failure meant a stripping away of the inessential. I stopped pretending to myself that I was anything other than what I was, and began to direct all my energy into finishing the only work that mattered to me. Had I really done anything else, I might never have found the determination to succeed in the one arena where I believed I truly belonged. I was set free, because my greatest fear had been realized, and I was still alive, and I still had a daughter whom I adored, and I had an old typewriter and a big idea. And so rock bottom became the solid foundation on which I rebuilt my life.
If I should have a daughter, she's gonna learn that this life will hit you hard in the face. Wait for you to get back up just so it can kick. But getting the wind knocked out of you is the only way to remind your lungs how much they like the taste of air. There is hurt here that cannot be fixed by band-aids or poetry. So the first time she realizes that Wonder Woman isn't coming, I'll make sure she knows she doesn't have to wear the cape all by herself. Because no matter how wide you stretch your fingers, your hands will always be too small to catch all the pain you want to heal. I want her to look at the world through the underside of a glass-bottom boat, to look through a microscope at the galaxies that exist on the pinpoint of a human mind, because there'll be days like this.
I believe that you have to be frustrated in where you are at the moment, whether it's financially, whether it's with your life, whether it's whatever part of you, you have to be frustrated because you won't move until it hurts you have to.
I think that what we have to do is the value of what we're doing and why we're doing it, and the struggle that we are in and that we continue to be in and will remain to be in. We do that because it challenges us, and that pushes us to be more and better. Is it difficult? Yes. Is it going to continue to be difficult? Absolutely. And if we didn't have that, we would not be able to achieve, you know, that we do, even if they're small steps.
Now, the night I graduated from Sevier County High School, we were all asked to stand up and talk about what we were going to do with the rest of our lives, and everybody had a different story. And when it came my time, I stood right up there and said, I'm going to Nashville, and I'm going to... Well, the whole place laughed out loud. And I was so embarrassed, because I thought, well, how odd, why is everybody laughing? Because that's what I'm going to do. But as I felt at that moment, and as embarrassed as I was, it did not shake me from my dreams.
Why are you where you are in your life? The choices that you have made have been because of what you believe to be true for yourself. If you can see it and believe it, it is a lot easier to achieve it.
Why are you where you are? I know what it's like to be knocked down. I know what it's like to have that failure. You see, I went to college. I got a job. I had a great job. I made great money. You know, but failure came and it knocked me down. It knocked me right on my feet. But I had to make some serious choices about getting it all together. I know what it's like to be a grandmother and struggle. I know what it's like for the aunt to struggle. I know what it's like for the daughter to struggle. I know what it is like to be in those shoes that you walk each and every day. You see, I've had the opportunity to work for corporate America. I had the opportunity to work on budgets, to work on financials. I had that opportunity. I work with clients each and every day that are struggling, and I've helped them bounce back. So it's not that we fall down, it's about how we get up and how we go on from there. So I'm here to help each and every one of you get back up from that fight and have a successful stride. So what are we doing? How are you breaking the wealth commandments? I want to talk to you today about the 10 commandments of wealth. Now, these are my 10 commandments. They're not anyone else's commandments. They're my 10 commandments that are most important to me, and I want to share them with you. The first commandment, live like there's no tomorrow, yet you'll live forever. You know what I mean? Commandment number 2, live with 100% integrity. Now, for those of you that say, I want to leave a life legacy for my children, and you say that you want to get your finances in order, only you can get them in order. You have to be true to yourself. So when I say live with 100% integrity, that's what I'm saying. Be true to yourself. Not to me, not to your neighbor, but 100%, live with 100% integrity to yourself. Commandment number 3, be disciplined and be responsible. That's so key. Discipline means doing the things that you don't like doing. That's what discipline is, you all. It's not the work that's hard. However, it is the discipline. So I want you to ask yourself, I asked you to pull out a piece of paper earlier, so I want you to just think for a few minutes. I want everyone to write down, what is one thing, that one simple thing that you don't like doing with your finances? That one thing, and we're going to talk about that a little later on, okay? Now, once you write down that one thing and you decide this is what I want to do with it, you have to have a plan. You need to put a plan in place. If you don't have a plan, then it's just like writing down that one item and never looking at it again. It's useless. Have a plan. And once you have that plan, I want for you to be able to measure your results. It's no good if you write it down and you don't have tactics in place for writing down the results. I had a client. They said that they wanted to save $500 a month. They had no idea how they were going to get to that $500 a month, so we put a plan in place. We sat down, we wrote down all of their income that they brought in for the month. Then we looked at all of the expenses that they had going out each month. Once we had the income coming in and the expenses that was going out, then we were able to put them into a position where they said, okay, we have $600 extra a month. Let's put $500 away. You have to be able to measure the results. You have to have a plan in place. Otherwise, it's no good. And then there's time where we put those plans in order. We're measuring those plans, but then we may need to make adjustments. Things happen in life. We have our ups, we have our downs, but we're able to make adjustments, and we're able to, what they call bounce back ability. We're able to have that bounce back ability. But the key thing, once you put that plan in place, is to stay focused. You need to follow one course until successful. Now, commandment number 4, I really, really love this. I want you to live like an investor. And what that means is investors are always on the go. They're always thinking, and they're always putting money aside. So that's what I want you to do, to always invest and think like an investor. Now, just a quick break. I want you all to pull your cell phones out. Okay? Everybody in the audience, you have a cell phone? Great. Now, I want you to text the word wealth. And when you text the word, you're going to send it to 805-719-7682. And what you're going to get a free book. Now, that free book, it's a gift just for me. And as I always say, it's free, and if it's free, it's for me. So text the word wealth to 805-719-7682, and you'll get your free gift. Commandment number 5, be courageous and take risk. Those that are wealthy, they are definitely risk takers. So if you expect to grow rich, and leave a legacy for your children, then you have to be a risk taker. Just like me, I just stumbled, but you got to be a risk taker. And commandment number 6, never get all your income from one source. That is so key, so key. You have to be able to spread your income so that it's not just coming from the job. You want to make sure, and I had a client, let me just share with you a story with one of my clients. They wanted to invest, and they wanted to start start saving for their home. But both of them had a job. They had no other sources of income, but they knew that they needed to have this extra money so that they can put it down for a down payment on a home. What they did, and I shared with them, and what they eventually did, one of them started a side business, and then eventually the other one started a side business, and they were able to grow and just build and save so that they had enough to put down a down payment for their home. Commandment number 7, Always use the rule of 72, and we'll talk about that a little more as we get into the program. Commandment number 8, increase your net worth versus your net income. And that will go a long way if you increase your net worth in comparison to your net income. The net income is just basically what you bring home, but the net worth are the assets that you accumulate and your portfolio. You want to make sure that you're increasing that. Oops. See, we all make mistakes. We can all get up here. Commandment number 9, always pay yourself first. We all have a paycheck. We all have some source of income. But when I say pay yourself first, that means allow money to go into your 401k. If you have a job, make sure that you're putting some money away into the 401k. If your job doesn't offer a 401k plan, make sure that you have something set up where money is going directly into direct deposit and it's going into a savings account so that you don't touch that money, because you know if you touch it, then you're going to spend it, okay? And then we have commandment number 10, wealth runs in circles. Now, I know you've all heard that story. We are like the 5 people that we hang around. So if you hang around broke people, guess what? You're going to be broke. If you hang around wealthy people, then you're going to start developing the patterns that they have. If they are a group of women that save, then you're going to develop those same habits. But like I said, we're like the 5 most people that we hang around with. Now, a circle equals continuity. And what does that mean? It means a circle of infinite. Circles are inclusive. Oops. Let me head on back. And what is a wealth circle? Let's talk about what a wealth circle is. And before we get into that, let me just share a little bit. I have a special invitation for each and every one of you that came out tonight. I want to introduce to you the Infinity Wealth Circles. Now, will this work? Sure it would. Absolutely. And let me just share with you how it works and just go over the next steps with you. First of all, it starts with joining the winning team. And you can do that, you know, for some of you who you want to just beat me to it and you don't have the patience, you can head on over to www.infinitywealthcircles.com. infinitywealthcircles.com. Now, I know some of you are wondering, oh, what's the investment? But that's not important. We'll talk about that as we move forward. Let's talk about what do you get. So, in the Infinity Wealth Circle, you get an array of things. So, the Infinity Wealth Circle includes, in module number 1, we're going to talk about your mindset. What does it take to get your mind in order? What does it take to wrap yourself around saving? What does it take to get your mind in order? That's module number 1. Module number 2, we're going to learn about how to create an effortless cash cushion. You know, you see the pillow? I love that. A cash cushion that's sound and something you can depend on. In module number 3, now some of you, I know you want to retire in style. Retirement is key, and I'm going to show you steps on what it takes to develop that 401k, to get that 403 in order, and to just retire in style. Module number 4, we're going to talk about unleashing your money. And then in module number 5, we're going to talk about estate planning, automating your estate planning. Number 6, now here's the secret. we're going to have some secret finance software in there. Now, I'm not sure what your secret finance may be. It could be QuickBooks, it could be some other software, but I'm going to be teaching you my secret financial software. And in number 7, we're going to talk about the powerful finance strategies for creative thinkers. Now, there's all types of creative thinkers, but I'm going to teach you 7 powerful strategies on what it takes to be a creative thinker. And in module number 8, we're going to talk about powerful investment strategies. Powerful strategies that you can put in place, not tomorrow, but now, today. In module number 9, we're going to be talking about automating your personal finances. Now, I know everyone has their own creative style of automation, but I'm going to teach you what it takes to automate finances with a zing. Module 10. I love this one because it's so sexy, and I'm going to be teaching you how to monetize your insurance. Yes, how to monetize your insurance is going to be in module number 10. Now, again, what does the Infinity of Wealth come with? It comes with our membership portal. It comes with a personalized CD. It comes with notes. It comes with your own handbook. But wait. Let's talk about the fast action bonuses. Okay, this one I really love because it includes a 1-day Infinity Circle Boot Camp. Now, what do you get at the boot camp? Of course you're going to get me. I will personally be there along with some of my special team members to teach you key aspects of saving. It's a 2-day boot camp, and I'll be teaching it. And those of you who cannot be there with me live, you'll have the opportunity to be there virtually. So I can't wait to get you to my 1-day Infinity Boot Camp. Next, oh my goodness, the Instant Wealth Growth. Now, this is a program exclusively, and it's valued at $506. What it contains lots of audio, lots of video, and lots of things that are exclusive to those of you that take advantage of my program, and you'll have the bonus opportunity. Oh, but wait. This opportunity is only available for the first 10 people that take advantage today, right now. And in addition, you'll get my private one-on-one coaching session. Now, the coaching sessions are valued at $497, and you'll get them exclusively with myself. Here is what you get. I want to give you a full recap of what you get. So, the Infinity Wealth Circle Summary. It starts out with the Infinity Wealth Circle program, and that's valued at $4,997. Then we have our Infinity Wealth Circle Bootcamp, and it's valued at $997. You'll also get, valued at $506, the Instant Wealth Growth Program. And then, of course, you'll have your private coaching session with me, and that's valued at $497. So that's a total package valued at $6,997. But for today, and today only for my first 10 people, I'm offering this as a special offer at $997. And what you can do, you can head over to www.infinitywealthcircle.com. Again, in www.infinitywealthcircle.com, and you can take advantage of the special offer. Now, hard way, or you could do it the easy way. The easy way is just going straight down the road and allowing me to help you get there in a much smoother, easier way. Because see, I've been down the hard road, and I want to show you how to take the easy road. Again, it's valued at $997, and what do you get? You get the membership portal, you get a free workbook, you get our CD, you get notes, and much, much more. It's valued at $997, and all you need to do is head over to www.infinitywealthcircles.com. Again, www.infinitywealthcircles.com. So, as I said, for all of your gifts and goodies packaged in one big box, head over to www.infinitywealthcircles.com. My final thoughts. I just thank each and every one of you for coming out, because I know I have what it takes to get you onto the road of success. As I said, you can go ahead and take it the hard way, or you can head down the easy road and let me and my team of financial wealth individuals help you get onto the road of success. I'm Cosette White, President and CEO of My Financial Home, and I thank you for allowing me to share my special tips with you today.
An author named Susie Kasim once said, "Doubt kills dreams more than failure ever will." And that's such a true statement. And that's something that I think about all the time. Your doubt has that type of ability to kill your dream. I'd like to first thank all of you for watching this video presentation on 3 ways to overcome self-doubt. And as a relationship coach, I can tell you, I come across many people that have an issue as it relates to self-doubt. So if you're watching this video presentation and you have that particular issue, understand, number one, you're not alone. As I mentioned, there are many people that struggle with this particular issue. Hey, for years, I had that issue of self-doubt. But number 2, what you have to understand is that things will get better. But you have to believe that. And one of the problems of believing that things will get better is a fear. This fear of the unknown, this of what was. And that's basically what it stems from. That doubt stems from fear. You fear that unknown. You don't know how things may be for you later on, or if you try out this relationship, or if you have to do something to take penalties. You're not sure if you will actually make it. You're not sure if you will become successful. This is where the fear stems from. But you have to believe with every fiber in your being that things will turn around for you. You have to believe with every fiber in your being that you will become successful. You have to believe with every fiber in your being that things will work out in your relationship. Forget what was. Forget what may be. You have to focus on now. And focus on now. And focus on now. You have to focus on making your life great as it possibly can. As great as it possibly can be. You have to focus on making it great. But you can't do that if you have this fear. And if you're stuck in fear, it's impossible for you to do the things that you want to do, or for you to become successful in or out of a relationship if you have a fear. And I notice as a relationship coach that people do come to me with fear, and their fear seems to be something that is repetitive. It's something that other people tend to mention what they fear about. They fear that they may get into a bad relationship. They may fear that the relationship may turn out to be something that's disastrous. It starts off good, but it ends up bad. This is what some people fear. what some people also fear is the fact that they may not be enough for a particular person. They may not be special enough. They don't feel special. They don't feel like they're worthy of providing or receiving love. They don't feel they're worthy enough. And another thing they have a fear of is the fear that they may not be as successful as others are in their relationships. And this fear consumes them. It stops them in their tracks when they should be the ones stopping fear in its tracks. But they allow the fear to bother them. They allow the fear to take control of their life. They allow the fear to take control over how they think. They allow the fear to take control over how they speak. Like they allow the fear to take control over their decisions. But as Michelle Obama once said, you can't make decisions based on fear and the possibility of things may not happen in the way you like it. In other words, you can't make the decisions based on fear and the possibility of what might happen. Because you may get into a relationship that turns out to be disastrous. You may get into a relationship that turns out to be a problem. You may get into a relationship that turns out to be not the right relationship for you. You may do something where you step out of your comfort zone and it turns out to be bad. That's always a possibility. It's always a possibility for you to do those things and then turn out to be not to your liking. But it's also a possibility that you can do those things and then turn out to be something that you are proud of. It turns out to be something that's successful. It turns out to be something you enjoy, something you like, something you can appreciate. It can turn out to be something that you can say, this has worked. But in order for that to happen, you have to release fear. You have to let it go. You have to say, I will not, I refuse to let these problems, I refuse to let these thoughts, these negative thoughts control my life. I need to do things differently. And step one of that process of doing things differently is refocusing your thoughts, utilizing positive affirmations. Now, if you could write this down, please, I'd like for you to, because it's very important. Refocus your thoughts by utilizing positive affirmations. You have to say that you're special. You have to say that you're worthy of love. You have to say that you appreciate all that you are. You have to say that you appreciate all that you receive. You have to say these things. You have to say it because your words have power. I mean, Henry Ford has a quote. And his quote is, basically, whether you think you can or you can't, either way, you're right. And I like to say, whether you say you can or you say you can't, either way, you're correct. And in both of those situations, both of those quotes, they're both right. And if you start to understand the power of your words and even the power of how you think, I guarantee you, you will start to think differently. You will start to speak differently. Your words have so much power. You have no idea how it can shape your future, how it can shape your present. What you say has the power to change your life. So it's important for you to speak positive. It's important for you to have positive affirmations, to speak positive in that manner. Because it's easy. It's easy for you to think negative. It's easy for you to say, well, things are not going to work out. It's easy for you to feel pessimistic. It's easy for you to think that way and then say, oh, well, see, I told you things are not going to work out because things didn't. It's easy for you to feel that way. But what if things do work out for you? This is something that you have to understand. You have to focus on thinking positive. You have to focus on speaking in a positive way to attract positive things to you. In order for you to attract love, you have to speak love. In order for you to attract more life, you have to speak life. If you speak negative, that's exactly what you'll attract. So it's important for you to speak in a positive way. It's important for you to speak positive words on a daily basis. And if you doubt, if you have doubt that things will turn around for you, if you have doubt that things will work out for you, that's exactly what it will be. But I want you to write this down also. I want you to put down this on a piece of paper. I want you to write down, don't let your doubt sprout. Don't let your doubts sprout. Because if you allow it to grow, and you allow it to grow, and you allow the doubt to grow, you will be at a point of no return. That doubt would be so huge, so big, that you would no longer be able to control it. You will allow it at that point to take over your life. It will control your mental well-being. It will control your psyche. So you have to stop doubt in its tracks. Once you see it coming up, once you see it appearing in your life, do not speak of doubt. Do not voice doubt. Do not voice your complaints. Do not voice it. Speak life. Speak positive. And this is what you'll attract. And that was number one. Number two, stop comparing your situation or your relationship to others. Stop comparing your situation or your relationship to others. I know you may be looking at or Jan or Mary's relationship or whoever you may know and say, well, they have a great relationship. They have a fantastic relationship. Why can't I? Why can't I have a great relationship? They have a wonderful love life. Why can't I have a wonderful love life? Why can't I attract the right person to me? Why can't I do this? Why can't I do that? That's the wrong way to look at it. You have the right words, but if you switch it around in a more positive way, what you would notice is that you would a little bit more differently. You will start to feel a bit more better about the situation. Instead of saying, well, they have a fantastic relationship, why can't I? Why can't I? I have what it takes right now to create a great relationship. And that's how you have to think. You have to think you have within you right now what it takes to create a great relationship. You have to believe that. You have to believe again with every fiber of your being that to be the case. You have to believe that you can create a great relationship. Forget about everyone else's relationship. It's about the relationship you have with yourself, and it's about the relationship with your partner. But yet people still have this thought like, well, their relationship is better than mine. So what? The only thing you should be comparing your relationship to is something in your mind of what could be better. Compare your relationship to what could be the best possible relationship for you. The best possible relationship in your mind, and start to think, okay, how can I make this relationship better? How can I make my love life better? What can I do to improve upon my love life to make things work, to make things special, to make things great? You have to start believing that. You have to start thinking that rather. And then you have to believe that to be the case. You have to believe that to be so. But yet, I know someone who told me that he has a great relationship. He has a wonderful relationship, but he feels that there's something missing. He feels as though this it's just something different. It's just something off. And he watched certain celebrities and he idolized certain celebrities such as Jay-Z. And he says, you know what? Jay-Z and Beyonce have a great relationship. I wish I could have a relationship as Jay-Z and Beyonce. Is it a bad thing that you don't have a relationship like Jay-Z and Beyonce? No. What Jay-Z and Beyonce have is fantastic. What Michelle Obama and Barack has is great. What other celebrity figures and people who are in the public eye has is great. But forget about their relationship. You're not in a relationship with Jay-Z or Beyonce. You're not in a relationship with Bob or Jan or Michael unless you're in a relationship with somebody who shares the same name. If you happen to be in a relationship with somebody named Bob or Jan or Mike. But other than that, you're in something totally different. You're in something that's unique to you. You're in a relationship that's special to you. Focus on making that relationship better. Focus on making that relationship something great. You have that ability to do so. And number 3, remove the feeling that you're just not good enough. Remove the feeling that you're just not good enough. Because you are more than capable of being a great partner. You're more than capable, you're more than capable of being a great friend. You're more than capable of being a great brother, of being a great sister, of being a great person overall. You're more than capable of being that type of individual. So focus on being the best that you can be. And be happy with it. Be proud of yourself. Acknowledge who you are. Acknowledge your positive attributes. Acknowledge the things that you love about yourself. Acknowledge it. You're more than capable of being the best that you can be. So focus on being the best that you can be and stop focusing on the negative things. Focus on the positive things. You have within you right now to create a great relationship. You are a special person. You are someone that's worthy of love. You're someone that deserves love. You're someone that should be able to attract the best to them, the best circumstances to them. But you have to believe that. You have to believe that to be the case. You have to believe that. It's up to you to believe that. And the last thing I want to say before I conclude my speech here is I know that self-doubt is a big thing, and I know that is a problem for quite a few of you. I know that it's difficult to think that things will get better when you're not sure how things will, when you're not sure if you're capable of making things better. I know it's difficult. But I want you all to understand this. You have the chance to make a decision today to release fear, to release doubt, to release uncertainty, to release what's stopping you from creating a great relationship. Take control of your life. Take control of fear. Take control of your love life. Say, I refuse to let fear stop me. I refuse to let doubt control me. See, I refuse to be a prisoner of my own thoughts. And if you're ready to make change, then I invite you to visit my website today. Go to www.danielamos.com and click on this green tab that's on the left upper hand side of your screen once you actually get to that home page. And it's going to be a little box with a green tab. You click on that and you'll be able to subscribe to my newsletters, my monthly newsletters, where you'll receive advice, relationship advice, relationship tips on how you can create a great relationship and overcome doubt. You'll receive advice and information on how you can overcome doubt. You'll receive affirmations. You'll receive quotes. You'll receive all that you need in that newsletter to help you break through a particular challenge. You'll receive a lot of information, a lot of content in that newsletter. So I invite you to go over to the website and click on at www.danielamos.com and click on that tab so you can receive the monthly newsletters and you can create a better relationship for yourself and for your partner. So don't let fear stop you. Don't let fear stop you from going over to that site right now. I mean, the newsletters are free. And you're receiving valuable information. So go over to www.danielamos.com and sign up for the newsletters. And again, don't let fear control you. Don't let fear and doubt consume you. You're a great person. You have all that you need within you right now. Everything that you need within you right now to become a success in or out of a relationship. Believe it. Trust it. And things will work out for you for the better. Thank you.
Housekeeping things I need to do, and they're so simple. We're going to take a deep breath because I need to take a deep breath. So I'm going to count to 1, 2, 3, and when I do that on 3, everybody take a deep breath. So 1, 2, 3. Breathe out, let it out. This is a moment in time where we really get to step into really what it is feeling like to be fabulous. So we're going to do another deep breath because I also need to do it one more time just for myself. On the count of 3, 1, 2, 3. Breathe in. Let it out, let it out. We're going to let out all the drama. We're going to let out all the preconceived notions of what the world puts on us as women. We're going to let it all out. We're going to let it out because this is your chance to step into a higher version of you. And so before we even get started with this, I want to just set the tone for that. So we are going to get ready, and we are going to be ready to start now. I am the fabulous Doris Birch, and you are the fabulous you, and we are going to have a fabulous moment. And let me be clear that even though this is a webinar, this is really what I call a diva chat. This is we having a conversation. We are talking to each other, and we are really just feeling free enough to really be honest with ourselves about what's really going on. And so the reason the name of this is called Don't Be Invisible, Be Fabulous, well, we're going to get into it. Don't be invisible, be fabulous. And the title is so important because we as women, we hide and we shrink and we diminish ourselves. But even before I get more into that, I want to be clear and set the intention for our conversation, just for our chat with each other, is that my intention is that you give yourself permission. Yes, you have to give yourself permission to be fabulous. You have to be willing to step into a higher version of who you've been created to be. Because if you don't give yourself permission, who's going to give it to you? And so we're going to set the intention right now, really clear in the beginning of this conversation, of this Diva Chat. We're going to set the intention that you are going to claim your own fabulousness, and that at the end of our conversation, quote unquote webinar, you are going to step into a higher version of who you are brought here to be and what you are capable of doing. I am also going to set an intention. I'm going to set an intention for myself because I have to give myself permission to be fabulous too. I have to give myself permission to let go, to evolve, to stretch, to be free in this moment, to be here, to be present here and not get in my own way so that you can get what you need to get from here, which is why I said at the beginning, you need to have your pencil and you need to have your paper because we don't know what nuggets are going to come out that you need to help transform your life and not allow you to show up and shine. So don't be visible. Be fabulous is really very, I mean, you know, I work with women all the time and I see this constantly. So this is why we're going to get into that. But I don't want to like tell you everything right now because I can just go with it. I just get in the zone. And so because I get in the zone, let me tell you, I have some incredible tech people here and my coaches are here and they're trying to keep me online and I could get offline and I just, you know, hey, I'm a woman. So we're just going to do my thing and I'm going to do it my way, so to speak. But I got this clicker here and I'm going to be clicking. So trust me, this is my first PowerPoint presentation in our conversation, in our quote unquote Diva Chat. And so bear with me if I click too fast or I don't know, whatever, but just join me in this conversation. Wow, this one's really important. Like, who is this for? Well, this is for you if you are overwhelmed. And when I mean overwhelmed, like I could be and have been before this moment. True overwhelming is happening here. I was like, oh my gosh, I got this clicker. I'm like, this presentation, I don't do this way. I just talk. I just love having conversations with women. I love getting very deep. I do deep coaching conversations. So if you are a woman who is overwhelmed and you are tired, you know you are here for so much more. You could be like me. I knew I was here for so much more for years. Every day I would get up and go to that corporate job that I had, stuck in a cubicle knowing I was here to do something more. You may be in that place of overwhelming and you just want to finally be doing what you want to be doing. Well, hey, this is for you. You are in the right place. Also, if you are frustrated, you're just ready to scream because you know you have these amazing talents and gifts inside of you and you're supposed to serve the world in such a big way. You have seen it. You have seen the vision that you were supposed to be doing some extraordinary, absolutely, utterly fabulous thing in the world. Then of course you're frustrated. Who wouldn't be frustrated? You know, hey, I know what that feels like. I've been there. Trust me. Also, you're exhausted. Now, this one, you know, this is only for those of you who may be like I have been, when I have been in a grind and I knew I wanted my business to go to a certain level, and I wake up that I'm so exhausted when I wake up because I was so exhausted when I went to bed that I still have my pajamas on. I still haven't brushed my teeth, but I'm steadily in the grind. I'm grinding and I'm grinding, trying to figure out how I can help and support you to be the biggest version and the highest version of who you've been created to be. And because I'm so passionate about changing women's lives, that I can get lost in my own drama and just be exhausted because I'm so ready for the next step. I'm so ready for the next level. So if that is you and you feel that exhaustion, if you had a day where you didn't have time to take a shower and you didn't have time to get your clothes on, and if you know, this is for you. Okay, I feel you. I know what that's like. So, okay, this one is big. This one is the woman who's totally unfulfilled and you're totally stressed because, well, all those reasons I mentioned before and then some. You know you have something to give. You have been playing very, very small. You have diminished who you are for the sake of someone else, not for yourself. You've diminished yourself because you are afraid of what someone else is going to think. And so you stay in unfulfillment and you stay stressed out because you're trying to do something for someone else. You're trying to live someone else's dream. So this is for you too. You overachievers, you high functioning, high achieving women, no matter how much you do, it's never enough. This is for you too, because you know you have accomplished so much in life and you know there is something else. You know there is that next level. It's that impossible goal. It's that goal you know you want to do, but you're stuck in the how. How. So this is for you too. We're going to take care of you as well. And for the woman who's afraid of being seen as a fake or a fraud. This is so prevalent among women. We are like, I don't know what it is about us that we always want to be like, if I haven't achieved something at a certain level, but I can help people fix it, but it needs to be fixed in my life already, that I would be a fake or a fraud. But here, I'm here to tell you that is absolutely not true, that you have something to offer the world, then you need to step into it and you need to just do it. So we're going to release ourselves from this fakeness and this fraudness, and we're going to step into what? We're going to be fabulous, and so we're going to do that. And as women, we are natural caregivers. It is a part of our DNA that we put other people first. But we're going to decide today that we're no longer going to put ourselves last, and we're no longer going to feel that resentfulness because we put ourselves last and we put other people first. You can put yourself first. Hey, I just flew into town, and what is the thing they always tell you to do? I pay attention because I'm never not going to pay attention to the flight attendants, because in the case of an accident, I want to be ready. And so they tell you, put the oxygen mask on you first, then your child, if you have a small child. So you got to put on things first. You got to take care of you first. And so you don't have that resentful feeling because you didn't, because you put yourself last. Intentionally, when you put yourself last, you're making a decision that I'm going to be last, that what I want doesn't matter, and that everybody else's desires and needs are before mine. So here we are today. We're going to take care of you. If you're that woman and you are sick and tired of putting yourself last and you are totally in resentment mode. So this is for you. And this is one, I lived in this zone, this one right here. I lived here for about 8 years. Fear doing what you really want to do. If you are fearing doing what you really want to do, this is for you. Trust me. And who am I? Okay, well, mentioned earlier, I'm the fabulous Doris Birch, and I'm going to share with you some amazing tips along the way. So if you are still with me and you're still ready to take notes, here comes note-taking time. We're getting ready to get into it, but I'm going to tell you this next thing, this next slide you're going to see. This is my son, Trey. That was a picture of him a few years ago when he went fishing with his daddy, and he was so excited about catching that fish. And he is one of the reasons why I had to get through all those other slides, the overwhelmed, the frustrated, fear of doing this. I mean, he's my reason. He became my reason to persevere and get, so I could help you. So I can help you be fabulous and not be invisible. Some of the things that I love to do, my biggest passion, I came out my mom's womb apparently loving fashion and beauty. And so that's my secret passion. And this reason I really also do what I do is that I have a huge, big desire. One of my big desires is that I want my own fashion line. And so I'm huge into fashion design. And so because of that, because I grew up modeling and dancing, some of you are going to see some of that entwined in my presentation. So this next slide, you're going to absolutely love. Feel the energy of it, because the energy of this next slide is what being fabulous is about, is stepping into your power in a way you never have. So check this out. Now I know that was just a little bit of it, but it's going to make sense in just a little bit as soon as we go a little ahead of these. This is one of my favorite quotes from Coco Chanel. Coco Chanel, amazing, legendary designer, a woman before her time, a style icon. Coco Chanel, she said a girl should be two things, classy and fabulous. And that is where I really believe is so true, because Coco Chanel created things that have changed, that are still present in the world we live in now. She created the little black dress, and she created her signature Chanel suit. And so those are things that her icons, her desire for women to be fabulous and be extraordinary and to be classy. So I love Coco Chanel. So we're going to be classy and we're going to be fabulous. Okay? My big why. Simple freedom. Freedom to be who I want to be. Freedom to do this entrepreneurial journey on my own terms, the way I want to do it, not copycatting, not being like nobody else, just being me and being fabulous. And the freedom to control my destiny and to assist other women to step into their freedom. So look at this slide. You feel the woman with your arms wide open, looking at the ocean. You can just feel the power of freedom. And that is what you're going to be able to do when you decide to really own who you are and to be fabulous and to step into that. Okay? Got it? Freedom. I love freedom. 7 secrets to being fabulous. Are you ready? Are you ready? Do you have your pencil and do you have your paper? Because we're getting ready to get into it. Okay, this is my favorite one. Key number 1, heels, heels, heels. I am a woman who loves heels. I almost about fall over if I wear some flats, but I love heels. So heels change how you walk. Remember, we saw the little video earlier, the models walking. Heels give you a presence. They allow you to command your space. They allow you to own and change how you present yourself when you step out your house and go into a room. Heels change everything about how you stand, about how you walk, about how people see you and perceive you. And hey, I love shoes. So heels, heels, heels. Walk with that supermodel strut. We saw that video earlier, and those models have a supermodel strut. That's the thing about when you walking with a supermodel strut, you have presence, you have power, you own your space. You walk with a radiance, you have confidence, pride,
And we're women. Why not tap into our femininity and always add our touch of sexiness? What else should we do? I mean, use it. We got it. It's powerful. It allows you to control your destiny in ways you have no idea when you are really being visible and you are being fabulous. So have a walk that is very powerful. A walk that says, I'm here, so bring it. Don't you just love the jewelry? I love jewelry. It's pretty. Bam. Look at that. Presence, power. That is women cultivating a sense of entitlement. I'm here. I'm showing up in the world. I don't care what you think about me. I'm just going to do my thing and I'm going to do it my way. That is what this is about. Giving yourself to be bigger than life. Giving yourself an opportunity to claim your desires. Giving yourself to live the life you deserve and live it fabulously. No apologies, no explanation for doing it. You just are and you're just going to be it. You are saying, I am here and I am bigger than life and I'm going to do this thing. That's what it's about. You also, for key number 3, this is huge because we've grown up with a world telling us to compare ourselves to other people. We see magazines that have false perceptions of what women really look like. They photo edit them out and they make women look completely flawless, and we get to this point that we think we're supposed to compare ourselves to another woman because she's doing something different than I'm doing it and she's way farther ahead than I do. We can get all caught up in that. And so my key to number 3 is never compare yourself to others, because one of the great lessons my mom taught me, and I think it serves me well, and I remember it even all these years later, is that she said there will always be someone who is going to do something better than you. So you do your thing your way and the way you want to do it, and don't worry about what someone else is doing, because we may think that another woman's got something that we don't have, but she doesn't. We don't know what her walk was to get to where she is, so we don't want to compare ourselves to anyone. We just want to stay in our own lane, do our own walk, our own way, and then we get to have the life that we want. So never compare yourself to anyone. Tip key number 3, that's vital. Oh my, have you ever been there? Don't try to change yourself to fit into the stifling status quo. Oh, well, this one is very important to me, because I remember years and years and years and years and years of trying to fit in a box. I was in the corporate box. Some of you may relate. You've been in the corporate box. You just, you don't know what to do and you're just stuck. You're stuck in a cubicle, yet you know you're here for so much more and you want to do so much more. And you are afraid, because the thing about being in the stifling status quo, it can look really glamorous. It can look like you got it all going on. It can look like success. But here's my thing. It's not really successful and it's not really glamorous if it's not where you want to be. If it's not what you want to be doing. You know, my corporate job had a great corporate job. You know, it paid me a great salary. Yet I wasn't happy. I was unfulfilled. I was not satisfied. And I pretended that I was happy, and I pretended that, you know, I was okay with it, but it was a stifling status quo. So don't try to change yourself to fit into a stifling status quo, because if you're here to do something bigger in the world, if you're here to be very visible, and if you're here to be fabulous, then you can't get caught up in a little box. So, next key, I don't know. Know your value, because when you really know your value, you will break free. You will know that you have something to contribute to the world. You will do your thing. You will do it no matter what anyone else thinks of you, because it doesn't matter, because you know your value. And this comes in very handy, especially for us women on the entrepreneurial journey, in knowing your worth and what you charge for your prices. Knowing your value, you've got to know your value. Have a high standard, because when you have a high standard, this is the thing. This is one of the big things I always say. I will not accept anything from anyone else that I don't accept from myself. So I hold myself at a high standard, which means I would hold you at a high standard, because that way you are playing life full out, because you are showing up very powerfully and you are holding yourself to that level, and you won't tolerate anything less than. One thing is, women, we constantly are tolerating things we don't want to be tolerating. And so this is a day to stop tolerating anything less than. That less than, that living, what is it? God, I can't even think of it. It was a quote. Okay, maybe it'll come back to me. I don't remember. Something about accepting, settling. Settling. If you settle for less than you want, you get less than you settle for. That's kind of really powerful. If you settle for less than you want, you get less than you settled for. Kind of powerful. So have a high standard. Key number 4, choose your company wisely. Well, this was, I remember years ago hearing the late Jim Rohn say, you are the average of the 5 people you hang around. So you want to really choose your company wisely. You want to be in a circle of people who are really like-minded. And that word like-minded, what does that mean? People who think like you think. Actually, people who think bigger than you think, because you don't want to be the only one in the room with the biggest thoughts. That's kind of scary. You need to be in a room with people who think bigger than you, who stretch you, who expand you. I mean, you have no idea how my mind has been blown on what people have vision for me, that I even kind of chuckle and think, wow, I didn't even think that for myself. But I call myself a really big thinker. And so choose your company wisely. You want to have people in your space that stretch you and expand you to be all you want to be. Hey, what are we here to be? Fabulous, fabulous. Because the brighter a woman shines, the bolder she stands, and the more fabulous she looks. That is what you want. You want to shine bright. You want to be bold. You want to be fabulous. Trust me, it will take you places you have no idea, because people see you. And actually, my tech people, my guys, got this slide wrong. This slide is actually supposed to say something about people hating you, because when you shine bright, the bolder you stand, the more fabulous you look, people will hate you. You'll have haters. Haters come with the territory. I hate to tell you that. There will be people that don't like you. But this is the thing. It's never about you. It's not about you. It's always about them. So understand and don't take it personal because someone hates you or they say something bad about you or whatever. We don't care. The thing is, they're really saying it about themselves, because it can't be about you. It absolutely can't be about you, because why not? You're fabulous. You're fabulous, because this is a favorite affirmation to say. I am far too fabulous and shiny for that to affect me. You're here to shine bright in the world. You're here to be fabulous. It doesn't matter what anyone else thinks of you. Do your thing. Stay in your own lane. Change people's lives. Make a difference. That's what we're here for. Oh, this is exciting. I have a gift for you for staying with me this long. I have a gift for you. This is a guide to the new fabulous you. And to claim your gift, you are going to text me. You're going to text the word fabulous. Now, what word are you going to text? Fabulous. Okay, again, it's text fabulous, and you're going to text 708-794-0995. You're going to claim this amazing gift I'm giving you, a guide to a new fabulous you. And you're going to text the word fabulous to 708-794-0995. That is my free gift for you for hanging in there with me this long. But we got more, so don't go away. Key number 5, be fearless about projecting yourself in the world. The thing is, we could get, okay, fear. Fear holds women back. It holds women back. So you have to be fearless about projecting yourself in the world, because if you allow the fear to stand in the way, you don't get the impact, the lives you're supposed to impact. And years ago, I heard someone tell that to me. It's like, by me being afraid, by me holding myself back, by me getting in my own way, I was going to prevent you from experiencing me. So because I got out of my own way, I'm now asking you to get out on your own way, because there are people's lives that you're supposed to impact. They are waiting for you. They are just crying for you. Someone is in a place, like earlier in the slide, someone else is overwhelmed. Someone else is frustrated because they're waiting for you, what your gift is in the world, to change their lives. So be fearless about projecting yourself in the world, because the world is waiting for you. Be different, be daring. One of the things you have to do is be different, be daring. You do not want to be a cookie cutter. You know, have you been in those neighborhoods where every house looks just alike? It's those cookie cutter houses. Nothing different about them. Surely they're not daring. So this is your opportunity to be different, to be daring. We love different people. We love people who are daring. We love it. We love it. We love it. We love it. We might as well be honest with ourselves. We love it. And so why not you? Why not you step into your fabulous, fearless, freedom self and be different and be daring? Direct your own destiny. You have the power. The power is within you to change your destiny. Enjoy the power of self-definition. Don't fear it. It goes back to what I said earlier, that when you own who you are and you don't apologize for it, you are enjoying exactly who you are. And whoever you decide to be, you get the choice every day to create yourself. You can change whatever it is you want to change and show up that way in the world. So you don't have to be fearful of your own self-definition of the power of being you. You just step into being fabulous and everything else takes care of itself. Ta-da! I love this one. This picture is kind of bold. It's like adorn yourself, express yourself, get your shine on. She is just like in her own world. She is being different. She is being daring. She's doing her thing. Thumbs up. Yep, thumbs up. We are brands. Key number 6, no matter what you're doing, no matter what you want to do in the world, you have to remember you yourself, you are a brand. So develop your brand. It will get you noticed. It will keep you remembered. You want a brand that makes sure people see you, that people pay attention to you, that you own your whole space, and you just own the brand of you, and it will get you noticed when you be different and you be daring. And this picture speaks volumes about that. It says, here I am, pay attention to me. When you see this woman, if you saw this woman walking down the street or coming into a restaurant, you would do a double take. I don't care if you think you won't, you would look at her from head to toe, toe to head. You would feel her essence, you would feel her power, and you would feel that she is not playing. She is like, I am here, I am here, I am here. Pay attention. I got something to say. Well, you know, I mentioned earlier that I'm into fashion designing and I love clothes. So of course this slide would be here. So for those of you who want to pretend like you don't like clothes, let's just stop pretending. You know you secretly love clothes, so deal with it. Amazing clothes. They absolutely make you feel hot. They make you feel confident. You're on fire. You claim and own the room. You can feel like $1 billion in the right outfit. The right outfit will change your day. It will change your life. It will actually have other people looking at you, the right outfit. So amazing clothes. If you are that woman, or, you know, hey, I own those things about me. I love clothes. I love shoes. I don't make any apologies about it. Trust me. So I'm giving you permission, if you have not given it to yourself, to have some amazing clothes. Buy something that just totally lights you up. It will change how you do everything. Uh-oh, I did it. I told you this may happen. This clicker. Key number 7. One of the biggest things that I truly believe is that we should be benevolent. And so living large also requires giving large. You don't get to just live large and not give back. And so we want to give back. We want to make a difference in the lives of other people. We want to support causes that are very important to us. And the only way that we as women can support causes that are important to us is that we have to live a very large life, and we have to be willing to create wealth. And when you create great wealth, you give away great wealth. And so living large means giving large and being benevolent. So you want to give back to others. You want to be of service. You want to be of service. Everything I do is being of service. I am taking this time right now to be in service to you, to help you get over any visibility issues you may have so that you can step into being fabulous, that you can step into living the life you desire, the true life, the life you deserve, the life that really was your birthright. It's your birthright. So be of service. Someone else out there needs you. And because of that ideal of giving back, I have 4 bonus ideals for you. Let's see what they are. Strategies to loving yourself and being classy. Here they come. Check it out. Strategy number 1. Don't you just love him? Isn't he adorable? The beauty of a little kid. I love this slide because it strives to improve yourself. If any of you have children or been around children, they constantly strive to improve themselves. They just keep going. They get up. If they fall down, they get back up. And the thing of beauty about little kids that they teach us is that they don't seek anybody's approval. They kind of like command their space in their world. It's only when we get older that somehow society has us diminish that quality about ourselves, but we always need to strive to improve ourselves, to be a better you. Know your stuff. Strategy number 2 is to know your stuff. This is really important. It really doesn't matter how you do it or anything. You know, like me, this is my very first PowerPoint presentation. You know, I know my stuff, but I do it in a different way that hasn't required me to up level into this new dimension that I'm in. And so I am being stretched. I'm improving myself, but I have to know my stuff. I have to know how I can be able to be assistance to you, to help you stop being invisible. What am I saying? Don't be visible. Oh, what is it? I don't remember. For you to no longer be visible and to be fabulous. I know what I'm talking about. It might not look like it, but I do. Trust me. I can help you. I know my stuff. Know your stuff. Expand your vocabulary. And this is what I want you to not say. Don't say you can't do it anymore. Simply, women are constantly saying what they can't do. Okay, this is what women say. I can't do it. I can't afford it. I would love to, but expand your vocabulary. Say, I can do it. Get into the possibilities of how you can afford it. Get into the possibilities of, I would love to, and I'm going to figure it out. I'm going to do this thing. We live in a world that can be and. It doesn't have to be this or that. Let it stand for the and. Stand for the and. I want this, and I want that, and I want this. You can have it all. You can actually have it all. Trust me. I know you don't believe me on that, but you'll find out. You can have it all. Strategy number 4, stay healthy. We have to be healthy in order for us to do this amazing work and to make a difference in people's lives. These vessels that we have been given to take us to the next places that we're supposed to go, they need to be healthy. We need to really take a conscious effort of having a very healthy body. And a healthy mind, and it will allow us to endure things on a much longer basis because our bodies will be equipped to take us where we need to go. So stay healthy. Do whatever you have to do to stay healthy. And let me tell you, this comes from someone who, I don't really like to exercise, but I do because I have to, because if you're getting older, things start to change and shift and you don't like it. And the only way for me to control it is to do some exercise and keep this body healthy. I also have to try to watch things I eat and not overdo it. So I'm on this bandwagon. There was once upon a time where, the things I did, didn't show up so much. But now that I get older, I realized, that you really do want a healthy body. You want a healthy vessel. You want it to be able to take you to what you want it to do. And so I don't really want to sound like I really joke about that because I'm very serious about it because, we only get one life. We only get one life. Even though so many of us act like this is a dress rehearsal, it is not. It's not a dress rehearsal. This is the real deal. This is the life. So be healthy. Trust me, you don't want to not be healthy because there's people who aren't healthy. They don't get to do what they want to do. So stay healthy. Strategy number 5, believe. Believe. This probably should have really been strategy number 1, 2, 3, 4 as well, but it's believe. Understand that no matter what you want to do, you first have to believe it. You have to believe it because if you believe it, then the rest of us will believe it. If you believe you're fabulous, everyone else will believe you're fabulous because you are. It's the truth. I believe I'm fabulous and I believe you're fabulous. So believe in yourself. Believe in whatever it is you want to do. Because you are a gift to the world. You are a gift to the world. You can stand up on the mountaintop and you can hold your arms out right and you can claim your powerful giftness of you and give it to the world. You are absolutely freaking fabulously amazing. You are amazing. You are amazing. You are amazing. Say it to yourself. Say, I am amazing. Own your amazingness. Own it because you are the one. This world is we really don't live in a really hard world. We've just made it hard. It's very simple. If you just decide that you are going to be freaking amazing, if you just decide that you're going to be fabulous, if you're just going to decide that you're going to be a gift to the world, that's what happens. Everything will start to work in your favor. Everything you do will start to work for you. Opportunities will come to you because you have owned yourself in such a way that a lot of people don't do. So, you are amazing. Trust me. Believe it because you are.
True desire in the heart for anything good is God's proof to you, sent beforehand to indicate that it's yours already. So the desire you have, that itch that you have to be whatever it is you want to be, in front of the camera, on the stage, behind the stage, that itch, that desire for good is God's proof to you, sent already to indicate that it's yours. You already have it. Claim it. Understand this. Understand this also. You have these dreams, and as Kenny said, dreams without goals remain dreams, just dreams, and ultimately fuel disappointment. Dreams without goals, yearly goals, life goals, daily goals, monthly goals, hourly goals, minute by minute goals. Dreams without goals are just dreams, and they ultimately fuel disappointment. Goals on the road to achievement cannot be achieved without discipline and consistency. You understand? Between goals and achievement are discipline and consistency. I pray that you all put your shoes way under the bed that night so that you got to get on your knees in the morning to find it. And while you're down there, thank God for grace and mercy and understanding. We all fall short of the glory. We all got plenty. If you just start thinking of all the things you got to say thank you for, that's a day.
Come on.
That's easily a day. Right? So you have all been given these gifts. We have a little boy in our show we're doing Raising in the Sun. And we have a circle, we pray every day. And his prayer, this boy is prayed up. He just prays that we go out and touch someone tonight. He says, God, somebody out there needs us tonight. And we all have that unique gift to go out and touch people, to affect people. Understand that gift, protect that gift, appreciate that gift, utilize that gift. Don't abuse that gift, treasure it. You have it. You already have it. And finally, I'll say this. You'll never see a U-Haul behind a hearse. I'll say it again. You'll never see a U-Haul behind a hearse. Now, I've been blessed to make hundreds of millions of dollars in my life. I can't take it with me. And neither can you. So it's not how much you have. It's what you do with what you have. And we all have different gifts. Some money, some love, some patience, some the ability to touch people. But we all have it. Use it. Share it. That's what counts. Not what you're driving, not what you're flying in, not what kind of house you bought your mama, but buy your mama a house. But understand that we are all in this fraternity together. I'm just one of y'all. I'm just another actor up here on stage. We all started in the same way.
Okay, let's first just catch our breath. That was Denzel. You know how we are women. Let's catch a breath. We got that Denzel swag going on. So Denzel said some powerful things, but here's the deal. I want to remind you, what do I want to remind you? You are fabulous. You are fabulous. You have that swag, that attitude about yourself. You claim your fabulousness. You are fabulous. And now I want to introduce you to, I love it, the Fab Factor Academy. Oh my goodness, the Fab Factor Academy. Will this work? Well, I think it will. Actually, in fact, I know it will. Absolutely, it will. So what are the next steps? Let's see. Join the winning team. Go to fabfactoracademy.com, www.fabfactoracademy.com, and where do we go again? fabfactoracademy.com. Is there an investment? Yes, of course there is. What will you get? Well, let's see. Fab Factor Academy includes a membership site. It includes a CD. It includes a tablet, notebook. It includes a workbook. It includes all kinds of things, apps and things for your mobile things. It includes the Fabulous Life Mastery Series. Yes. Has Module 1 is Everything is Energy. Because everything is energy. See the umbrella, see her holding it out. Who you're being, that's all a part of the energy. The energy of a prosperity mindset. Learning, Module 2, learning to release versus choosing. We have to get into a space that we release things and we can choose. We have a choice. Module 3 is the rock star energy of affirmation. You are your own rock star. You stay in the energy of claiming that stardom. Module 4 is one of the things on the journey is we learning to master difficult people and situations before they happen. Module 5, give yourself the gift of forgiveness. Now, this one is huge because we as women, we have to forgive ourselves. We have to forgive ourselves for settling, for doing things we didn't really want to do, for saying no when we wanted to say yes, for saying yes when we said no. We have to give ourselves permission to forgive ourselves for being a smaller version than who we've been created for diminishing ourselves. This one is a huge module. This one changes the game. Module 6 is Fabulous Communication Series. You know we're women. We love to connect. We connect really well. So this is Module 6. We got to learn how to communicate in a way that is very powerful and empowering for women, for we as women, because we have so much power within ourselves. So we want to communicate that out and how we get that out into the world. That's Module 6. Module 7, Time Management. Okay. This is a big one because we always think that we are managing time. We don't manage time. What we need to do as women is we need to focus on what are the things we want to do, and we can only concentrate on one thing at a time. So let's have our 6 most important things list, but we're doing one thing at a time and getting that done. That is how we get to quote unquote time management. Module 8 is goal setting. Set those goals. Module 9 is goal achieving, because the goals that we set, we actually want to achieve them. We do. We want to achieve them. That makes the difference. And achieving them requires, this is the big one, action. We got to take action. We got to get out of fear, because setting the goal is one thing, but achieving it is a whole nother game. So you want to be able to achieve your goal. You want to be able to make a difference. You want to get the result. Module 10, this is the big one, and this is why I say this one for last, is that your relationship with money. We as women need to get control of the limiting beliefs we have around money, that we don't have enough, that we can't get enough, that there's not enough money available for us. We're going to change how we deal with our personal relationship with money so that we can have some money. And so this one is a huge module, and it's lasts for a reason, because all those other things tie into money. The Fab Factor Academy value is under $5,000. You get the membership portal, you get the CDs and the workbook and the handouts and the pamphlets. But wait, there is a fast action bonus for those of you who want to take action now, who don't want to wait, who realize what the importance of going with this now. You get, for a fast action bonus, you get a one-day Fab Factor boot camp with me at a value of $997. You get Jumpstart Your Life program. That value is $506. And this is for the first 10 people. So the first 10 people do the fast action bonus, and that is what you get. You also get 30 minutes private one-on-one coaching time with me. For 30 minutes, we're going to talk about whatever you need. It has a value of $497. And here's what else you will get. The Fab Factor Academy summary is the Fabulous Life Mastery Series at a value of under $5,000. The one-day Fab Factor Boot Camp, value under $1,000. Coaching session, the 30-minute one-on-one private coaching session with me, the Jumpstart Your Life program, all this for a total value of less than $7,000. And for the first 10 people, my special offer is $997, the first 10 people, at fabfactoracademy.com. Special offer, $997, first 10 people, go to fabfactoracademy.com. There's the hard way, and there's the easy way. The whole package for the Fab Factor Academy, value for today is $997. You get all of that at fabfactoracademy.com. Fabfactoracademy.com. I'm going to say it 2 more times just so you are clear. You're going to the Fab Factor, not the, but fabfactoracademy.com, fabfactoracademy.com. And my final thoughts. Wow, thank you for being here with me, for having this conversation with me, for us having a diva chat, for us getting connected on you not being invisible and you stepping into you being fabulous. This is for you. This is for you if you're feeling it. If you feel that in your gut, if you know you are meant for more, if you know you are here to make a contribution to life in a much bigger way, if you are so ready and you know you're ready, this is for you. I would love to work with you. I am here for you. I believe in you. I know it is possible for you to step into the fabulous life. And I am so honored and so humble with you spending this time with me. I know your time is valuable and I appreciate it. Thank you so much from the bottom of my heart. Bye.
Welcome everybody, come on in, have a seat. And for those of you that are at home, hey, take a seat in your living room, your dining room, wherever you are. This is going to be a great time. Go ahead, take time, get a glass of water, grab any seats that you see around you. Make sure that you have a pen and paper to get ready to write some notes, some things to go through your life changes. And then the best thing of all, get ready to have fun. We are going to have a great time together with the steps, not just any steps, but 7 steps to living your life on purpose. Yes, dreams come true. You know, I think we're ready to get started. So welcome again to the 7 steps to living your life on purpose. My name is Dr. Felicia Shaw. So again, I want you to make sure you have that pen and paper handy to take some notes. Get ready to have a good time and have your favorite beverage. Mine is tea. You have whatever refreshes you. And I plan on coming on full so that you can live in your overflow. So let's get started. Now, who is this for? Who is this truly for? Well, I believe it's for everyone because we were all created for a purpose, a reason of why we are here. This is for parents that are empty nesters. You've put your life into your children and we're thinking about, well, what's next now that they're adults? This is for those folks that are going through a major life transition. You know, as a matter of fact, I was staying in a hotel the other night, and at 2 o'clock in the morning, and at 3 o'clock in the morning, and at 4 o'clock in the morning, I heard the baby crying, and I saw a guy that came out into the hallway, and he was quite red. So, you know, they had a new baby. That's a major life change when you bring a new child into your family. Maybe that life change is that you may have lost a loved one. Maybe that life changes, hey, I just graduated, what do I do? So we all have different life changes, but this would be for you. Who else is this for? You feel stagnant, like I'm not moving forward. What's next? This is for you if you're a person trying to juggle and you still don't feel fulfilled. It's kind of a quote that I've always heard, and I'm going to Felicia-rize it if that's okay. Where you're rocking in a rocking chair, you're taking a lot of action, but you're not moving anywhere fast. Yes, I did tell you that it's Felicia-rized, but just having all those balls in the air, and yet you feel unfulfilled. This is for that person that's struggling to get to your destiny. And just like I said before, we were all created for a purpose, something higher. So if you're in that struggle, definitely for you. Or if you know somebody in that struggle, hey, text them and tell them to join us too. So with all that in mind, are you ready to find your purpose, your passion, what drives you and gets you excited? I think you are. I think it's your time. So a lot of times we're in a valley. We all have to go through a valley. That's the places where we learn, where we get our bounce back muscles. But the great thing is that you don't stay there long. You're going to that mountaintop. So let's do that together. Let's remove distractions. We have a lot of things that happen. Some things are purposeful distractions. Some things aren't. Some things we're not aware of. But there are distractions that keep us from reaching our purpose. Are you tired of being sick and tired of being sick and tired? Then it's time to move forward. So this is a circle. A circle means that it never breaks. A circle means that it can expand, but we're together. I'm here with you, you're here with me, so we're creating a great circle. A circle of purpose. Purpose is what your passion is. Purpose is where you're going. Purpose is what you do, what comes naturally to you that can help so many other people. And we're going to talk more about that a little bit later. Why does living on purpose matter? What difference does it make? Well, if you don't live in your purpose, you live without clarity in your life. It's hard to make those decisions. You're unsure. You want that peace of mind, and when you walk in your purpose, it's so refreshing, and it's so healing, and it helps so many others, especially you. Now, you may be saying, who is this person telling me about all these things? I'm happy to say that I am Dr. Felicia Shaw. I'm originally from Detroit, Michigan, so hi to all my Michigan folks. But I do live in Illinois right now, so on the other side, hi to everybody in Illinois. And I did not start off this way. I struggled in a lot of different things. I went to get my degree at Western Michigan University. Unfortunately, I went through some things of, I'll even share this. If you all okay, if I can share my story? Okay, great. So I started off wanting to be an accountant because that's all I saw as success growing up. Oh, to be an accountant. I waited to my 3rd year in college to find out I don't like numbers. That drains me. So what did I do? I changed my major, had some other things that shifted in my life, but that wasn't necessarily walking in my purpose. That was what somebody else chose for me, what I saw others saying. And so it's so much more than that. So who is Felicia Shaw now? Balance expert, radio show host, author, doing a lot of things that people told me that I couldn't do, doing things that I was afraid to do, but I walked out with my knees knocking and my teeth chattering, and it has been so great, but great because I've been able to help and change other people's lives. So great that I'm not showing it to you today, that as I began walking into who I was created to be, it actually changed my walk. And I get teased about my walk, but it's a walk of confidence because I know who I am, who I was created to be, and that I've been able to help so many others. And by doing that, that has been a great joy to see people exceed their expectations, to see people go beyond what they thought was ever possible, and to realize it and do it with these steps. It's been amazing, and I want others to have that too. So one of the things that I have to say is I do a lot. I work a corporate job, which pays the bills and funds my dreams to be able to do this. And I also have a lot of community efforts, but one of the biggest things that's important to me is my family. They help me to continue to grow, to continue to blossom, and to be able to touch others. And so my family is important to me. There may be other things that's important to you, so not to say that, but I do want to give a kudos out to my awesome family in every way. My chocolate chip cookie of my eye, Maurice, yeah, that's my honey bunny. My wonderful niece, Jonelle, and my son, Aaron, thank you and love you. But it's not about them or me. As shared before, I work a corporate job, and my corporate experience taught me about having a network, having a constant circle around you, those champions, those advocates, those accountability partners. It was so powerful that I carried it forward. I've been at my corporate job for over 20 years, and it's been great. What's been great about it is that some people understood what I was doing and asked me to fill these other roles that align with it. You have so many people around you that will champion those efforts, that will be with you in that circle. So it's important to have that around you. Some lessons that I learned from my mentors. The first book that I did, I had the opportunity to do it with Lisa Nichols, and she's been on The Secret. She was been on Larry King, Oprah, some other things. You might have seen her recently on Steve Harvey or a lot of different magazines. So this isn't about Lisa, but I wanted you to understand her background and that I had the chance, not even the chance, I still have that, being one of her mentees. And one of the things that she taught me is don't think small. Don't get to a point that you try to dim your light to make other people comfortable around you. She said, you better give them some shade. So that's what I'm telling you. You walk into your purpose. It was huge for me. 2 people can't be pregnant with the same baby. So let me pause right here. Running half marathons taught me. So when I turned 45 years old, yes, I'm willing to admit it, and I still feel I look good. Well, you know, that's what matters. So, but I said when I have a half birthday, I want to do something special. So half birthday, half marathon, right? So I ran my first and last half marathon, but it's important to go after those life dreams and say, this is something that I can achieve and do. And I also had a cause, a why. I wanted to bring awareness around breast cancer, something that's important to me and my family. And so it encouraged me to continue doing it, but also pushing my body to say, you can do those things. You can help others. You can accomplish your dreams. You can bring others around you. My girlfriend from New Mexico came in to do it with me. And to have that fulfillment and to cross that line is something that will be with me forever. So it was an awesome lesson that I carry forward in other things to say, you can accomplish those things and those dreams. So make your life goals and dreams for yourself. So the one secret I wish I knew when I started on this journey is that you will have fears. You will have fears. You will be afraid to do new things. I'm on a camera. This is not something that's natural for me or many people. People have fear of speaking. I naturally talk. Did I tell you my mom used to say, sorry mom, I'm going to tell it. She used to say when I was little, mouth almighty, tongue everlasting, but who knew it was a gift? Who knew? And that first time that I had to speak in front of people or executives, it was scary. I wondered if what would they think about me, but it was okay. I had things of value. I believed in what I was doing, and so it's okay to have fears. You will have them, but it's important to move beyond your fears. So great lesson. It has served me very well, very, very well. And my big why. Why do I do these things? I shared a little bit about it earlier, and I have to share about it now. And that is, I got to my 30s before I began to love me. I didn't even realize that I didn't. And when it was brought to my attention that I didn't, so as an example, I had gotten up to a point that I was a size 16, and yet I lost significant weight down to a size 8, but I was still wearing the same clothes. I didn't even dress like I cared. I took care of everybody else and everything else and not for me. So when it was brought to my attention from somebody in my circle, I made some changes. I made a lot of changes about self-care and how to help myself. And once I did that, I could help others. I went through severe bullying when I was younger, and that was a reason of why I didn't care when I was younger. And so I don't want other people to go through that. I don't want you to ever believe that you can't do something or what people tell you who you're not and to feel small. You are enough. I am enough to do the things that I do. You are enough to accomplish your dreams and do great things. And when we do this together, let me tell you, I think I'm more excited than you are. It brings me a personal joy. So what are the 5 keys or the 5 key questions to uncover your purpose? That's what you're here for, right? Well, let's start off with what makes you smile? What are those things that you enjoy, that gives you happiness and you get excited about it? What things are you curious about that you want to know more about, that really piques your interest, that you actually get excited about getting more information? Key 3, what are you passionate about? What are you excited about that sometimes you can't go to sleep because you're thinking about it so much that it comes to you effortlessly? Key 4, what would you do for free? We were all created to serve. So if money and time wasn't an option, what would you do for free? And here's that 5th key. What do people compliment you on? So this is a great way to do like what I call that 360, to go out there and ask someone, what's something that you would refer others to me about? What's something that I do? Because sometimes in that phrase, you can't see the forest for the trees. You're too close to it. So dare to ask those questions to others. And then once you have those things, once you have a pattern or have some things lined out, then we can figure out, what are you destined to do? They will line up together, but sometimes it's hard for you to see it alone. But we can find it together. So, are you ready to find your purpose? All right. I mean, sit up a little bit straighter. Let's get on the edge of your seat if you're ready to find your purpose. Yes, of course you are. So, let's think about, what would life be if you started to move into your purpose? Once you were unable to harness that power by discovering your purpose, not just discovering your purpose, but unlocking your purpose. Because when you unlock something, it's precious. You put things in a safe that mean a lot to you. So unlocking your purpose, something that's precious to you, what would that feel like? Let me tell you, it feels peaceful. So how will you feel? I feel at peace doing what I do. Everything may not go right, but it feels good. It feels good to do what I was called to do. How would you feel if you were walking in your purpose? What is that feeling that you like to have that you may not have now? One of the things that you do need to ask is, who would benefit from you fulfilling your purpose? By you not doing what you were called to do, you might be hindering somebody else. You may be blocking somebody else's blessing because you decided not to walk in your calling, that you decided not to walk in your purpose. So think about that. Who else could benefit from this? Because we're here to help one another. So those are just some other things to consider, but there's 5 strategies to finding your purpose. There's a lot that goes into this, but it's a wonderful journey. So one of those first strategies is you conduct a self-inventory. And what that self-inventory is what are your core values? Who are you? And what are those things that you truly believe in? And then once you have that, that second strategy is to build a plan. Putting a plan out there. I love it. It's scriptural. Write the vision, make it plain. It did not say think about it, but you have to write it. And that's a part of building that plan. And I always say that even as you build the plan, it's okay to make modifications because life happens. But you have to have a place to start. So building that plan is important. And then you need to go your own way. Remember what I said before? 2 people can't be pregnant with the same baby. So in that, you may have some people that say, why are you doing that? What is that? That's not what we had planned for you. Oh, that's crazy. You'll never get buy-in. But sometimes you have to go your own way, creating your own path. And then that next one, resist what holds you back. So a part of the strategy is even building awareness. What are some of those barriers? What are some of those distractions that hold you back from pursuing your passion, from pursuing your dream? Again, write it out so that you can clearly see that. And then that next one, start where you are. It's okay. You're never too old. You're never too young. You're never too rich. You're never too poor to start where you are. Go ahead and take those first steps again, even with your knees knocking and your teeth chattering.
This is life and enterprise management. And so as a result, we want to make sure we work on both. We want to create a system that allows you to succeed in both areas, life and your enterprise. By the way, which one would you say is more valuable? Which one? That's not how most people live the game. Most people make it the enterprise. And as they make it the enterprise, they wake up and they have a tremendous amount of economic success if they're successful. And what's ironic is what makes you successful may not make you fulfilled. And so there's a big pull in our culture to go for what's most successful, what will reward you culturally with respect or acknowledgement or stars on your chart or economic rewards, thinking that will give us freedom. I want to really make sure that comes out of this is an evaluation of what your real gifts are that are going to fulfill you. Because many of you are living a script around your life that involves having an enterprise when really that may not be your true nature. Sometimes those problems have to do with the fact that you don't understand the stage of development you're in. The most important element is for you to be able to do this, to be able to establish, most importantly, where you really are in your life today. Where are you? And where do you really want to go? What's going to create this extraordinary life? And to look at it brand new. Because some of you right now, if you continue the direction you're going, are going to be successful and unfulfilled, unhappy, and stressed. Because once we get, into a dream, then that dream starts to take on a life of its own. It gives us juice, it gives us energy. But how many of you ever got the dream, achieved your goal, and then thought, is this all there is? You've got to separate the vehicle from the outcome. What is it that's going to truly fulfill you? What is it that's going to give you that extraordinary life? What's going to make things magnificent on your terms, not somebody else's terms? Sometimes you got to reevaluate what's going to really make you fulfilled. What is your gift? Are you an artist? Are you the talent that can produce something no one else produces as a skill or a product or a service or some impact? Are you incredibly good at management? You really know how to manage or lead people? Are you an extraordinary entrepreneur that can take that gigantic gut load of risk and can create the vision and attract the talent that you need and the managers and leaders? You may have all three abilities, but which one really fulfills you the most is going to be the critical question. See, again, the secret's going to be this. What is an extraordinary life on your terms today? Getting clear about that. At this stage of life, where you are, where you want to go. At some level, you have a blueprint, a mindset, a belief system, a philosophy, a set of values that says, if I master this thing called my life or my enterprise, then I'll have this great feeling. But what's really interesting about life, I believe that extraordinary life, however you define it, has two master skills to it. The first skill is the science of achievement. Most of you in this room have achieved enormously at various levels of business or as an individual artist or talent or as an entrepreneur or as a manager or leader, as an investor. I mean, everybody in this room, most of you in this room, have really hit the jackpot by most of the world's standards, even though most of you think it's still not enough. But the science of achievement is a skill. It is a science. There are laws. But the reason I love business is I see business as the ability to take the invisible and make it visible. I think that is what spirituality and creation is. It's about how can I find the gift to give the world. But the second skill of life is less focused on, and if you're going to have not only management, but create and grow an extraordinary life, you've got to master the second. And that second master skill is the art of fulfillment. The art of fulfillment. And the art of fulfillment, I call it an art because art is like what one person thinks is beautiful, somebody else may think is ugly. But what you have to be able to do is find out what is it for you that's going to fulfill you. And I'll tell you, there's two primary elements to that. You've got to figure out what is your gift that's going to give you a sense of meaning, because you can't be fulfilled without a sense of contribution. You can feel happy. Happiness for most people is temporary. So success without fulfillment, that's called failure. If you know somebody who's got everything they thought they wanted and they're not fulfilled, they got a real problem. So what's going to make you fulfilled? Finding your gift, contribution. Life's not about me, it's about we. If we feel like we're contributing to someone else, then we don't just get something, we become something. And what you get never makes you happy long term. Who you become makes you very happy or very sad. So part of that art of fulfillment is, what's my contribution? The second part of it is appreciation. Some of you are contributing, but you're not taking the time to really appreciate. You're not noticing. Every moment of your life, you got to decide, what are you going to focus on, and what does it mean, and what are you going to do? Is it the end of the beginning? Are you being punished or rewarded? Meaning is where all life is shaped, and you have the power to change the meaning how fast. But you better ask a better question or come up with a better answer.
The video by Tony Robbins, someone who's powerful but truly operating in his purpose. And he shared a lot of key things about your purpose of you have to find your gift. And once you find your gift, you make that contribution to serve, to help others. When you give, you get so much more in return. And then that final thing that he shared was to appreciate your gifts and what you have been given to you. So thanks to Tony for that video. So I have something that I want to give to you. When we're talking about gifts, I have a gift to you. So if you text the word purpose to, and let me be clear on this, the number is 309-319-6735. Let me repeat to you. I have a gift, a free gift for you. So text the word purpose to 309-319-6735 to receive your free gift, and so that you can begin taking those steps. Now we have what we started off with, the 7 steps to living your life on purpose. That first step, you must love and respect yourself. So you heard me talk about earlier, I didn't even realize I didn't love myself, and I was in my 30s. Now some of you may be saying, but you still look like you're 18, and that's okay. But I'm not, and I'm good with that. One of the key things I want to share with you on this is that if you don't love and respect yourself, how can others? They learn from you. They learn from those actions and what they see. So you have to love, not be in love with yourself, but you have to love and respect yourself. That second step, you must take the risk. You have to take the risk. Everything in life has a risk. Be willing to take it because you're worth it. That next step, live your dreams. Live your dreams. Live what you wanted to do, what you dared to think about. And don't think about what people say you can't do, or sometimes what's in your head with the self-chatter of, oh, you can't do this. Who's going to listen to that? And that was something that I went through. Again, I did my first book, which went to the bestseller list with Lisa Nichols, and it's called Unbreakable Spirit. But I didn't tell you that the first time she asked me, I had this fear. Who wants to hear from me? Do they know the grades I got in school? You know, I'm not a great communicator, and I'm with these other people that have so much to say. How can I do that? I compared myself. And do you know, I strategically let the time pass by so that I didn't have to do it. I was strategic in it. Could you imagine if I was strategic in trying to accomplish that dream? I could have done things a lot sooner, but that's okay. It's never too late. I was blessed with a second opportunity because she decided that it was so great she wanted to do this again and have another book. And the second time, I jumped on it, and I haven't regretted it since then. So I get to say I'm an author, a best-selling author. So live your dream. That next step, you must conquer your fear. You have to. You have fears in a lot of things. I had a fear of doing this video. I did. I had that fear. But I know there's so many things that I want to help people on and help them to understand and embrace. So I had to conquer that fear and move forward, and you do too. What's the best way to conquer fear? Do it afraid. I said it, do it afraid. Do it anyway. The worst thing that can happen, it didn't work out. Take the lessons and keep moving forward. So that fifth step is you have to say yes to yourself. Let me ask you a question. And this is something that I actually I attended an empowerment event for women, actually. And we were sitting at the table having lunch, and one of the questions that I had to ask is, if you had a mentee, would you tell them that they needed to take care of themselves and that they were worth it? And they said yes. And I said, how many of you take time to do self-care? And they looked at me, well, I don't have time. I said, are you worth at least 15 minutes a day? Yes. And so we had to walk through that of, yes, you are worth your dreams. You are worth that time. You are enough. So it doesn't mean that you're being selfish, but you want to give from a full cup, and sometimes we get empty because you're giving everything to everyone else and everything else and not yourself. So say yes to yourself. It's okay to say yes to yourself. That next step, you must make a difference. Sometimes you say, what difference can I make? All of us have something that we were called to do, and you hear me saying this over and over because it's true. We all have a gift that we may not recognize, but when you share it, you can truly make a difference. Making a difference in one person's life, and who knows how that will spread. So you must make a difference. And that seventh step, you have to be inner directed, coming from the inside, being authentic, what resonates with you, not the outside forces of, oh, this has to be done, or these people say this needs to be done, but what is that inner voice telling you? Not the loud chatter around you, but that small inner voice. That's called being inner directed. You truly can live your life on purpose by living in your purpose and walking in your purpose. Today, you're a caterpillar, slowly making your way, doing the things that need to be done, taking the rest where you need it. But tomorrow, you're that butterfly, soaring beautifully, being who you were destined to be. And in that journey, as you're making your way, don't lose hope. Never lose hope. You never know what tomorrow will bring. And a lot of times when you're working so hard and you get discouraged, sometimes we stop. But don't you quit. Don't you give up. Maybe you have to just make the step a little bit smaller. But don't lose hope. Don't let go of that dream. Remember, you're making a difference. And dream big. Why not? Don't stay in this little tiny box. It's okay to dream big. It may take a few more steps to get there, but you'll get there. So dare. I dare you. Yes, I said it. I dare you. Dream big. Be audacious with it. And as you do that, you believe. Believe in yourself. Believe in who you are. Believe that those resources are coming to you. Believe that you can make that change and you can make that difference. But believe in you, and your convictions will spill out on others. And you have to take action. Don't just think about it, be about it. Take action above motivated. I know that a lot of you, you're excited right now, like, yes, I can do this. But you got to take the steps with it. Take action. Faith without works is dead. So take the action steps. And change the world. A thing that I have that I share with people is, what if you shared it just with one person? That gift that you have, you shared it with one person. Maybe that person goes out and shares it with their family or loved ones. And those loved ones go out into those neighborhoods and share it with a neighbor. And many of those neighbors, maybe they'll go out and change their community. And those community folks will go out, and together we can change the world. We can make that difference. So you can live your life on purpose. It is possible. It's more than possible. It's achievable. It can be done, but it starts with you. So I have a special invitation for each and every one of you. I have, and I'm introducing the Circle of Purpose Systems. I mean, it comes with so many things, and you wonder, will this work? Will this work? Absolutely, it will work. You may have tried other things. You may have done other things, but this is a system that works. It's worked for me. It's worked for so many other people that I've worked with. So here's some of the next steps of what happens in this system. You join a winning team. You join my team. You next have the Circle of Purpose Systems.com. So the next step is, once you have the winning team, you go to www.circleofpurposesystems with a S on the end.com. And there is an investment, because we all need to invest in ourselves. What do you get? I know you're waiting. The Circle of Purpose System. So again, that website, take action, www.circleofpurposesystems.com. With the Circle of Purpose Systems, we have several modules that's included in it. And that first one is your core beliefs, and it's an introduction to what do you value, what's important to you, what are those true core beliefs for you. Module 2 is how to back off and tune inward. How do you go to a state of being? How do you hear what's going on and what's important within you? Module 3, how you learn from your choices and their consequences. We all have choices. We can choose to be happy. We can choose to be sad. I choose to be happy. How about you? So we learn about that, learning from your choices and their consequences. Module 4, get on the path. Get on that path. You know, it's important to find that right direction of where you're going. So we want you to get on the path of where you were destined to be. Sometimes we're on a path, but we're going in the wrong direction. That doesn't serve you. So this module will get you on the path. Stretch yourself. Go beyond what you thought was possible. Go beyond what you thought were your capabilities. You have those abilities. I didn't think I could run a half marathon when I came up with that idea, 13.1. And let me tell you, when I started, I was walking. But you do things, you exercise, you change your diet when I was doing those things to get me prepared so that I could make that run. You can make that run, just stretch yourself in it. And that's what that module teaches you. And then the next one, pursue it with love. Pursue it with love. When you do the things you love, it makes it so easy. It makes it an awesome thing, and other people see that as well. Module 7, people more than things. I've heard before where people say, well, if I had this, then I'd be happy. If I had the house, I'd be happy. If I had the car, I'd be happy. If I had the degree, then I could do this. And if I had this person in my life, then no. People more than things. So module 7 gets you there. That next one, self-discipline. Self-discipline. You have to have that discipline to do the things that you truly want to do. You got to make sacrifices to have the things that you truly want in life. Module 9, live with compassion. We were all created to serve. We have a gift, and we were created to serve and to help one another. And you have to do that with compassion, to look and say, what was that shoe? What, put the shoe on the other foot, so to speak, and be there for your fellow man. But when you're there for others, again, you get so much more in return. And then set daily goals. So writing that vision is important. Putting your goals and steps into place to reach those goals, that's that next part. And so we talk about those, and not just talking about that, but giving you success measures so that you can accomplish your dreams, so that you can live with passion, so that you can walk in your purpose, because you're worth it. You're going to make the difference. It's yours. It's yours. It's yours with the Circle of Purpose systems. And so this entire system, it comes with things on your online. It comes with a workbook. It comes with a CD. It comes with your membership card. It comes with a notepad so that you can take so many powerful notes. So much more. And it has a value of $4,997. But wait, we always like but wait. There are some fast action bonuses. And I like having more value. So I know you like having more value added bonuses. And so we have some bonuses for you. I have a 1-day Clarify Your Purpose Faster Mastery Bootcamp, which is me. You get me for 1 day, and that's $997. You also have the Simplify Your Life Today program, which is a value of $506. And for the first 10 people, I have a special just for you. You also will get a private one-on-one coaching session with me for only the first 10 people. Remember, I have a son at home, so he needs love, and so does his dad and my baby girl. But that's with me for $497. And here's what you get in all of that. A Circle of Purpose summary is what we're going to go through. So the Circle of Purpose system summary. We have and let me come a little bit closer. For $4,997, we have the Circle of Purpose system. For $997, we have the 1-day Clarify Your Purpose Faster Mastery Bootcamp for $997, and that's with me all day. Then you have the Simplify Your Life program, which is $506. and you get a private coaching session with me. Total value of all this, $6,997. So much. But for the first 10 people, I have a special offer of $997 for this Circle of Purpose Systems. So Circle of Purpose Systems. You are worth this. Now, you can decide to go the hard way. Maybe you've tried some other things and you can go ahead and think, I'll go ahead and go through the bumps and some of the bruises and I'll come out on this and I think I can do it on my own. Or you could do it the easy way with everything laid out in front of you. Let me tell you, I let my test be a testimony. I've been through those things and it's no need to go through those things. Don't reinvent the wheel. Walk into your purpose and who you were destined to be. So you can do that with the Circle of Purpose Systems, which is $997. Again, you get the online access and assistance. You also have an app for your phone. You have your CDs, your DVDs, a membership card. You got the notes. You have a workbook, an entire system to help you, not just help you, but to propel you into your success. And that value is $997 for the Circle of Systems, which is www.circleofpurposesystems.com. So my final thoughts with this is that I never knew what was possible for me. I never knew that I could add such great values. And when I found out that I had a voice and I had a way of helping others, I knew that it would be a crime not to take those steps and help others. We all have gifts. We all have things that we were destined to do. And somebody is out there just waiting for you to touch them and make that difference. You probably have it inside of you that something's been nudging you and you don't know quite what that is, and that you're ready to make that change. You're ready to make that difference. And I dare you again to do it. I dare you to say yes to you. I want you to live in your purpose. It's your time. Say yes to you. And let's do this together. Thank you so much for spending this time with me. Time is precious and something that you can't get back, and I thank you again for being here with me. And it's time for you to live simply in your purpose.
Everyone, please settle in. Boy, we're in for a treat today. Oh man, are we gonna have a good time. Hey, there's some empty seats there? Please raise your hand if you have an empty seat next to you. Great, great. And, can you get hands up again, please? Yeah, we want to make sure that everybody's got a seat. Yeah. Those of you at home, make sure you've got a drink. Get something to take some notes with, and then sit back and relax. This is going to be a wonderful, wonderful time, a great conversation. We're just gonna talk it out, and we're just gonna have a great time today. Fantastic. Hey, Reuben. Jennifer, how you doing? Hey, Jackie. That's my wife. And there's my son, James. Hey, buddy. Oh, this is phenomenal. Oh, we're having a great time. All right. All right, I think we're going to be getting started here. All right. Fantastic. Yeah. All right, you guys got something to take notes with? All right. Yeah, I got some. All right. Settle in, everybody. Settle in. All right. Fantastic. Hey, welcome, everyone. My name is James Johnson III, and I want to talk with you today about freedom-focused life. 7 steps to living your dream life. Now, you might be asking yourself, James, what does any of this have to do with me? Well, you know what? Let's talk about it. Let's see. Let's see if this is for you. You know, as I talk about this today, I think about the people who are unhappy with their relationships, that their significant others, that the relationship just isn't what you really, truly desire it to be. Well, if you're one of those folks, then this presentation is for you. You know, I've got a son. He's out there in the audience now. Hey, buddy. And, you know, from time to time, you know, I get frustrated. You know, if you're a parent, you understand that they didn't come with an owner's manual. You know, we're figuring it out as best we can. And, well, you know, dealing with our children, sometimes we become frustrated, we become upset. And if you're dealing with those kinds of challenges, if you're having difficulty dealing with your children and building and having a healthy relationship with them, then this presentation is for you. You know, there are a lot of folks that I know that have spent a lot of good money and a lot of time on becoming the professional that they've always desired to be. But you know what? They still hate going to work every day. They don't even want to get out of bed. If you're one of those people, then you desire a change. It's time for something different. Then this presentation is for you. Oops, I went one slide too far. Well, you know, these things happen. But you know what? There's not enough time in the day. You know, how many times have you said that it's just not enough time to get everything done? Well, if you're struggling with finding the time to get everything done, then this presentation is for you. Perhaps you're stressed out, you know, feeling enormous stress. You know, stress is out there for everyone. Disorganization. You know, if you're feeling disorganized and your life feels like it's cluttered and you just can't find your way through life, then this presentation is for you. You know, I've worked in the healthcare profession, and you know, today in America there are a lot of people who are dealing with health issues and health crises. And maybe it's not you specifically that are dealing with the health crisis, but maybe you have a family member who is dealing with health issues. If you're going through something like that, if you're having struggles around health, or someone you know or love is having struggles around, then maybe, just maybe, this presentation is for you. You know, a lot of folks are disappointed with the way that they perform, you know, whenever they're put under stress or whenever they have a issue to face in life. You know, we're under growing pressure with all the demands that pull on us from all different directions nowadays. You know, if you're one of those people, then this presentation is for you. So let's talk a moment about what freedom actually means. You know, the word freedom is a word that's derived from an old Middle English word, like used like maybe around 900 AD for the first time. But what freedom really means is the ability to act and think and do as one truly wants, without constraint, without hindrance. So let me ask you, what things are going on in your life that you would like to break free of? What things are constraining you and keeping you from the dream life that you so deserve? And let's look at the word focus. You know, focus is an even older word. It's derived from Latin. And its Latin meaning means hearth or fireplace. And sometimes it's used to mean fire. But in the modern age, focus means the point at which your vision is pointed. Focus means the subject or the matter which all of your efforts are pointed toward. So let me ask you, what's the focus of your life? What is it that you want in life, that you want so badly, that it is what your life draws you toward, that it's important enough to point your life in that direction? Well, let's talk about dream life. What does that mean? What does the dream life mean? You know, some of my clients, when I talk with them, we get into this discussion and we start to try and realize what their dream life is. I can say what mine is, but perhaps for you, the dream life is being free of all the encumbrances, the obstacles that stand in the way of all the ideas that you have and all the dreams, all the things that you have wanted to bring forth in your life. You know, I once heard it said that ideas are the prophecy of what we shall one day unveil to the world, and that our dreams, well, they are the seedlings of our reality. And so a dream life means having exactly that, having your ideas and your dreams come to be a part of your reality. So you got to be asking yourself, James, why are you here talking to me about all of this? Well, to be quite honest, I have to tell you, I feel called to do this. I feel like it's my duty, it's my task to give to you what I have learned that has worked so well for me. So let me reintroduce myself. My name is James Johnson III. My son's the fourth. And I am a life coach, I'm a trainer, I'm a speaker, I'm an author, I'm an entrepreneur. And it all started, I was born and raised in Little Rock, Arkansas. And I grew up in a single-parent family. Unfortunately, my father died at a very young age from Hodgkin's lymphoma, which, for those of you who don't know, that's a form of cancer. And that unfortunate circumstance placed me and my family in a situation where we learned very quickly that life isn't fair. It's just not. And in learning that and being taught that it's given me the opportunity to learn how to adjust and how to cope and how to become more despite my circumstances. In 1990, when I was 20 years old, I enlisted in the United States Army. Look at me, look at that picture. I haven't changed one bit, huh? I wish it were true. But back then, as I was serving, I didn't think much about my service then. It was my duty. But today, as I look back on that young man, I realize now that then, as now, I am a protector of freedom. And I feel compelled to do everything that I can to assist you in achieving and having and protecting your dream life and having the freedom and focus to move towards whatever ideas and goals that you have for yourself. So, what do I believe? I believe whatever obstacles you face, I believe whatever challenges you have in your life, they can be overcome. That there is an answer, there is a solution, there is a way forward that works for you. So you might ask yourself, well, what is it that makes me so sure that this will work? Well, here's what I know for sure. What I know for sure is that the path forward for you, the path forward for anyone who faces obstacles, is in arming themselves with the knowledge, with processes, with awareness that gives them the ability to move beyond the obstacles. So imagine this, if you will. Imagine all the complaints, all the challenges, all of the obstacles that you have in your life. Imagine if one day they were no longer there, that you had a way to cope with those challenges, a way to deal with the disappointments, a way to deal with the stress. Imagine if it were all put away. what would that look like? Wow. What would that life feel like? Well, here, let me tell you, there's a place to start with all of this. And where it starts is, it starts at home. Here you see a picture of me and my wife, Jackie, and my little boy, Jamesy. We call him Jamesy. He's James the Fourth. And this is when he was much younger. I just love this photo of him. And, you know, these are the people who helped bring about my focus. So here's the powerful question for you. Who is it for you that helps you to find your focus, that gives you the ability to stay the course? Because your home is where every day starts, and it's at home that every day ends. It's the place where everything comes full circle. Now, to have focus every day, we have to put in the work. There's an effort that is required. There's an energy that must be spent to have freedom and to have focus. Freedom isn't free. Focus doesn't just happen. It requires an output of energy. And we'll talk more about that as we go through this presentation. So, about me, I've studied with many, many, many trainers. I've been through many, many programs, and I've read much of the works of the great philosophers from as far back as Aristotle and Socrates, but even into the modern age with Viktor Frankl and Dr. David Burns. And all of those works have helped me to understand that there are ways that everyone can be helped, that everyone can be assisted in their process in moving forward. And I want to bring to bear the lifelong learning process that I've been, because I don't believe that it's necessary for you to spend 20 years reading hundreds of books, studying hundreds of works. It's not necessary. There is a way forward that can benefit you without you having to spend enormous amounts of time and energy in your own process. You know, I feel blessed to have had such wonderful and great mentors. My first mentor, of course, was my mother. And here on your screen, you see another mentor of mine, a true representative of what greatness can be and how we can move forward, Mr. Les Brown. And I think he stands as a model for what is possible when we have a freedom-focused life. Mr. Brown overcame great circumstances to become one of the #1 motivational speakers in the world. We can achieve great things when we have a freedom-focused life. And Mr. Brown has gone a long way to show me how to do that. And I want to now share that with you. Why? Because this is my passion. This is exactly the thing I know that I'm supposed to do. You are exactly the kind of person that I'm supposed to help. And I couldn't be more passionate about this opportunity to present to you and to talk to you about how to move forward with that. And so, how do we move forward to a freedom-focused life? First, we have to excel to a level of mastery. Now, what does mastery mean per se? Well, we'll use the example of karate. Like when people initially start doing karate, they have a white belt. That's the beginner. They're just getting started. But at some point, as they're learning the moves, as they're mastering the techniques, at some point they become so good and so able that the person training them says, "You now have earned your black belt." That's the sign of mastery, that they're now able to do things that they were not able to do before. They have achieved a level of success at their efforts. You know, even in pertaining to cooking, you know, I can boil eggs, I can make toast, I can cook. Well, my wife wouldn't agree with that. But mastery of cooking is so much more than that. In fact, if I were doing what this gentleman in this slide was doing, if I had flames like that, somebody call the fire department. Things are going wrong, okay? So mastery requires a much level of understanding. And if you'll notice, not only is he doing it for himself, but he's teaching others. And that's the true sign of mastery of any ability, of any skill. So let me ask you this question. Are you ready to live your dream life? Are you ready to master all the things that it takes to live your dream life? So, what is mastery? So mastery is developing the skills, developing the ability to not only do a thing, but teach it to others because you do it so well. So mastery of life means that, well, life is, stuff happens and we have to deal with it. That's life. And I once heard Walter Anderson say these words, "Bad things happen, but it is how I respond to them that defines my character and the quality of my life." And I think that best describes mastery. Mastery is how when those things happen, when life happens, how do we deal with it? How do we cope with it to move forward and continue living our dream life? So what I want to share with you is my 10 pillars of mastery. So these 10 pillars are what hold up your dream life. They're what support it. They're what give it its structure and give it its integrity. So what is the first of those pillars? The first pillar is stress management. You know, I was recently looking at some information from the American Psychological Association and the American Institutes on Stress. And you would be shocked to know that more than 78% of Americans report regularly suffering from the symptoms of psychological and physical symptoms of stress. 1 out of 4 adults. Stomach aches, muscle aches, headaches, nausea, digestive issues, even psychological symptoms being wanting to cry, being nervous, becoming very angry or irritable. Stress is a real problem. And that's one of the strong pillars to hold up your dream life, is to learn how to manage stress so that it doesn't manage you. You know, I'm going to give you 3 tips, 3 things, because I think this is important. Stress is such a pervasive thing and it's such a problem. I'm going to give you 3 tips right here, right now, that will make a difference in your life. Tip number 1, get a good night's sleep. You know, one of the things that contributes to stress, particularly in the American lifestyle, is a lack of sleep or improper sleep. There are a lot of things that we can do to improve our sleep, and you might want to explore some of those things on your own, but I certainly would be willing to work with you and help you to deeply explore what's going on with your sleep patterns, which will make an enormous difference in how you feel. Another thing that you can do that goes a long way towards helping with the stress that you feel is how you eat. Our diets have a significant amount to do with how we feel. And I know, you know, we all live busy lives and sometimes we just don't have time to cook. But finding a way to build onto our diet a much more wholesome and regulated diet will go a long way towards reducing stress. And 3, the third tip that I would give you is finding a way to have less volatile conversations. Finding a way to just have a straightforward conversation without the extra angst and emotion. If you can do those 3 things, those will make a significant difference in the amount of stress that you feel in your life. So think of this for a moment. Let's ponder this for a moment. How would it feel? What would it look like if you're stress-free? Imagine all the things that are stressing you out, what's going on with your job, the demands at work, your finances, your kids, perhaps your spouse or your significant other, or what's going on Facebook. You know, stress comes from everywhere and it comes at us in all different directions. But imagine, if you will, if that stress was just simply not there. What would that look like? What would that feel like? Yeah, something to ponder. You know, the next pillar that we're going to talk about is time management. You know, time management is critical. We live in a world where we got to do more faster, hurry up, get it done. If we can better manage our time, we're able to have a much better quality of life. This is a significant pillar in our living our dream life. So let me give you the #1 time secret that I know. This is it. Do not prioritize your schedule. I'll say it again. Don't prioritize your schedule. Because if you're prioritizing your schedule, you've got all these things on your schedule and you're trying to pick what the most important things are. Instead, schedule your priorities. In other words, the most important things in your life, put them on the schedule first. Leave the less important things off until the important things are done. That way, you're feeling much better about your life. You're immediately getting results, and life gets much better. Time management, critical to living a dream life. So how do I take back my time? By just that, by scheduling your priorities. So how to organize and prioritize. It's a powerful, powerful tool. You know, the disorganized life and the disorganized mind finds it very, very difficult to move towards any end goal. You know, I often give the example of taking a vacation or taking a trip. Well, if there's no organization and no plan for how to get there, what the mode of transportation would be, where you're going to stay when you get there, disorganization makes for a disastrous journey. Life is the exact same way. But if we're better able to organize and prioritize how we do things, then the life journey becomes a much smoother one. And so this is a significant pillar to living our dream life. You know, it's tough making decisions. You know, we're called on to satisfy so many different venues and satisfy so many different people and different things out of our life that are calling upon us. Decision making and then executing those decisions are a very significant challenge. But when we're training in the freedom focused life programs, we'll deal with that. That pillar is significant to being able to support your dream life. You know, breaking free of the cycle of disappointment is crucial. And what you may not know is the cycle of disappointment, it leads to frustration. And all frustration is repeated disappointments happening over and over and over again. But guess what? What happens when you become frustrated over and over and over again? Anger results. And once we're angry, that's when things are truly bad for us. But you know what? We can break that cycle. We no longer have to feel angry. We don't have to feel anxiety. We don't have to be anxious.
But you're going to have some ups and you're going to have some downs. Most people give up on themselves easily. You know the human spirit is powerful. There's nothing as powerful. It's hard to kill the human spirit. Anybody can feel good when they have their health, their bills are paid, they have happy relationships. Anybody can be positive then. Anybody can have a larger vision then. Anybody can have faith under those kinds of circumstances. The real challenge of growth, mentally, emotionally, and spiritually, comes when you get knocked down. It takes courage to act. Part of being and defeated, it takes courage to start over again.
So, are you ready to get it going? Are you motivated? Are you excited? Oh, God, I am. And you know what? I am so, I'm so energized. And I'm so grateful for the time that you've given me thus far that I have something very special for you. I have a gift for you. And what I want you to do to claim your gift right now, text the word freedom. That's FREEDOM to this number, 316-712-4754. Because I want you to have this. I want you to have this gift. That if for nothing else today, I want you to have something that's going to help you in moving towards your dream life. And you know what? Maybe you don't need this. Maybe you don't feel like you need this gift. Then give it to a friend. Give it to someone that you care about. Give it to someone you love. Because someone you know deserves it. All right? So let me tell you about the sixth pillar. The sixth pillar, well, it's in building relationships. Relationships with other human beings is the foundation of what makes us human. It is our humanity. So in training with this pillar, you will develop the ability to connect with others, to mend broken relationships, to heal, to forge new and lasting relationships. A powerful pillar for living your dream life. Well, you know, work-life balance is a challenge, particularly for people who are workaholics like myself. You know, I've had my challenges with it. You know, back some years ago, my wife and I, we had some significant challenges where I was just putting in too much time at the office. I was putting in too much effort into my entrepreneurial pursuits. My family was suffering. And so here today, I'm going on the record. Jackie, you were right. I wasn't balanced. I was spending too much time at work. She was absolutely right, ladies and gentlemen. And now I have brought that into balance, and you can too. If this is something that you've been challenged with, you can have work-life balance. This is a significantly powerful pillar for holding up a dream life. You know, having success and being able to get things done and having the ability to accomplish a task, you know, a lot of people think that that big success is one big effort, that it happens when you get it all right just this one time, and you know what? That's not it. You know, it's actually a habit. Accomplishment and success is a habit. But this is a pillar that we will develop in the Freedom Focused Life program. You're going to learn how to make it a habit to accomplish, to achieve. It's a significant pillar for living the dream life. You know, living in America today, it's hard not to feel the financial squeeze of all that has gone on in the past few years. You know, the Great Recession has taken a toll on most of us. We've all taken hits. You know, and getting our finances to a place where it can support us. That is a significant pillar for holding up the dream life. And when we work with you, we will definitely make inroads and make gains towards supporting and building up that pillar to hold up your dream life. You know, for some people, like myself, now maybe it's not for you, but being an entrepreneur, for some people, it's a calling. It's a demand on their life. And it's a necessary thing to have in place to feel complete, to have their ideas and their dreams come to life and to come to reality. This is a truly significant pillar for some. And in the Freedom Focused Life programs, we will definitely help you to build that pillar to support your dream life. So, what's the first step? Step one is planning mastery. Well, what does that mean, right? So, say for example, you were going to have a home built. You don't just go building the house willy-nilly, get started here and just go there and just do whatever you want. It would never work. There would be too many things that would fall through the cracks. But instead, what happens is you have a plan. And that plan is called a blueprint. And if you have a plan, then you know how to move forward. And plan mastery, mastering how to put forth a plan that is going to be the way you're going to proceed forward. And you know what? The plan will never be perfect. But it's always, you are always going to be able to make a plan that's good enough to get started. And that's what you will learn in the Freedom Focused Life programs. You know, systems mastery is a critical piece. Having a system and having an ability to do a process is crucial. Because without the ability to do a thing, there's no ability to have a thing. And so system mastery is absolutely critical to the process.
There is nothing as powerful as a changed mind. You can change your hair, your clothing, your spouse, your residence. But if you don't change your mind, the same experience will perpetuate itself over and over again, because everything outwardly changed, but nothing inwardly changed.
So, what more? What more can we do? What more can we inwardly change? Our mindset. The most powerful inward change we can possibly make is in our mindset. You know, it was Henry Ford who said, whether a man believes he can, whether he believes he can't, either way, he is right. And see, being able to take control of our mindset and to point it in the direction that we want, in the positive direction that we want, it's a critical step towards mastery. You know, we're coming down the home stretch, and I want to share with you another one, another great mastery step, and that is mentorship. You know, mentorship is not about what you teach necessarily to others. In mentoring someone, what it really does is it deepens your understanding. It deepens your ability to access and to use what you have learned. Your mastery deepens, and it becomes easier and easier to live your dream life. So, what does it mean to have action mastery? Well, this step, action mastery is everything, because what good is it to have a plan? What good is it to have mentors? What good is it to have anything if there is no action? You know, I once read that Thomas Jefferson said, if you want to know who you are, don't ask, act. Your actions delineate and define you. And if you have action mastery, you are defined. You are an action master. And that is a key step in living your dream life. So here's what I'm going to do. Here's what I want to do for you. I want to give you a very, very special invitation. You know, I don't make this invitation for everyone, but I want to offer this to you. I want to introduce to you the Life Mastery Success System. Now, in this system, we have a number of things that are available to you. So you have to be asking yourself, will this work for me? Absolutely it will. It will work for you. So what's the next step? Well, the next step, of course, then, team. Work with me. I will work with you, and everything that we've talked about thus far, we will deliver. And so here's what I want you to do. Go to www.instantfreedomlife.com. Again, that's www.instantfreedomlife.com. freedomlife.com. So is there an investment? Of course. You know, there's always an investment to be made. But you know what? You're investing in you. You're investing in yourself. You know, it's only an investment in yourself that is of true value. So you might be asking yourself, what do I get? So what you get is everything. The entire instant freedom life, the entire success kit. So the Life Mastery Success System, that is available to you today. So what do you get? In Module 1, we will do the Freedom Focused Life Introduction. And in this introduction, you'll be shown what it is to have a freedom-focused life. We'll begin to explore the language, if you will. You know, if you're in the medical field or it's somebody who works in automotive repair, there's a particular language that people have that others don't understand. Well, people with a freedom-focused life, they have a language all to themselves. And we will introduce you to that language. In Module 2, we will begin to awaken your awareness, where you become aware of things that you'd never been aware of before. In Module 3, you'll learn about the games we play. We do things for a particular payoff, but sometimes we don't understand. But you know what? We're going to explore those things, and we're going to learn how these things play into our success. In Module 4, we're going to learn how to break free of the same old thing, what we've always done. And we're going to move to a new path towards our future. In Module 5, we will learn about the double E. Double E stands for enlistment and then execution. We will learn how to enlist the help of others and then execute and make things happen. Yeah. And in Module 6, freedom in the power to choose. You know, often we're stuck with not being able to make the difficult choice. Often we're not able to make a choice at all. But what we'll learn in Module 6 is how to make ourselves free and available to think and do and have and choose whatever it is that gives us our freedom-focused life. In Module 7, we're going to put away the ordinary, and we're going to move to the level of extraordinary. In Module 8, we're going to learn how to have and maintain self-discipline. Self-discipline is critical to maintaining and having any gains that we make in the program. But you know what? It's doable. We can do it. We can have it because you use self-discipline now every day. We're just going to bring what you already know how to do to bear and to build your dream life. So Module 9, we're going to tap into the power of people. You know, what many of us don't realize is that the greatest resource that humanity has ever known has been our fellow man. You know, I have read where the experts have looked at the pyramids of Giza. And in the modern age, if they were to try and build those pyramids, it would cost nearly $1 trillion. And in fact, many experts don't even think that it would be possible to use modern equipment to build such a structure. But yet, a society of people who didn't even possess the wheel, let alone any advanced technology, built a structure that stands to this day. The amazing things happen when you tap into the power of people. And in Module 10, making the difference in the lives of others. You know, it's the others, other people, that make us great. For as a solo act, we are on our own, but with the help of others, we can do so much more. And making a difference in their lives is what matters. So take a look. I want you to see the entire package that you get, the online content, the manuals, the DVDs and CDs and the online content, the blogs. You're going to have access to all of these things when you go to www.instantfreedom.com. But wait, hold on. I got something else for you. So I have a fast action bonus available to you. And here's what's included. I have a 1-day Fast Steps to Mastery Boot Camp that's valued at $997. That's included. Also, I'm going to give you the Instant Success program right now. It's $506, but you're going to get that as well. Now, I also want to let you know this is available to only the first 10 people that connect with me, okay? First 10. And included in this, I'm going to also give you access to my private coaching sessions. One of my private coaching sessions, which is a $497 value, this is also going to be thrown in for you. So here, let me just run this down. I want to show you exactly what you're going to get. Here's the entire package. So you're going to get the Life Mastery Success Program, and it's a $49.97 value. You're going to get the Fast Steps to Mastery Bootcamp program. It's a $9.97 value. You're going to get the Instant Success Now program, which is a $506 value. You're going to get the private coaching session, a $497 value. Total value, $6,997. You're going to get it for only $997. This is a special offer, $997. But this is for the first 10 people to connect. All right? So how are we going to do this? You know, you can opt out. There's the hard way. It's a rough road. You know, you've done it before. You know, you can continue to do what you've always done. Or there's the easy way. I've paved a way for you. There is a package and a system put together that will show you the way to living your dream life, to having a freedom-focused life. Now, what I would hope is that you would choose to join with me and take advantage of this value. I can't wait to hear from you. The first 10 people, please reach out to me now, because I want to make sure that you have this valuable package, the entire package. I want you to have the online access. I want you to have access to the manuals. I want you to have access to the DVDs and CDs. I want you to have access to all of my blogs. And just please reach out to me at www.instantfreedomlife.com. This great value, it's only $997. Again, www.instantfreedomlife.com. Now, I've got a gift for you. I got a very special gift. When you get to www.instantfreedomlife.com, what I want you to do is reach out to me, connect with me. I'm so looking forward to meeting with you. My final thoughts is this. Everyone deserves to live their dream life. So do you. It is possible. You can have everything. Your ideas are the prophecy of what you shall someday unveil, and your dreams are the seedlings of your realities. I look forward to working with you. Take care.
Nadia Brown, and I am so excited that you decided to join me today for our Power Profits Academy 7 Secrets to a Profitable Business event. So you may be wondering, who is this presentation for? This presentation is for business owners, women business owners who are struggling, who know that they have a higher purpose. They want to make a big difference in the world, and yet they're not seeing the results that they want to see in their business. You may be feeling like, I'm stuck in a rut. And you may be in a job that you cannot stand. And so you wake up every morning. Monday morning is the worst day of the week for you because you know that you have to go into an office and deal with people and do a job that you don't like. You know that there is something greater for you to achieve and to accomplish in your life. I know what that's like. I've been there. I've been in a corporate career that I did not love, and I knew that I could make a bigger impact. Or you may be someone, you started your business, you're out there, you have a big dream, you have a big vision, and yet you're struggling to get clients. I've been there too. I know what it's like to go out and start my business and to have this big dream and this big vision, and then literally be sitting in my office wondering, when were my clients going to come? When was my phone going to ring? Because I had something of value to offer, no one knew it was there. And that could be you. You have something of value, a product or service. You have a desire to help people, but you're having trouble getting them to be on board. And if that's you, this presentation is just for you. Or you could be someone that lacks confidence. There are a lot of women that I get to work with every day, and I get to see how often talented women who have so much to offer lack confidence. And one of the funny things about that is it seems that the higher achievers, the more we achieve, the more we struggle with this lack of confidence. And we may even hear this called the imposter syndrome. You may be wondering or thinking to yourself, it's only a matter of time before they figure out that I'm a fraud, that I'm not what they think I'm up to be. And to know that there's something more that you have, to lack that confidence, to lack that power, although you know you're a powerful leader, a CEO of your business. And if that's you, this too is for you. Or you may be thinking to yourself, how do I generate more revenue? I have this business. I didn't start my business to continue to struggle. How do I replace my corporate income? I have to generate revenue. No matter how you plan to change people's lives, at the end of the day, in order to make that impact, in order to fund the dreams that you may have, you have to generate that revenue. How is that coming into your business? And if you're thinking to yourself, how am I going to fund my dream? This presentation is also for you. And then there are those who have that desire for greater success. You started your business, you're out there in the world, you're doing good things, but yet you know that there's so much more that you have to offer. There's that desire for greater success. There's that desire to achieve something more. And if that's you, this presentation is also for you. So just think about what is it that I want to accomplish? Who is it that I want to serve? And what is it that I am here to do? What is my purpose? What is my passion? Because that is why we've launched the Power Profits Academy, because I have a passion to help women to own their power, to generate the profits that they need to fund their passions. And of course, who started their business to not be able to spend time with more family? I think about recently I hosted a leadership roundtable where I sat at the table with 7 amazing powerhouse leaders. And one of them shared this story of she started her business so that she could start a family. In her corporate job, she was like, Dr. Nadia, I was only home maybe 5 days a month. And she was just saying how hard it is to have a baby when you're never home. And so she was married. This was her big dream, to be able to have a family. But how can you do that if you're still constantly struggling, trying to find clients, constantly trying to figure out how you're going to generate more revenue in your business, constantly wondering, do I really have what it takes? You can't do that. And then it takes away from your family time. And then the time that you do have with your family, you're stressed worrying about your business. And so you're really not there with them. And so just thinking about your big dream, your big vision, so that you can have more time with your family. And then finally, the pursuit of your passion. We all have this passion, this big dream, something that gets us excited. If you don't have that vision that when you get up out of the bed every morning, you're just raring to go, then I want you to think really long and hard about what it is that you really, really want to do. And many times we're doing things that people told us that we should do. But what is it that you really want to do? What is your passion? And when I mentioned earlier that round table, one of the ladies there was like, you know, I went off to college and my mom told me to go to college and she wanted me to get a criminal justice degree so that I can be able to be there in case my brothers got into any trouble. But she was just like, my freshman year, someone put a camera in my hands and I just knew that my passion was to be a photographer. And she's had the opportunity to take photographs of professionals and celebrities all around the country. And it's been fabulous, but she is so gifted at what she does. And that's her passion. That's what gets her up. If she had gone down that path to be in criminal justice because that was someone else's dream for her, it would be a completely different life for her. What is your passion? What gets you up in the morning? And is it what you're doing now, what someone told you should do? Or is it what really fires you up? What's that fire in your belly to follow your passion? And that is what we can do in the Power Profits Academy. And finally, to walk in your purpose. There are those of us that know when we wake up in the morning that this is what I was put on this earth to do. And when I think about my job and what it is I get to do now, I know that this is what I was born to do. And it's very exciting to be able to walk in your purpose. What are you doing right now that's in alignment with your purpose? And again, is it in alignment with your passion? Or are you doing something because someone told you that this will help you make a lot of money? Because this is what I know for sure. I know that there are certain keys that we need to be successful in business. And that first key is to assure that we have enough cash. We don't ever want to run out of cash when we're in a business, because when we don't have cash, we can't fund our dreams, we can't move to the next level. And this is honestly one of the things that many women business owners struggle with, is getting access to cash and getting access to capital so that they can be more competitive in the marketplace. How do you make sure that you have enough cash to not only fund your business, but to also fund your dreams? The second key is to make sure you have enough customers to survive. I talk to women a lot of times and they're like, Dr. Nadia, I didn't start my business because I had this massive money goal. And there are those that do. They have revenue goals and they have these big dreams. But many of us started our businesses just because we had a passion to serve. There are people out there that we want to make a difference for. One of the ladies at the round table was like, I just want to erase world hunger. That is my passion. And yet, we need money. You have to have revenue, you have to have profits in order to do that. How do you make sure that you have enough clients in order to serve, in order to survive? And the third key is to create that customer loyalty. Wouldn't it be nice to just have people calling you, looking for you, ringing your phone without you having to do a lot of marketing? The power of word of mouth, be able to create that strong brand where people are excited to work with you and they're looking for you. That is awesome, and that's what happens when you create that customer loyalty. And I know that you can do this. You have what it takes. You are enough. Those voices that are going on in your head that are saying you're not enough, you don't have what it takes, you need another certification, you need another degree, I'm here to tell you that you can do this. I believe in you. And I love this quote by Sarah Blakely: don't be intimidated by what you don't know. That can actually be your greatest strength and ensure that you do things differently from everyone. One of the challenges that we face in the marketplace is we try too hard to blend in. But what if you were the one that stood out? And it makes a big difference when you don't look like everyone else and you make that noise. And so I challenge you to think about ways that you can stand out and be different. So who is Dr. Nadia? I am Dr. Nadia, and I am the founder of Doyen Leadership and Power Profits Academy, and I'm so excited to be here with you. I know what it's like to be educated and to be out there, having been a strong achiever in corporate America, and then start my business and think to myself, what do I do now? How do I get clients? Sitting in my office, working on my website, have my business cards, and my phone isn't ringing, the cash isn't coming in, my husband's wondering if we made the right decision. I get it. I've been there, and I know that you can overcome this. Reading is my hobby. I absolutely love to read. It's actually something that I started doing as a child, so I've loved to read ever since I was old enough to learn how to read. And one of the books that I've recently read is Lioness Arising by Lisa Bevere. And one thing that really struck me in my belly about this book was when she said that there is nothing more dangerous than a lioness when she's awake. And her call is for women around the world to wake up, to own our power, to go after our dreams, and to really see the difference that we make. Research shows that we are a lot more powerful than we give ourselves credit for. We actually control, women around the globe, 2/3 of the world's wealth. That is equated to $12.2 trillion. I'll say that one more time. We control 2/3 of the world's wealth, which is $12.2 trillion. But many of us are asleep. We're asleep on our assignment, but when we wake up, there is nothing that can stop us. And that's what Lisa talked about in her book, Lioness Arising. And it really started my passion, because where am I sleeping? Where am I not pursuing my passion? Where am I allowing fear to stop me? And that's what I work with women to help them do, own their power and pursue their dreams. I earned my degrees. I went off to college at 17. I made a promise to my granny that I would go and earn all the colors. And I often joke that had I known what I was getting myself into, I wouldn't have made that promise. It wasn't an easy road. There was a lot of hard work, a lot of sacrifice. I didn't know that I would end up here. And then actually, when I was around 24 years old, I went back to earn my master's degree after losing my job. And then after that, after I finished my master's degree, it wasn't until I lost my grandfather and that I truly remembered that promise to my granny, truly embodied the vision that she had for me to pursue my dream, my goal of earning that. But more importantly, it was a promise to her. It was a promise that I would earn the degrees, I would earn the colors, I would take advantage of an opportunity that she didn't have. And so where are you not taking advantage of those opportunities? Because it's not easy. And one of the things that she always told me, that anything worth having is worth fighting for. Starting your business isn't easy. It's not an easy road. If it were, everyone would do it. So what do you have to do in order to achieve your dreams? What do you have to do in order to go after your goals? And that may mean more degrees, and it may not be. But what is it that you have to do? And so I have the degrees, I have done the research, I've done all the studying, and I know what it takes to build a profitable business. And the love of my life. I was over 30 when I got married, so I know what it takes. And we often joke that had we known marriage was this great, we would have done it a long time ago. One of the first conversations that Toby and I had were like, we're not ready to get married. All right, good, and let's go off and conquer the world. And so honestly, everyone else around us knew that we were meant to be together except us. It took us 4 years to figure it out, but we finally figured out. We've been married now for almost 7 years. And one of the things that I promised myself and that I've promised him, that I would not build a business at the sacrifice of our marriage. So that means that family means a lot. And it also means that there's some things that I have to do differently in my business, but I know what it's like to balance business and family, to have a marriage, and to have a partner that supports me in that vision, that we can sit down and talk about things and move this vision forward. You don't have to do it alone. My view of the world, all of us have a view of how we think things should be, how we think things should go. My view is to always dream big. And I love the saying that says, go big or go home. If you're going to take that big leap, if you're going to leave corporate America, if you're going to make a massive difference in the world, dream big. If your dream is only big enough for you to achieve it by yourself, it's not big enough. You need a team so that you can impact the world and bring people on board who can rally around you and be part of something that's bigger than themselves. I know what it's like. I can remember not too long ago, maybe a year or so ago, when I looked at my bank account and I was like, what in the world have I done? I've taken risks, I've invested in myself, I've invested in my team, and I still don't see the results. And it got so bad, it got to the point where I was really wondering, did I make the right decision? Do I really have what it takes? Have I made a big mistake? Have I made a fool of myself? All these people are so excited, and I've been on these stages and I've been speaking to women around the world, and I know what it's like to leave an event and go home and just cry because my life, my business was a hot mess. And I know what it's like for people to come up and say, oh my gosh, Dr. Nade, you have it all together. And I can tell you there was a time when I did not have it all together. So much so to there was a point when I actually had to go back and get a sponsor, aka a job, so that I could fund my dream. But one thing I can tell you is I never gave up on my dream. I knew that this job was just temporary to get me over this hump so that I could get to the next level. And you may be sitting there thinking, I've made so many mistakes. I've invested tens of thousands of dollars in coaches and programs, and I've done these things, and sometimes they worked and sometimes they didn't. Been there, done that, have the t-shirts, and I can tell you that you can overcome this. I've been there. I know what it's like. I know the pain, the heartbreak, the not being able to go to sleep at night, and yet you can overcome it. I'm here to tell you that you can come back from that, and you can use that to help inspire other people. Because it's all about leading like a lady. When I started my company, I thought about women being able to be authentic, to be confident, and to be strong. When you think about leadership, oftentimes we think about men and it being a masculine trait. And I can tell you, I've walked into environments and it wasn't always the men that were trying to hold me back, whether I was in corporate or once I started my own business. But one of the challenges, how do I lead like a strong, authentic, confident woman and not be called the B word? And that's what leading like a lady, how to shatter your inner glass ceiling is all about. We hear about the glass ceiling. We know that it's there. We know that there are barriers and there are obstacles. But one too many times I've talked to women, gifted, talented women, women that I admire, and they look at me and they're just like, I can't do that. They take themselves out of the game before anyone else has the opportunity to do so. And that's what the inner glass ceiling is all about. Where is that lack of confidence, that fear that's on the inside that's telling you you don't have what it takes to make a difference. You don't have what it takes to build a profitable business. You don't have what it takes to be a powerful CEO. And I'm here to tell you, you do have what it takes. And it's time to own your power as a woman and lead like a lady. And the lessons that I've learned, I've learned many, but one that I've learned is that we are way too hard on ourselves. Way too hard on ourselves. And it's funny, I talk to men and they're like, I don't know what you guys are making such a big deal about. They make a mistake, they dust themselves off, they keep moving. Why are you still beating yourself up? You have learned many lessons that you can use to teach others. And one thing I've learned is you didn't go through it for no reason. You went through it for a reason, so learn the lesson and move forward. But you can be a powerful leader. You can make an impact as a woman, and men want to be there to support us in doing so. My big why do I do what it is that I do? And I'm often asked that question. And I do what I do because I've seen far too many women struggle. Far too many women not be able to make the massive impact that they want to make. There are 7.8 million women-owned businesses in the U.S. alone, and yet only 2% of those businesses hit 7 figures. Only about 10 to 12% even hit 6 figures. So that means that there are millions of women out there struggling to make an impact in their communities, in this world, to their families, and they're trying to figure out, how do I do this? And these are gifted, talented, smart, educated women. I've been there. I know what it's like. And I want to help you. I want to help women to know how to take their big visions and make them a reality, to create jobs for other people, to build lives for their businesses, to have the freedom to take vacations with their families, to spend more time with their children, to not have to miss everything that their children go to, the football games, the soccer games, the plays, the after-school activities. How do you do that? How do you know that I don't have to continue to be a slave to my business, that I can do this and with more ease, with more freedom? And that's why I do what I do, because I know that there are so many of us out there who want to make an impact, but we just don't know where to start. And I have those answers for you. I care about people. I hate to see people mistreated. I don't like to see people struggle. I get upset sometimes at the TV when I watch the news. I don't watch a lot of news because I want to see people successful. I want you to succeed. I care about you. And I know that you can do this. You may be sitting there thinking, but I've made too many mistakes. No, you haven't. There is a way to come back. You just have to be willing to do what it takes to overcome the mistakes that you may have made. An entrepreneur is a risk taker. They are someone that's willing to do something that others don't do. And it takes a lot of guts and a lot of courage to start your own business. And so I want you to acknowledge yourself for that. Acknowledge that it took a lot to maybe leave your job. Acknowledge that it takes a lot of courage and fortitude to work a regular 9-to-5 and still put in the time it takes to build a profitable business. Acknowledge that it takes a leader to have a big vision and say, you know what? I'm going to go for it. That is you. You are powerful, you are confident, and you have the strength to do what it takes. It takes a lot of guts and a lot of glory to be an entrepreneur. And purpose is so important because your purpose fuels your passion. Your purpose, when you understand that big why, there are things that you have to do in your business that you don't want to do. It's not all fun and games. It's not all glory. There are things, there's grunt work that's associated with it. But when you are so in tune to your purpose that you know why you're doing what it is that you do, that you know that you are put on this earth to accomplish that goal, you can move past those things that may feel like they're holding you back. When obstacles come before you, when you experience setbacks or disappointments, your purpose will continue to fuel that and fuel you to help you move forward.
Whenever there's an argument between your heart and your mind, follow your heart. Things that the heart can understand and feel that the mind cannot relate to. There are things that you know in your heart of hearts that's not logical, it's not practical, it's not, but there's something in you that says, I can do this. If you do what is easy, life will be hard. But if you do what is hard, your life will be easy. People that are hungry are uncommon people. Are hungry, have a vision of themselves when they leave here, leaving a legacy and not liabilities.
How do you get to that next level? You must learn to dominate. You cannot compete. Domination, not competition. Anybody can do this, folks. Anybody can do this. This is not about a college degree. This is about massive amounts of action. Whatever you think you're worth, if you're not sure of your own value, your own goals, and what you want, the world will never reward you of what you want, your value, and your goals.
People that are hungry are willing to do the things today others won't do in order to have the things tomorrow others won't have. People that are hungry are relentless. People that are hungry are unstoppable. People that are hungry refuse to give up. I'm willing to make this happen. No excuse is acceptable. I'm going to do whatever it takes. I can do it. If anybody's ever done it at any point in time in history, then what's possible for one is possible for me, and I'm going to do it. It's my time. It's possible. It's necessary. It's me. It's hard. It's worth it. I don't know what you want to do. Seemed like yesterday when I was the new kid on the block. Now at 68, I'm the old time. My mother, I remember the first home I bought her in. This home she saw. She didn't know I had planned to get that home for her. I purchased the home and I said, Mama, I think I know the people who live there. You do? I said, yes, ma'am. I said, I'm going to stop in and say hello. And I drove in, I opened the door, and she got out, and Mom at that time, around 76, she held my arm at the house, and we got to the door, and I couldn't hold it anymore. I reached in my pocket, I took the key out, and I put it in the door. This is your home. Mama, I bought this for you. I pushed the door open. She stuck her head in the door. She said, anybody home? I said, no, Mama. Nobody's here. This is yours. If you want a thing bad enough to go out and fight for it, to work day and night for it, to give up your time, your peace, and your sleep for it,
if all that you dream and scheme is about it, and life seems useless and worthless without it, and if you gladly sweat for it and fret for it and plan for it and lose all your terror of the opposition for it, and if you simply go after that thing that you want with all of your capacity, strength and sagacity, faith, hope, and confidence, and stern pertinacity, with the help of God, you'll get it.
You gotta be hungry. It's your time. You can do it. I love that video. It just continues to get me all fired up because you'll encounter obstacles, but you can overcome them. Which leads me to talking about what profitability means. When you hear that word, what does that mean to you? And one of the things that I hear is freedom. Freedom to have a life that I've always wanted. Freedom to do the things that are important to me. Freedom to spend time with family if I so desire. What does profitability mean to you? You have to have your own definition. Define it, write it down, make it clear so that you know why it is you're doing what you're doing. And again, more time with family. I think back to 2013, November 2013, I received a call from my mom stating that my granny had gotten sick and she was in a hospital. And I knew in my heart that this was probably close to the time that she might be leaving us. And so one of the things that I was able to do because I was in my business was I looked at my husband, I said, I have to go home. So I bought a one-way ticket back to Florida because I didn't know what I was going home and what I was going to walk into. But I was able to spend over a week home with my family, helping them make the arrangements with hospice and just come to grips with the terms that Granny was leaving us at that time was near. But it meant the world to me to be able to spend that time with her and not have to worry about whether or not we would have what it takes, whether or not I was going to lose my job, have to rush back and feel like my time with her was rushed. I was able to fly back home, and then Toby and I were able to go home that December, spend time with her, spend time with our nieces and nephews, take them to Disney World. But that's what profitability means, to have that profit in my business, to have that profit in your business, to spend time with family. I had an opportunity to talk to a woman entrepreneur recently. She's like, I spent 2.5 months at home with my family. That's what it means, the freedom that comes along with having those profits in our businesses. Providing jobs. Earlier, I mentioned the 7.8 million women-owned businesses in the U.S. And one of those things that 88% of those businesses are sole proprietorships, meaning that they don't provide jobs for other people. And when you think about the women that I know, that you know, that want to make a difference, that want to be able to provide different opportunities. We see things that are going on at companies that we don't like. One of the things that I tell myself is, as an entrepreneur, as a business owner, as a CEO, I get to provide, to build a type of company that I've always wanted to work for, to provide jobs for people where they can take all time off and spend time with their families or whatever that might look like. What do you want to do? And that is one of the beauties of when you have the power and the profits in your business, you can provide jobs for other people. You can help other people have that flexibility if that's something that's important to them in order to be there with their families. Bigger financial contributions. Again, one of the ladies that attended the roundtable was like, I want to wipe out world hunger. It takes money to wipe out world hunger. It takes money to wipe out hunger even within the U.S. You have to be able to have those profits in your business in order to make those differences in the world. And again, you may not have started your business because I was motivated by money, but money fuels your dream. Money fuels your purpose. Money fuels your passion. How do you generate that revenue and those profits in your business with ease so that you can do the things that you desire to do? So let's jump into the 7 secrets to building that profitable business. And secret number 1 is knowing your vision. Remember, I said go big or go home. Have that big vision. What is it that you want to achieve? Don't be afraid. Don't shrink back because you think people might laugh at you or they don't like you or they think it's crazy. People always have something to say, and more often than not, it's their own limited thinking, their own stinking thinking that's getting in the way. It has absolutely nothing to do with you. And as a CEO, there are times that you have to make decisions that people don't like, and you have to be willing to stand alone. Know your big vision. That will continue to fuel your passion even when people don't get it. Secret number 2 is to do your homework. I know you're like, Dr. Nadia, I'm not in school anymore. I get it, but you have to do your homework. You can't build a profitable business, this massive enterprise, without doing the work that it takes to do so. And one piece of that is knowing your market. What do they want? How can you best serve them? How do your products and services align with their needs and their desires? Who's willing to buy what it is that you have to offer? You have to know your market. All too often we go out, we have this big dream, this big vision, and we start offering what we want. But that's not what they want. But they're the ones that are supporting your business. They're the ones that are going to patronize you. So know your market. What do they want? Research the competition. What are they doing? And it's not so much that you want to do what they want to do, but you can learn some valuable lessons from what your competition is doing. And it may just help you design a business that helps you stand out. One of the things that when we start researching a competition is we try too hard to duplicate and become the competition, and that's not what it is at all. But it is important that you understand what's going on in your market. Doing your homework, staying abreast of the trends and the changes. We can look at our market now, especially in technology, and see things are changing at a rapid pace. So you have to stay relevant, you have to stay current, or else you will be out of business. And then know your numbers. All too often, us as women entrepreneurs, and I love math, so I had no excuse, and yet there are many of us that ignore our numbers. What do you need to generate revenue? How many sales do you need to make? What do you need in order to hire a new team member? What number, what revenue that you start bringing in signals that it's time to start growing our team? I often say ostrich leadership doesn't work. Ignoring your numbers, sticking your head in the sand, ignoring your bank account is not helping you generate that revenue. Having a revenue goal, understanding your monthly recurring revenue, all of that is important. What's going out? What are we investing in? Remember, I said that there was a point in my business where I was a mess, and part of that was I wasn't paying attention to my numbers. I was investing in things way too soon. I was bringing on people at the wrong time. I wasn't understanding what I needed to do to sustain my business. And one day I looked up and I had created a mess. And you can clean up the mess, but it helps to do your proper planning. And that means you can't be afraid of the numbers. Numbers are your friend. Look at the numbers, get to know your numbers, because then you can make more informed decisions and you're not making them blindly. Key number 3. Master the art of sales. Too many women, too many entrepreneurs, period, but especially us as ladies, we're like, I'm not a salesperson. I don't want to do that. But in order to generate revenue, you have to make a sale. You have to close a sale. You have to make an offer and have someone give you money in exchange for your products or services, or else you're going to have to go back and get a job or give up on your dream. So master the art of sales. Find a mentor. Secret number 4. Find someone, been there, done that. I often joke with my husband, I don't have time on this earth to make all the mistakes myself. So I can find someone that can say, Nadia, turn right, turn left, go back, don't do this, do that. Find someone that's been there, whether that's someone that you pay or not. I don't care. Just find some support, someone that can help guide you along the way so that you can get there quicker and easier. One of the challenges that we have as women entrepreneurs is we try to do way too much by ourselves. You're not take off your cape. You don't have to be superwoman all the time and ask for help. That's a sign of true strength when you can ask someone to help you get to your end goal and achieve your big vision. And like I said, I've been there. I had numerous mentors. I don't even like to talk about the numbers, the tens of thousands of dollars I've invested, because my husband just looks at me like, you spent how much? I get it. Sometimes it worked, sometimes it didn't. And sometimes it was because me and the mentors, we just didn't have that right vibe, or I just didn't do what it took. I allowed fear or just distraction, you know, the shiny object syndrome. Ooh, let's do that, squirrel. You know, those things happen. How do you stay focused? But again, having a mentor, having the right mentor helps. And I can tell you that when I had a mentor that came alongside me, that helped me, showed me the way, make massive leaps in my business, but versus me sitting there at my desk in my office trying to figure it out all by myself. Like I said, I've done it. Been there, done that, has several t-shirts, and I know the difference that it makes. And one of the things that people often ask me is, Dr. Nadia, how did you build such massive momentum in your business? And I was like, I hired a mentor, I hired a coach. I brought someone on my team to help me navigate building a profitable business, and that was a major difference maker for me building success. And I love this quote by Ariana Huffington. It says, "We need to accept that we won't always get it right. We'll make the wrong decisions. We'll screw up sometimes. Understanding this is not the opposite of success. It's actually an important part of success. Learn from your failures." I had a mentor tell me one time, "Nadia, you have to embrace failing faster." And for an overachiever like me, that is not what I wanted to hear. I only like the word failure, but failure is a necessary part of the process. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. Don't allow yourself to dwell too much on your failures. You actually learn a lot more when you mess up, when you make a mistake, than actually when you get it right. And now I want to offer you a free gift. So I want you to grab your cell phone and text the word profits to 480-725-7622. That number is 480-725-7622. Again, text the word profits, PROFITS, to get your free gift on how to build massive profits in your business. Success secret number 5, prepare for setbacks. Things happen. And I'm here to tell you, you can be going along. Like I remember 2013, I was out there traveling across the country, doing my thing, speaking at all these events, and boom, life hits. Whether it's personal loss in terms of just losing a family member, business loss, you took a risk and things didn't work out, whatever it is, setbacks will come. So don't be surprised. It's a natural part of the business process. Prepare for them, whether that means having savings set aside or just having a plan, putting together your risk matrix. If this happens, then I do this. And again, when those things happen, if you have a plan, it makes it easier to navigate through that versus, oh my gosh, I completely got blindsided and I don't know what to do. And I think about things went wrong. I think a lot of things went wrong. Where do I begin? Picking one. And in that, it's just, I'm starting a business. I don't know all the ins and outs. I think I want to do this. No, wait, no, I don't want to do that. I want to do this. You launch a program and you're out there and you're doing things and you invest all this money. You get to host an event and not enough people show up. What do you do? How do you come back from that? I have a mentor that shared a story. She had an event. It was a successful event. All these people came out, and when she left that event, she owed $40,000. I can't even imagine owing that and having people call and bill collectors looking for that. Things go wrong. And I'm here to tell you that she was able to overcome that setback and build a profitable 6-figure business even after making a massive mistake. And one of the things she does now is help other entrepreneurs like you and I not make those mistakes when we host our live events. And that brings me to, what are the lessons that you learn? And where do you keep track of those lessons? Because oftentimes we make a mistake and then we forget the lesson that we learned, and guess what we do? We make it again. And so keeping track of those lessons, whether it's writing them in a journal. I love to journal, just taking time to get my thoughts and ideas out, what went well, what could have gone better. Because again, we're always looking for those opportunities to improve. I never assume that I'll always get it right, that I know that I will make mistakes and I can learn from those mistakes, but I also have to document it. And again, I can't hide my head in the sand and pretend like it never happened. Or guess what I'm going to do? I'm going to go out there and do it over again. And when you think about it, how many times have you done something and then look back and like, oh my gosh, I knew better than to do that. But what happened? You didn't record it, you didn't review it, and we repeated the same mistake. Don't worry, you're not by yourself. Been there, done that. Have several t-shirts for that too. Success secret number 6, develop a CEO mindset. It's all up here. A lot of the challenges that we have are in our mind. And when I talk to business owners and CEOs, our entrepreneurs, I'll sometimes ask the question, how many of you in here know a popular CEO? Jot that name down, and you will be surprised at the number of business owners and entrepreneurs that don't jot their names down. It takes a certain mindset to be a CEO. And one of the biggest struggles is letting go of our babies, to entrust our babies as we grow to other people. And sometimes we joke with some of my colleagues, it's like, I have this baby, right? And what if someone tells me my baby is ugly or they don't like it? But one of the things is, What if they don't do it the way I do it? To trust people that are more talented than I am in other areas in order to help me achieve my vision. When you look at the 7.8 million women-owned businesses in the U.S., those women-owned businesses that hired other people made more money. They had higher profits, higher revenues, but it takes a certain mindset in order to be a leader, to have that vision, and yet be able to remove our hands from our babies, especially when we built this from the ground up. How do you develop that CEO mindset? That is so important if you're going to build your big enterprise. And it takes discipline. It is not for the faint of heart. There's certain discipline, whether it comes to the actions that we take. It takes sacrifice, whether it's with finances, our time. Is discipline to build a profitable business. Do you have the discipline necessary to be a CEO? Because you have to think about it. Be a strategic thinker. It also takes determination. We talked about obstacles and roadblocks, and I often say, you know, obstacles are actually opportunities in disguise, but when you don't have the right mindset, it's easy to see a roadblock and be like, oh, I'm done, I quit. And again, entrepreneurship setbacks will come. So how do you build this business and have the grit and the determination to say, I will not quit. I will not give up on my dream. I will not give up on my big vision. I will not give up on my purpose and passion. It takes determination. It takes the will. Like we saw in the video, you have to be hungry, because if not, you'll run into an obstacle, and the first time you hit a setback, you'll give up and you'll walk away. And then you have to have the drive. There is a type of guts and type of hustle that entrepreneurs and business owners have that gets them up in the mornings. I remember when I was working on Leading Like a Lady, How to Shatter Your Inner Glass Ceiling. I'm writing the book, and we set these audacious goals, and we're going to get this book out, and we're going to launch it. And I had never done this before, and I was up in the mornings, 3 o'clock in the morning, writing and researching and doing what it took to achieve this goal, because it takes drive. Not everybody has what it takes to do what it is that you do. And so do you have the drive? And again, that CEO mindset to see a vision and know that it is possible, although I may run into some snags along the way. And success secret number 7 is build your dream team. You can't do it by yourself. We have this big vision, and then we try to take on all these different hats to do it by ourselves. We run ourselves ragged. Now I'm tired, I'm stressed out, I'm no fun to be around, I'm sick. How do you build your dream team? And I tell entrepreneurs to bring in people that are smarter than you in those areas. So you have to be comfortable in your own skin. You have to be confident in your abilities and your gifts, and allow people the space and grace to shine in their areas and their gifts.
To be successful, you have to learn to be resilient. It really is about knowing that on the way to your vision, there are going to be obstacles, challenges, unexpected turns that will happen, and can you navigate those? And if you can focus on building your resilient skills, then whatever your goal, whether it's relational or financial, professional, you're going to be able to get there, and you're going to expect that it won't necessarily be a straight line, but whatever comes your way, that you have the flexibility and the skills to be able to deal with it and still get to that vision. The biggest takeaway from the book is understanding the power of your thoughts, many of which are so automatic and you've had them for so long that you don't even realize that you may be sabotaging your own success.
You have to believe. What is your mindset? What do you say about yourself? Do you say that you have what it takes? And one of the things that I just want you to think about right now, and I want you to say to yourself out loud in your office or wherever you are right now, is, I am thebomb.com. You have to believe that. You have to know within your belly that you have what it takes to build a powerful and profitable business. And you have to stay focused. Remember earlier I was talking about squirrel, and I'm going after all these different ideas. Oh, let's do a social media marketing strategy. Let's do this. Let's do that. Find your lane. Figure out what it is that you need to do to achieve that goal. That's why having a strategic plan is so important, because it helps you stay focused. It helps you to not get off track. It helps you to not get ahead of yourself. It's important to go fast. I'm all about going fast, and yet sometimes you can move too fast, and it doesn't help you to get to where you want to go, and it can actually impede you. So again, staying focused on your big vision. So like when those obstacles come, when those challenges come, staying focused on that big vision gives you what it is that you need in order to move your vision forward. And so I'm so excited because I also have 3 supersized bonus ideas. So I know we gave you 7 secrets and we have a little bit more, so I hope you have your pen and pad ready to keep on going. The first one is make automation a priority. It's so easy, again, to try to take on so much, but how much of this can you automate because you don't have to do it all yourself? Making automation in your business a priority will definitely help you get to the next level. Bonus secret number 2 is get creative. Again, we research the competition, but that doesn't mean we have to do it their way. How do you bring your own spice? How do you make this authentic to you? Get creative. Get creative with your funding. Get creative with a lot of things in your business because it helps you stand out in the marketplace and it makes people want to work and buy from you. And bonus secret number 3 is invest in yourself and your people. This is important because you're going to be out doing things and looking at coaches or programs, but how do you build this business, this dream, if you're not investing and building your people? Remember, you have this dream team. Now give them the tools that they need in order to build this big vision. You have to be willing to invest in yourself and your team. It's something I'm very passionate about. Ask my husband, he has the documentation. So again, be willing to invest in yourself and your people. Get the best tools, the books, the resources, the training, the programs, so that they have what it takes in order to achieve that big vision. And so I have a very special invitation for you. I want to invite you to join us at the Power Profits Academy. Visit buyprofitsacademy.com. And now you may be wondering to yourself, Dr. Nadia, will this work? Will this work for me? And I can tell you that the answer is absolutely. Absolutely, this will work for you. And so I want to talk to you briefly about next steps. What would be the next step for you, for those of you that want to be a part of this, who want to join the winning team? You know you have a passion, a vision, purpose, and what does that look like for joining the Power Profits Academy? So for those of you that know that this is something that you want to be a part of and you have what it takes and you already know you've made that decision, go to buyprofitsacademy.com. www.buyprofitsacademy.com. Is there an investment? Absolutely. It's important to invest in you and your team. So what do I get? As a member of the Power Profits Academy, you have access to our online membership site, which gets you access to training modules. You have audio trainings, video trainings. You'll have action guides. You'll get access to my notes, checklists, all types of wonderful bonuses and surprises. So visit the Power Profits Academy. And here's what you'll learn as part of the Power Profits Academy. In Module 1, we'll talk about developing your CEO mindset. Remember, we talked about the importance of having that mindset as a CEO, as a leader, being able to let it go. So that is one of the things that we'll talk about in Module 1. In Module 2, we'll talk about giving them what they want. What does your market want? You have to understand your market's needs. In Module 3, we'll take a look at your vision. What is it that you want to achieve and why? What is your big why? What gets you out of bed in the morning? What gets you excited? That's your big vision. You don't have to take on my big vision, but what is your big vision so that you can achieve your goal? And we'll map that out in Module 3. In Module 4, we'll take a look at developing a strategic plan, because when you fail to plan, you plan to fail. It's important that you have a strategic plan, and it's not a cookie cutter plan. You have to have a strategic plan that's right for you and where you are in your business. And that's what we'll cover in this module. In the next module, we'll talk all about understanding the numbers. There's a lot of numbers that's involved in running a profitable business. Profit and loss statements, revenue goals, when you start bringing on team members, employees, paying salaries, paying taxes, What are those numbers? How do you understand all those different numbers? Even looking at investments, one of the challenges that many women-owned businesses have is access to capital. What do you need to do so that you're prepared to get investments, whether that's through government opportunities, grants, or loans, bank loans, or even angel investors? There's so many capital fundraising opportunities out there, but you have to understand your numbers and you have to have a plan so that you can go after that, so that you have the funding that you need for your dream. Module 6, identify and fortify your strengths. There are many things that many of us, especially, gifted and talented, we don't know, we have all these gifts and talents that we want to use and share, but what is it that you need to focus on and that you need to strengthen, and what are those things that you need to have your team focus on? In Module 7, increase your visibility. You can't be the world's best kept secret and build a profitable business and brand. Module 8, develop your business systems and operations. You have to have the systems and operations and infrastructure in place in order to build that sustainable business moving forward. In Module 9, it's all about building a brand, and I know that building your brand is more than just a logo. What is it that you need to do to build a brand that attracts the type of clients that you want, that drives the type of traffic that you need to your website, that helps you build a community, to help build your tribe, to help build that movement, and again, to help fund your vision? Build that brand. In the next module, we'll talk all about developing your products, services, your packaging, and pricing. What are you offering to your market, and at what price point? Are you building a premium brand? What does that look like? Are you Walmart? Are you Nordstrom? All of that we'll talk about in Module 10. In Module 11, it's all about building that dream team. You have to work together in order to build your big vision. So how do you bring on the right team members? When do you hire? How do you fire? How do you let go of stuff? How do you learn how to delegate? All of those are important pieces to building your dream team, and that's what we'll cover in Module 11. And finally, in Module 12, it's all about having a plan for self-care. It's important that we take the time that we need to get away, to be able to focus on our businesses, to not be so busy working in our businesses. So how do you develop that plan for self-care? And again, visit BuyProfitsAcademy.com. Again, visit www.buyprofitsacademy.com. But wait, I love action takers, so I have a fast action bonus for those of you who know that this is what you want and you're ready to take action. The first is a one-day Women in Business Boot Camp whose value is $9.97. I can tell you that we're going to have so much fun, and it's going to be an event unlike any other, and I will be there the entire day. I'm not making a guest appearance. We get to hang out and work on your business for an entire day. The next bonus is a Fast Start Business Growth Program valued at $506. There are those of you that are ready to start right now. You're like me, 0 to 90, let's do it. This is for you, those fast action takers. So for the first 10 people that say, I'm ready to be a part of the Power Profits Academy, you're also going to get a one-on-one coaching session with me valued at $497. So here's what you get again with the Power Profits Academy. Access to our online system, $4,997. A ticket to the one-day Women in Business Boot Camp at $997. Access to the Fast Start Business Growth Program at $506. And then a private coaching session with me at $497 for a total value of $6,997. But for the first 10 people, we have a special offer at only $997. Again, for the first 10 people that take advantage of this, you'll get this special offer at only $997. So one thing I can tell you for sure, there's the hard way and there's the easy way. Let me help you take the easy way. So again, your investment in the Power Profits Academy is $9.97. So visit www.buyprofitsacademy.com, where you'll get access to our online modules, our audios and video trainings, our action guides, our notes, and again, all types of things, all online, and you have access to that, and that investment is $9.97, and you can get more information at www.buyprofitsacademy.com. This is my gift to you. This is my gift to those women entrepreneurs and CEOs that are out there that want to have an easier way to build their profitable businesses, that want to have access and be part of this community. And you can visit us at www.buyprofitsacademy.com. And my final thoughts are, there are so many powerful women out there. You have a vision, you have a passion, you have a purpose that's fueling you. How are you going to have the profits and the revenue that are in order to fund your dream? People want to work with you. They need you. They need you to step up. 7.8 million women-owned businesses in the U.S. alone. Join the Power Profits Academy. Be a part of this community where you won't be alone. You don't have to figure this out by yourself. Learn with us. Join us. Get access to my mistakes and build your Power Profit plan. Thank you so much for joining us today. Have a wonderful day.
Afternoon or evening, wherever you may be in the world right now, standing in your brilliance. My name is Dr. Nikisha Doctor, and I am your communication catalyst and impact innovator. And I am elated, I'm excited, I'm overwhelmed, I am pumped. Did you hear me? I said I'm pumped up, excited about being here with you today at the most amazing event of the year, the biggest comeback ever event. Yes, that's right, I said it. The biggest comeback ever event, 2015. And let me just say to you, it was not by happenstance that I showed up today. It cost me something to get here. And I'm not just speaking monetarily, but it cost me many things just to show up today. But I knew that I had to show up because I needed to come and get you. I needed to tap you on your mental shoulder to remind you of what our responsibilities are as adults to our young people. Yes, that is what I said. We have one of the most precious responsibilities in the world, and that is to our young people. You see, we often expect them to show up for us. However, they're waiting for us to show up for them. And that leads me to why I showed up. I showed up to get you, for one. And I also showed up to share with you what's been embedded deep down in my belly. I mean, for quite some time. This didn't just show up. It's been there from the moment I took that professional journey as an educator, as a teacher, as an administrator, as a youth ministry director, as the eldest sister of numerous siblings. This has been inside of me for years now, and I've sat quiet about it because I just wasn't sure who would receive it. But at this particular time, it's necessary. I can no longer sit back and wait and wait and wait on my mind and my thoughts and my everything to fall in alignment. I must show up for that one parent, that one educator, that one community leader that has been waiting to figure out how. What in the world do you have to do to impact the youth that you come in contact with? Maybe they're the youth in your home, in your community, in your schools, right in your classroom. Maybe they're the youth in your church, and you enjoy what you do, the time that you spend with young people and your tweens and teens in your home, but you have no idea how to impact them in the world. So listen, that's why I showed up. I'm going to share a few things with you, and those things are what I call prerequisites. You see, there are prerequisites to impacting our youth in the world, in the home, in our communities. You can't just dive and jump in and really know what to do with your tweens and teens and not necessarily know, without knowing, rather, the prerequisites in doing that. And I'm sure many of us are educated and knowledgeable of what the word prerequisite means. But let me just remind you really briefly of what it means. You see, a prerequisite is that thing or factor that is required as a prior condition for something else to happen or to exist. Let me say that again. It's that thing that must occur prior to. It's required it's required as a prior condition for something else to happen or to exist. So it means a prerequisite is something that has to be done before you get the results that you desire to get. How about that? That's what a prerequisite is. And so I showed up today to pour into you, to give you several prerequisites of what it looks like on how to impact your children in your home, your students in your classrooms, the youth in your church, those youth that you coach so well on the football field, on the cheerleading squad, on the baseball field, in any capacity in which you serve youth, even in your neighborhood. Maybe they're your neighbors and you don't have children of your own, or maybe your children are literally adults now. We still have a responsibility to these precious lives. No doubt about it. No doubt about it. Our young people never asked to be here. Never asked to be here. They were gifts to us as adults. Whether it was planned or not, it is our responsibility to show up for them. So this is what I've done. Again, I go back to the point that I showed up to tap you on your mental shoulder, to let you know that I'm here to walk with you on this journey and show you how and discover how to impact youth in your homes, in your schools, in the community, in your churches, all around the world globally, because it's necessary. They're waiting on us. So see, the first thing is this. The first prerequisite is that we must understand that not one size fits all. Not one size fits all youth. And let me help you understand what I mean by that. We literally have to stop recycling all of our remedies that our parents and our great-grandparents have poured into us and used for us. Those ancient expectations, let me slow it down a little. Not that they're still effective, because they are. However, every one of those remedies and expectations and standards and values that our ancestors and our parents and those role models that we had in our past and our upbringing, we can't necessarily use those for all of those, I would say, for this 21st century generation. It's not happening. You literally have to dive in, do the research, make the connections, build relationships in order for these things to occur. So we can't use what was used for us as children on our children. Did you catch that? We can't use what was used on us as children for our children in the 21st century. We have to stop recycling those same things over and over and expecting them to work for every child in your home, every student in your classroom, every youth in your church and on your field that you're coaching and you're counseling in the schools. That's not happening. Prime example, you're listening to the byproduct of a teen mother. My mother was 15 years old when she had me, and she had a village to help her raise my sister and I to be who we are today, the young ladies that we are today. However, my mother never used one method to love us. There was never one universal method to love and meet the needs of me and my sister, because we had different needs. We both were, yes, we have the same mother and father. However, our needs were different. So you literally have to discover what it means and what it takes for those individual children that you have in your home that you're parenting. You need to discover, take the time out to find out what those needs are for each student in your classroom as an educator. We cannot continue to go about it as business as usual. Well, oh well, this is the way I've always done it, and this is what I've used in the past, and it's supposed to work. Listen, hear what I'm saying, because it is vital that we step up our game. We're missing it. We're missing it we're missing the 8 ball, and they're showing us this by everything that goes on in the world today. The epidemics of how our young people are connecting to the games, and they're relating to the teen pregnancy. They're reaching out to the very relationships that are toxic because they don't know how to connect with us. They don't know how to communicate with us as adults because of what we're giving to them, what we're showing them. So that's the first thing. Understand that one size does not fit all. That's the first prerequisite. Your second prerequisite looks like this. You see, you have to be the change that you want to see. And Mohandas Gandhi said that quite well. You have to be the change that you want to see. You see, you, the word you came before them. That you is you as the parent, you as the educator, you as the community leader. You have to be the change that you want to see in young people. We've got to impact our teams on a 3-level platform. And this is a system that I developed because I know that it works. We have to impact our youth on a 3-level platform by way of connection, communication, and demonstration. Let me say that again. Connection, communication, and demonstration. See, later are those days where we literally live by that cliche that says, oh, you do as I said, not as I do. Oh, baby, we're not in that era anymore, because the reality of it is our young people are doing what we do and not what we say. Did you catch that? They're doing what we do and not what we're saying. So we can utter and we can verbalize and convey a certain expectation to them. However, they're looking at what we're doing as their example and not what we're saying. So as long as you're going about things the way in which you have, and you're expecting different results from your young people, you're going to continue to get the same results, because that is not what they connect to. You see, when you make a connection with them, you make it a conscious effort to build a relationship. You find out what interests them. What is it that they like? What is it they don't like? What makes them feel good? What makes them feel bad or upset? What angers them? What makes them feel comfortable, uncomfortable? What pleases them? What is it that they enjoy doing? Those are ways in which you connect with young people. You connect in that way, and then you learn to communicate. The connection and the communication work hand in hand. If they don't, they want to connect with us as adults because it helps them to establish a level of trust. If they're not able to trust us, by no means, hear me on this, by no means will they communicate with us. If they don't feel like they can trust you as their parent, as their teacher who has their best interest at heart, and you care about them, you will never get the results that you desire from them through communication. They're not going to even open up to you quite well. Not at all, because they don't feel the connection from the very beginning. So there's the connection first, then you begin to build a level of communication that is effective, because you know what that person likes and does not like. You know what moves them, what causes them to move in a certain direction and what doesn't. So then you make that communication a very vital part as well. Connecting, then they're beginning to talk and share with you. That's your communication. And then you have the demonstration. We have to model for them what we desire to see. We have to model for them what we desire to see. And I once heard a pastor by the name of Michael Moore that said, whatever you want your children to be or do, be that for them. Whatever it is that you want your children to be or that you want your children to do, you be that for them, or you do that for them. So it's very important. That's the prerequisite number 2. It's important that we be the change that we want to see. We've got to do something. We can't continue to give lip service. We can't continue to talk at our young people. We have to communicate with them. There's a difference. We can talk at the wall all day long, but if we're not communicating with them, we're missing the 8 ball. They're communicating with us right now. Most of it now is nonverbal. They may come home, arrive at home, they walk through the house, not speaking to anyone, going to their room every day, closing their doors. They're closed off from the rest of the family. They're not eating dinner with the family, not having breakfast with the family. It's just a routine. And you're noticing it, but we're so busy. We're so caught up in our own agendas till we sometimes, it goes over our head. We don't even catch it. It's not always intentional. But when we slow down enough to pay attention to those signs, we have a better chance of literally catching them before they fall, catching them before they close us off and shut us out, catching them before they go out and connect with the wrong crowd and the wrong peers, catching them before they literally get pregnant and fall into arms of a young man who cares very little about their emotions and how they're really feeling. And it's just that they wanted someone to understand them and connect to and share with. I've said this several times. When I first began teaching as a classroom teacher, I was a special education teacher. And during my early years of teaching, I came across this quote that said, "Home is the first school, parent is the first teacher, and reading is the first lesson." Home is the first school, parent is the first teacher, and reading is the first lesson. If we're the first teachers as parents that our young people see, how can we expect to brush the responsibilities off to their teachers and their athletic coaches and the community leaders and those that they're the after-school directors and whoever they're connecting with? Why would we brush them off or push them off onto other relatives when you or we as the parents are their first teachers? See, that's what we miss sometimes. They're looking at us first because we're the first adult that they literally come in contact with, to even connect with, to communicate with, and to have that demonstration given by. We miss those things. So those, you have your first 2 prerequisites. The last prerequisite for now is to consider the cost factor. And this is really where it's going to continue to get juicy for you. So you got to consider the cost factor when you talk about desiring to show up and impact your children in your home and those youth in your neighborhood and in your community and in your schools. You got to consider all of those things. You see, our impact on youth is priceless. It's valuable, but it will cost you something. It's priceless, but it's going to cost you something. So you see, it may cost you something, but the expectation or that journey is priceless. The journey is priceless, but it always costs you something. It may continue to cost you something because it's our duty to show up for them, to catch them before they fall. You see, it may cost you something as that parent to pass up those, to pass up those overtime hours that are offered from our supervisors on our jobs, to simply say, I'll allow someone else to get those overtime hours a couple times so that you're able to get home before your children. You're able to arrive home early, surprise them, prepare dinner for you all to sit down at the dinner table and connect together. It may cost you to give up those hours. It may cost you literally something to pass up that date with your spouse or your boo thing or your BFF just to set a date with your own child. It may cost you something. It may cost you something to literally put in some extra hours after school as an educator to sit and tutor students that are in need of assistance with reading or math or language arts, whatever it is, because you've already identified the fact that they may not have the support at home and there may be no time at home to get that done. So it may cost you something to literally give up those extra 30 minutes, 45 minutes to an hour just to tutor students at no cost, for free. Yes, no cost, tutoring your students for free, just to make sure that you've impacted their life on that level in that way. It may cost you something to take a pay cut, let's say that, to take a pay cut and less work just so that you can show up and participate and support your children in their extracurricular activities. It may cost you that. It may cost you that pay cut. It may cost you so many things that you may know about right now. You may not know about. It may cost you to take a rain check for many opportunities to participate in various things or to be a part of events or activities just so that you can spend the quality time with the young people that you are connected to. If we don't make a change, you can rest assured that it's going to continue to be what it is and what it has been. You see, it may cost you something as an educator to consistently reach out to your students' parents, to build the connection, to build the relationship, and connect with those parents on a level to where the parents are comfortable and they're desiring to want to come in and volunteer and participate in the school. It may cost you something to put down your ego, to put down the number of years of experience as an educator, just so that you can connect with your students. So often we get caught up on the number of years in which we've done something, no matter what professions we're in. Oh, I've been an educator for 29 years. I'm close to retirement. There's nothing that nobody can tell me. I've had great successes. And it becomes an I syndrome. We fail to realize it's not, at that point, it's no longer about our students. We're caught up on the fact that it was I. But the reality of it is, what have you done within those 29 years, those 5 years, that first year? What is it have you done within those years to impact a youth, your students? So this is the thing, right? I told you early on that I'm extremely elated to be here. My passion is all over me because this is real for me. This is real for me. When I stepped away from the school system 3 years ago as an administrator, it cost me something. It cost me something because I didn't really know what I was walking into. This was literally a leap of faith, but I knew that what was inside of me had to come out. And what I'm doing is unorthodox because there are not very many educators that are willing to step away from the world that we know so well. We love what we do. Many of us love what we do. Not everyone shows up just for a check. Not everyone shows up because it's routine. There are many educators, there are many adults across the world globally that really enjoy and extremely passionate about working with young people, but simply don't know how to do that. And so I want to go a little further with you and offer you a free gift. If you showed up today, you deserve a free gift from me. You deserve a free gift. And I want you to know that there's no charge for it. That's why it's free. It's all yours. All that you have to do is text the word IMPACT, IMPACT, IMPACT to the number 904-474-3088. Again, that's 904-474-3088. The reason for the gift is because I want you to know that you'll have support going forward after this if you so desire to show up for it. You've shown up today. Now you have to rise up. You've shown up, but now you have to take action. You have to execute those prerequisites that I've already given you to impact the youth in your world, in your homes, in your schools, in your communities, and globally across the world. We can do this. We've got to show up for our young people. They're waiting on us. They're counting on us to show up for them. What are you going to do about it? Stop looking to the left and to the right and ask yourself, look into the mirror at you. Point the finger to yourself and ask, what can I do differently? How can I show up differently than I have in the past? Forgetting the days behind now, we're moving forward. You have the prerequisites, and I've gifted you that token, that free gift, because I want you to know that you have the support. I'm here to extend, I'm extending my hand because I want to walk with you in this process. All you have to do is text that word impact to the number 904-474-3088. I challenge you to do something different. If you're wanting to get different results, you'll never get the results that you desire if you don't make any changes. It starts with you. Our young people, most of them don't really even know how to show up for us because they haven't had anyone to show up for them as adults. So we have to, again, model what it is that we want from them. Remember, you have to make the connection, then there's the communication, and then there's the demonstration. Walk away with that passion, that fire, to know, in knowing that you're about to change the world. If it's the 1 or 2 youth in your home, start right in your home. If you don't have young children, reach out to a relative. Be willing to impact your nieces and nephews and cousins. Be willing to impact your neighbor's children. Be willing to impact your students that sit right there with you. You're with them numerous hours in a school day. Be willing to start right there. You have to change your heart. And I'm ready to go with you. If you're ready, I'm ready to go with you to the next level. Thank you so much for showing up. It's time to rise up. Go and be amazing. As my great mentor would say, Mr. Trevor Otts. Now go and be amazing. Have an amazing and blessed day. Thank you.
Drink coffee? I'm asking, do you drink coffee? We can all think of that smell of coffee. See, I think that smell of coffee is so appropriate to why we're here today. We're here to talk about making the biggest comeback of your life. The biggest comeback. When I think of coffee, I think of waking up. I think of coming back to life. Right? That's what I associate it with. When I think of this event and why it's so fitting and why you are here. For me though, coffee is the smell that I associate also with the moment where my mentor was telling me, Justin, you are stubborn. Justin, you are stubborn. I was hearing it over and over and over again. See, he was hammering it home. He was telling me, Justin, you're not listening. Justin, you're not stubborn. You're stubborn. Justin, there's something you're not getting it. You're not getting it, Justin. See, me and my mentor, we had been working on a startup, right? And this was really his baby, right? This is his baby. I was there to help him, learn from him, grow from him. And so, he had me doing different tasks at different times and different projects. He put his faith in me. And we would have these meetings after we would break out, we would come back, have these meetings after going through our particular projects and our particular phases, and we'd come and meet and discuss, and a lot of times I just wasn't getting it. And a lot of times in our business, in our life, in our relationship, in our career, we just aren't getting it. And somebody is telling us we're being stubborn. Somebody is telling us and giving us the answers. We just aren't accepting it. Our minds are closed off. My mind was closed off at that point in time. I was being stubborn. I was being stubborn. It was preventing me from being successful. And most likely, you're preventing yourself from being successful because you're keeping your mind closed off. See, this wasn't the first time that he told me this. This happened over many interactions. Many interactions he had told me, Justin, You are stubborn. You're not getting it. See, again, he kept giving me projects, and it just happened so we would always get frustrated because we weren't understanding one another. Most likely it was me. Whether he was being stubborn and I was being stubborn, for whatever reason, it just wasn't clicking like I was supposed to. And I know we've all been there. You've been there in life when things just aren't clicking like you think they should. Like you think you're hammer at home, you think you're right, and it's just not working. And it wasn't working. And then one day, we go in to the same location. Again, speaking to him, I can smell that smell of coffee. That smell of coffee off of his breath. I can just smell it. Right? I loved him. He was a great guy. Great guy. Did great things. Okay? He was tough. He was hard. He was straightforward. He was honest. Okay? Very, very good. He was a business consultant. Had been in the startup business world before. Okay? And then one day he sat me down. And we're at the meeting. I'm not going to know what he's about to say. You sit there with that anticipation. Someone has something to tell you. You know it's important. And they just leave you hanging. And you're just sitting there and you're just waiting on those words. And the words that fell off of his tongue were that, Justin, I've given you so many things to do, and not one of them have you knocked out of the park. Not one of them have you executed. Not one of them have you delivered on exceptionally. Can you imagine how I felt at that point? See, I tried to fight it, right? Well, you would try to fight that, right? You would then go to that point where, no. You gotta be making that up. There's no way. I've knocked it out. And you start playing it over in your brain. You start thinking about the times, and I started thinking about the projects I'd worked on. I'm like, well, this one maybe this one, maybe this, and you just start to sink. It just starts to sink in. Your shoulders start getting lower and lower and lower, and it hits you. Reality hits you that you really haven't owned up to what you want. Your business isn't where you want it to be. Your relationships, your friendships, your life isn't where you want it to be. And it's all because of a closed mind, a stubborn mind that is stunting the growth of your life. See, I'm here today to introduce a topic to you, to introduce the concept of beginner's mind. My job is to inspire and give you information that gives you more of what you want in life. I'm here to give you more of what you want in life. And if you want more in your life, it starts with your mindset. It starts with the beginner's mind. And it's a great way to start. When I think of a comeback, and what really gets us there, and gets us moving on from it, it's starting fresh. And the beginner's mind is part of that process of starting fresh. So if you want growth, if you want change, if you want your business to succeed, and you want to make that comeback, you have to switch the gears on your mind and start fresh. I had to open up my mind and start taking in information. That was the first day where I settled down myself. Where you knock that ego aside, where you knock all that experience aside, where you really, really humble yourself and start taking information in. That day, me, Justin Morgan, at that point in time, just entrepreneur, guy trying to make it, now motivator, entrepreneur, human being that wants to do good in the world and help people get more of what they want. Now, the only reason I can say that I do that now is because of that pivotal moment. The beginner's mind is a concept of mindfulness. And if you are or not familiar with mindfulness, it is the practice of being conscious and aware on purpose. And so the beginner's mind is part of that, because you have to be purposely aware, purposely mindful, and purposely conscious of your past biases, your past decisions, all your past feelings and emotions and knowledge. You have to put those things aside you'd have to do what I would say, empty your cup. So that way you can receive more. So you can actually take in what you want. You have to be able to take in what you want. Hey, when I speak to people, right, and I go back and forth on YouTube with folks, and I have some folks that I had a phone call, and the best thing they can do, you know, if they're starting fresh is empty their mind. You know, if they're speaking to me, if I'm trying to give them advice and coach them, right, they have to empty their mind in order for us to be able to have a conversation that's effective. In order for them to take my information, they have to empty their mind. So I suggest that you empty your mind, especially today, right now, as we talk about, as I discuss with you, how the beginner's mind can change your life and make that comeback. Okay? Because when I think about it, right, so the first big thing is the beginner's mind opens up creativity. The beginner's mind opens up creativity. Okay? You guys have to remember this. The beginner's mind is what allows for creativity. Okay? One of the biggest thing that it does, you know, the biggest association I can make, right, it's easy for me. Okay, I think of my son. Okay, I think of my son, and kids are the perfect example of this. They see the world as it is. See, we as adults, you know, you see the world as you've been raised to see it. You have certain perceptions, and there are norms that you've established over the years. I do the same, right? I try to do the best I can to cast those aside, and kids are the perfect example because they see the world as it is. See, you know, it was a regular afternoon, and the way that my house is set up, I sit downstairs. I was sitting downstairs doing some work. I don't know why I was downstairs. I was at the dining room table. And the way I sit, I can turn and I can see the front door from where I sit at the dining room table. Okay? And so, for me, I'm just sitting there doing work. Just sitting there on the computer, on the laptop. And the kids are outside playing. My son and his friends. Okay? And he comes back in and he's... Daddy. Yes. How can I help? What do you need? What do you need? You know, I pull back, I look back. What do you need? Says, can I have some water? I'm like, fine. Get a water bottle. Go ahead. Get a water bottle. And you know, I make sure I tell him though, because I like being green. I like taking care of the environment. We have to do that. I tell him to make sure you bring that back so we can recycle it. Make sure you bring that bottle back, right? So we can recycle that. So he goes off, plays. The kids come back, and I walk up to the front door. I'm looking to make sure they brought those bottles back because I wasn't gonna let them leave those bottles outside where they'd be, you know, trash in the neighborhood, and two, make sure they recycle those bottles. So I go out, and of course, you know, I look outside. And I look, and I'm wondering where the bottles are. I'm like, where's the bottles? What's going on? And I see that the bottles, they have them, but they're full of dirt. They have taken the bottles and they filled them up with dirt. And I ask, what's going on? What's going on? See, you know, these kids were outside and they were bored. They needed to be creative. And so what did they do? They made bug catchers out of the bottles. They put dirt, and that way they can put the bugs in there with the dirt in the bottles. Who would have thought? See, but these kids, they saw the bottles as they were. They had a need, like we have a need in our lives. They had a need. They had limited resources, like we do in our lives. They had limited resources, and they had to find a way to make those things meet. And so what did they do? They used the bottles. They didn't worry about, they didn't go look for a shovel. They didn't go look for a shovel. They didn't go look for how a tool that we as society has claimed they have to use. No. They used what they had on hand, and it worked perfectly. It worked perfectly. And so we have to understand that we have to see things as they can be used and not how they are perceived to have to be used. Not according to rules that really have no weight. We have things as they are and how they are perceived to be. So in your business, in your life, there are things you're looking at and you're trying to be creative, but you're locking your mind in to how people are perceiving it to be used. You want to keep your business fresh. You want to keep your life fresh. You want to keep things new. You have to look at things differently and as they are. The moment you can look at things as they are, their uses expand. Their uses expand. You can use those things in different ways. So write this down. Take this in. Make sure you're absorbing this point. Is the more open your mind is, the more resources you will have. The more resources you will have, the more tools you have available. The more tools you have available, the more creative you can be when you're building. The more creative you can be, the more tools that you have. The more tools that you have are based off the amount of resources you have, and the resources are based on the amount of creativity, and you're more creative, the more open your mind is. So keep that in mind. That's one of the key things of beginner's mind, is why I love it. You have to cast aside. It's important. You have to cast aside your past feelings and experiences. The other way I think of it, and I think of my process as my family was moving into our home. See, we're not too far from here, right? We're in this area. We're here in PG County. We live in Laurel. Okay, and we bought a place. Condo, needed a ton of work. Me being the savvy person, I like to be business and money, financially savvy. Being a business person, you like to be careful with how you're spending your funds. And so I said, hey, a lot of these renovations we can do. We can do. I can do. My father can do. My fiance can help with. We can all do this, right? We still had some contractors come in and do some work, but I'm excited about this, right? Just like we get excited about new businesses and new ventures and new places and new things, new subjects. I was excited about it because it was new, it was fresh. We get excited about it, right? And when we get excited about it at first, I was excited about doing all the renovations. You will get excited about your new venture, and when you first get a part of it, you want to learn everything. You want to learn every little bitty thing, right? I was going in and I was researching and Googling everything because I didn't know anything about contracting and doing work and building and doing floors and putting in cabinets and installing sinks and doing electrical work. I didn't know any of that. Right? A lot of times we don't, when we get something we don't know, we are very quick to study it down to the very last detail. So much that we become masters at it. And it makes us better. It makes us good. And we have to think. We have to use our brain. We have to use this. We have to use our brain and exercise it and think. And it allows us to grow. See, when we have that new perspective, when we truly are a beginner, it allows us to grow. It allows us to do new things. It allows us to expand our abilities and knowledge. If somebody asked me to put in a sink now, I would feel much more comfortable about it. If somebody asked me to speak now, I'd feel much more comfortable about it because I've done so much studying on how to get better. But you know what happens? So once you start getting that experience, you got that experience in your business or your life somewhere, and you got lazy. So you stopped analyzing, you stopped carefully inspecting and carefully thinking. See, that sink leaked because you got really good at it and you started skipping steps. Your marketing efforts went down and decreased because you got stale with it and you thought you knew it all. When somebody introduced Facebook and Instagram and Snapchat and all these new platforms, you laughed at them and said that you knew and you understood how the game worked already. You already knew it all. See, that's what happens, right? That's what gets us behind. That's what sets us up for failures. A lot of times we stop carefully analyzing. We stop keeping our knowledge of our business fresh, of our life fresh. We stop trying to analyze and think. And what happens? Because life is a growing, changing thing, We stop analyzing, and by the time we've gone back and checked, by the time you go back and check and try something new, that opportunity's passed. Things have changed. You've fallen behind. You ever check in on someone? You ever call a friend and you ask them, "Oh yeah, hey, how's your mom doing?" Well, my mom passed about a year ago. You feel horrible. Oh, I'm sorry. You apologize. Because you haven't spoken to them in that year. You haven't, not that you have to, I'm just saying that this is what happens when you get out of touch. You stop analyzing, you stop learning, you stop checking in on your own life and your own business. Not because you don't want it to succeed, it's because you allow that knowledge that you've gained to carry all the weight. And you forget that it's something you have to constantly be engaged in. And you can't just rely on that old past knowledge, because there's always something more to learn and analyze and think about. And you have to be careful about the process and not let it slack. So Beginner's Mind helps you analyze. It gives you back to that point where you are hungry to learn and pay attention. And pay attention carefully, so that way you're paying attention so you can get paid in value over the long term. You want to pay attention so you can get paid in value over the long term. Okay? Going right along with the analyzing portion is learning. When you're analyzing, you're learning. When you're paying attention to the new technology, new opportunities, you have to learn about them. If you're not learning, you're not growing. If you're not growing, that means you're dying. That means you're falling behind. And whatever it is that you're doing, you're falling behind. So you must learn and you must grow. You must do this constantly. Right? You must do this constantly. You have to cast aside that know-it-all attitude. Cast aside that know-it-all attitude. Write this quote down. Socrates has said that the only true wisdom is knowing that I know nothing. Right? The only true wisdom is knowing that I know nothing. That's powerful. That means that you have to learn constantly, and there's always someone to learn from. If you came to this event with your cup full, half full, 3/4 full, whatever it be, then you've cheated yourself. Everyone in this room, you're coming to an event and you're watching this. You are watching this event in order to learn. But you need to come to this event, whether you're streaming or here in person. You're coming to this event to learn, to grow. So you should empty your cup whenever you're in a situation that requires that you learn. Don't be Charlie Brown. Right? Don't Don't be Charlie Brown. Don't start ignoring things, thinking that you know it all. You must empty your cup. Otherwise, you're cheating yourself. If you don't empty your cup, you are cheating yourself. So keep that in mind. Keep that in mind. It's one of the biggest things, is making sure that you are learning constantly. Constantly. The last point, one of the bigger points, also another big point, when you think of the beginner's mind, you have to empty your cup not just with knowledge on your business, but with your perspectives and feelings about people. Your perspectives and feelings about people. See, we don't just fill up our cups with knowledge sometimes. It's not just knowledge that fills up in our cup that we carry around with us. It's prejudice. It's hate. It's assumption. It's ignorance. It's jealousy. It's envy. We fill our cup up with all those things, and all it does is prevent us from making connections. See, you're at this event with all these amazing people, and you don't know what their perspective is. You don't know what they've been to. You don't know what their experiences are. So if you make decisions based on how they look, how old they are, how they sound, then you are shorting yourself. Because everyone that you can meet, everyone that you can talk to, if you're in the chat now, if you're on the Facebook page, if you're online, wherever you are, if you're interacting with someone and you are greeting them with a full cup of judgment, then you are shorting yourself. If you're a salesperson and you need to make that last sale, you are shorting yourself if you're not approaching everyone. Right? If you're not approaching everyone, if you're seeing someone and assuming that they don't have something based on how they look, then you're shorting yourself. You're shorting yourself. So in your business, remember that, yes, there should be a target market. Great. Yes, in your life, there's certain people you want to associate with. Great. Just don't assume before you actually learn, before you actually open your mind and smile and greet and say hello. You never know what connection you're turning down that could change your life. You could be one person away from wealth, one person away from success. You could be one person away from making your comeback. And so make sure that you're interacting with everyone. I would hate for somebody to not allow me to speak. I speak at places and people can assume something about me and not allow me to speak. But once they get me there, it'd be a great thing. Someone may think something about me before they go on to coach, to allow me to coach them. But you'd be making an assumption until you speak to me. And so don't let your opinions prevent you from accepting people. Okay? So that's what I have, right? So remember, a beginner's mind allows you to be creative because it gives you more resources. Having an open mind gives you more resources, which allows you to have more tools, and having more tools allow you to be more creative in what you build. The beginner's mind allows you to analyze and continue to analyze deeply so you can continue to tweak and understand more about your business, become more of a master of your life. The beginner's mind helps you to learn because you cast aside that know-what-all attitude and you continue to grow and grow along with the world that is constantly changing. And you never, never, ever want your mindset to prevent you from meeting that next person that could change your life. So those things are going to set you on the right path to get going. And if you want to keep going, if you want to be pushed through not just the start, but through the entire process, then I'm that one person that you can't shut out. I'm that one person that you can't shut out. So I'm here. If you want not just to start the process, but also get motivated through the process, then Justin Morgan, I'm the one to speak to you. I'm the one here for you. So right now, what I want you to do, and I can only talk to so many people at once, I want you to text to the number 240-232-2810. Text, motivate me. Send me your name, your number, and your email, and motivate me to 240-232-2810, and we will have a completely complimentary conversation just about you and how to motivate you through the ups and downs, how to get you started and then get you through the process. Because a lot of times we can start, and I'm sure you know that. You can start, but it takes a lot to continue through and finish. And so I can get you there and help you through that day-to-day grind of getting to your goals and your dreams. Take care, everyone. And like I say with everything, every day, my motto, my creed, treat each day as a building block to a better future. Thank you.
and I am excited you want to do this right here. I'm going to give you 3 things. I'm excited you just got here early because number 1, you want to get your glass of water or whatever you enjoy drinking. Maybe it's tea, maybe it's coffee. Number 2, you want to get out a pen and paper. You want to take some copious notes because the note takers are the money makers. And number 3, you want to bring your fun. Woo! We're going to have a lot of fun, ladies and gentlemen, on this webinar presentation. And we're about to get started. Get ready, get ready, get ready. Woo! Hello, 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 hello. Welcome, welcome, welcome. I'm glad you decided to be here with us today. Awesome, awesome, awesome. Welcome. My name is Karonda Fleming, and I am excited that you came here to the Profitable Passions webinar. I'm going to be teaching you the 7 best tactics to turn your passion into profits. Awesome. Now, 3 things you must have. Number 1, get out your favorite beverage. Maybe it's water, maybe it's coffee or tea. Number 2, you want to get out a pen and paper. And number 3, you want to bring your fun. We're about to have a lot of fun, ladies and gentlemen. Get ready, get ready, get ready. So you might be asking, who is this for? Ladies and gentlemen, this is for you. Are you the person that is ready to leave your job? Ladies and gentlemen, you might be working on a 9-to-5 job. You might be frustrated with different things like that. You might be a person that is looking to find a new hobby, find a new trade, find a new profession. This is for you. Ladies and gentlemen, you might be a person that loves to write. You love to exercise. You love to cook. Whatever the case may be, this is for you. So, you want to be happy. What are the things that you do that is most happy to you? What makes you excited? I'm talking about deep down inside. What makes you just excited, ladies and gentlemen? So, but you might be frustrated. Maybe you're sick and tired of the rat race. You're sick and tired of getting up every day, being stressed out on your job, but you're ready to find something new. You're ready to tap into what you enjoy doing. You're ready to have fun. Ladies and gentlemen, this is for you. So maybe you love a hobby. Maybe you have a trade that you love to quilt, you love to sew, you love to write, you love to just jog, you love to exercise, you love to have fun. Ladies and gentlemen, whatever you love doing, this is for you. Maybe you have that entrepreneur spirit. Maybe you're one that you're ready to create new things. You're ready to live the dreams you've always lived. This is for you if you're that entrepreneur. Ladies and gentlemen, are you ready to find your passions? Are you ready to find what deep down inside of your heart? Are you ready to find the one thing that is important to you? Get ready, get ready, get ready. So who is Karonda Fleming? Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Karonda Fleming, and I am out of Greenville, North Carolina, and I am simply delighted and excited to share with you all this phenomenal webinar presentation today. Ladies and gentlemen, I have a history and I have been there, I have done that. I know your frustrations. I know that you have your passion, but you're not ready and not really sure how to get started. I've been there, I've done that. I've done such things as training. I've learned from the experts. I've paid different amounts such as $100. I've even paid as much as $10,000 plus. So I know what it takes to get your passion to become a profitable business. So I am excited for you all today. So get ready, get ready, get ready. Ladies and gentlemen, you might be asking yourself this question. What is it that is my passion? What am I here today? What is Karonda going to show me today? And ladies and gentlemen, here it is. I need to know, are you ready to find your passion? Are you ready to find out what it is that you desire? What are you hungry about? It is as simple as breathing. It is the one thing that if you wouldn't ever be able to do anything else, you're going to be able to do this one thing, and you're going to do it just like you're breathing. You're going to have fun with it. You're going to enjoy it. So I need you to take my passion quiz. So I know you have your paper out, so jot this down. All right, number 1, What things turn you on and make you happy each and every day? Come on. I just asked this simple question just yesterday in a classroom setting, and here are some of the things that some of the people have said. One of the individuals, she was ready to take a Mediterranean cruise. She was ready to travel the world. She wanted to be on that cruise and enjoy the lifestyle that she was living. She wanted to relax, have fun, go out there and see the seas and just enjoy life. Another person, they said, well, I want to climb the highest mountain. I want to get that books packed and I want to go trek up that mountain, and I want to be able to have that feeling of being on the top of the world, seeing the beautiful scenery. Ladies and gentlemen, that could be you. Maybe you're that person that you enjoy teaching. You enjoy helping other people know the information that you have for them. So ladies and gentlemen, that could be you. What about you? What are some of the things that makes you happy each and every day? What makes you excited? What makes you just get up and like, you know what? This is me. I am excited. I'm ready to do my passions today. So that's your quiz. So think about that. You know, you wrote it down. You might have written down 2 or 3 different things, but we're going to continue on. So now I got to ask you this question. What things do you love and it matters to you the most? Maybe you love writing. Maybe you love writing poetry or writing different things about what you see in the world today. We have different political views and different religious views and different things of nature, things that are happening in this world today. What are the things that matter to you the most? What do you love? What about things like cooking? Maybe you love to cook. Maybe putting on that apron each and every day and baking a cake or baking some cookies or baking this nice dish that other people just love to eat your meals. What are some of the things that you love and you do the most? It matters to you the most. So ladies and gentlemen, I have to ask you this question. Where do you spend the majority of your time? Maybe you're one that, you know, you find yourself on social media and you find yourself interacting with different people that are like-minded just like you, and maybe you find yourself, you know, you love being in the kitchen, you love cooking, you love eating, you love tasting new different things. So ladies and gentlemen, where do you spend the majority of your time? This is important because that is going to be what is the ultimate thing of your passions. So I have another question for you. Make sure you're jotting this down. What have you secretly dreamed of but never had a chance of doing? Maybe you're one of those people that you dreamed of just traveling the world. You picture yourself waking up in the morning, you have your feet back, you have your little cocktail on the side, and you just love traveling the world. So one of the beaches of the world, you just love doing that. Maybe you're one, you love getting that inspirational feeling by someone that has heard your poetry. Maybe you're one that you love to sing. You have a beautiful voice, but you're not sure how to get that voice out there so that people will hire you to be the singer of their upcoming event, their wedding, their program, and things like that. So what are the things that you dreamed about? Ladies and gentlemen, the things you dream about are the things that are going to create the passions that you're going to have, and it's going to ignite your breakthrough. So I have another question for you. Now get ready, get ready. What things are you good at? But most importantly, what things are you great at? You heard that? Great. What things do you find yourself, you know, people are coming to you like, thank you for doing this for me because of that you were great and I couldn't have done it without you. What are some of the things that you do? You might have a hobby where you're able to sew and quilt, and you're great at sewing. You can become a fashion designer. Ladies and gentlemen, there are people out in this world that have created such fashionable designs that people like the First Lady of the United States admire. They go to you. You can be the next person. You can be the next Jimmy Choo that is going out there and creating that fashionable design that everybody wants. Your design, that could be you. So ladies and gentlemen, I have another question for you. Do you have a catch-all journal? Something that you writing down your notes and, you know, Oftentimes we have so many things going on in our minds that, you know, if you don't write these things down, you're going to forget them. So it is important that you have that catch-all journal, that you're able to capture those things in that journal. I myself, I have a green journal. Why is it green? It's green because that's my favorite color. I tend to like pink and green. I don't know, but that's a great color for me. So you want to have this catch-all journal. You want to utilize this because oftentimes there's so many things going on in our mind that we might forget what we thought about 10 minutes ago. So you want to capture those ideas because that is your next breakthrough. So you want to capture everything in this journal, carry it around everywhere you go. All right? So remember that. Keep that catch-all journal with you. Now, this is very important. You want to create a list of people that they are where you want to be. I tend to love Les Brown. He is one of the phenomenal motivational speakers out there. He gives you hope. He gives you so much motivation and inspiration that he is one of those people that's on my list that I look up to. He's where I want to be. Another person you might find yourself admiring, you might not know them, but what about Oprah Winfrey? She had a phenomenal talk show, television show. She has created her own network. She's on television each and every day, giving back to the community what she loves to do. That is her passion. She is one of the phenomenal leaders. Now, you might not know some more of these people, but here are some other leaders that are where I want to be. Have you ever heard of the Che Browns, the Trevor Otts, the people of that caliber? Ladies and gentlemen, Myron Golden, he is a phenomenal leader in the industry. But ladies and gentlemen, it's not about me and my list. It's about you and your list. I want to know, who are the people that are where you want to go? What are the passions that you have? And you want to find the people that are in that industry, and they are the people that you're going to look up to as you're becoming a person within your passions. So ladies and gentlemen, I have this question right here. Now, how will you get there and be just as great as they are? That's a great question, right? You have the Les Browns, you have the Oprah Winfreys, you have the Myron Goldens, the Che Browns, and the Trevor Otts. You have the people that are on your list, but how will you get there, and how will you be just as great as they are? See, number one, you have to have the mindset. You have to surround yourself around like-minded individuals. You surround yourself around 10 people that are where you want to be. Guess what? You're going to be the 11th person that is going to be that next greatest person. So that is very, very important. So this is what you want to do. You want to just define passion. What is your definition of passion? Now let me tell you, my definition of passion is having the excitement, having an enormous excitement of things that I love doing. So whatever I do when I wake up, that is my passion. So what is your passion? I'm going to give you a few seconds. Jot down on your piece of paper, how do you define passion? All right. So ladies and gentlemen, I know you got your definition of passion. You heard what I define passion as, but here is the question. If you do what you love, you will never work a day in your life. I'm going to say that again. Ladies and gentlemen, if you do what you love, what you're passionate about, you'll never ever work a day in your life. Now, ladies and gentlemen, that is phenomenal. How would you like to wake up and never work a day in your life, but all your bills are paid, everything is done, you're waking up, you're stress-free, but you're just enjoying life. You're living the life you've always dreamed. That is where we're going to show you how to live your dream with profitable passions. Are you excited, ladies and gentlemen? Ladies and gentlemen, I am about to show you an awesome video. You heard about some of the people that I look up to. Now I'm going to pinpoint one of those leaders. None other than Mr. Les Brown. He's going to share with you how you can share your passion. Get ready, get ready, get ready. This is awesome.
You know why people do what they do? The people who go after their stuff, what makes it worth it? It's got to be your passion. You got to love it, ladies and gentlemen. You got to love it. It's got to be what you are supposed to do. You want to sing, and even though they want to invite you to Carnegie Hall, you're going to sing to anybody that listens to you, including singing to yourself. I used to talk to my plants when nobody else would listen to me. You got to write, even if no one published your book, write, because that was given to you to do. You do what it is you're supposed to. You're supposed to build something. You're supposed to create something. I don't know how to do it. Learn. Do whatever is required. Just go out there. It's possible you can get what you want. It's necessary. If you want it, you got to go into action. You got to be willing to experiment. You got to be willing to fail and to succeed. You got to be willing to form and to develop new relationships. It's you. It's on you. You got to make that happen. Nobody's going to bring it to you on a silver platter and say, here's your dream manifested. No, it's hard. Yes, it's hard. It's difficult. Yes, right? And it's worth it. Well, here's what I'm suggesting to you. That when you're working, you have a wall to break through. Let's say a friend of mine he runs a marathon, and he says, when he's running the 26-mile marathon, he said, let's say that hypothetically, that 18th mile is the wall. He said, Les, when you get there and you're running, he says, everything in you is telling you to stop, to give up. Every muscle is aching, and you're saying to yourself, I can't do it. I can't do it. And you just keep on, and you keep on, and you keep on. It seems like you're moving at slow motion. And then eventually when you break through that 18-mile wall, then you know it's like done, and you're on automatic, and you glide on in. And you know it's there. You know you're going to get to the finish line. And we've all had experiences where we were working on something, and we knew it was possible. And we did those things that were necessary to bring it into reality. We took the responsibility to make it happen. Other people couldn't see it. A lot of people didn't believe it. You were attacked. You were criticized. People were opposing you, but you kept on doing it. It was hard. It was rough. It was difficult. But to you, it was worth it. And eventually you got to a level you know, can nothing stop me now. I'm on the move. I'm on the move.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, I encourage you to live your dreams. I encourage you to live your passions. Never let anyone tell you what you cannot do, especially if they have not done it themselves. It's time to change the world. It's time to let go. It's time for you to dig down deep within your soul to live your dreams, live your passions, and you can do that today. So you might be asking yourself, how can I do this? How am I able to do this and live my dream? How am I able to live my passions? Ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to share with you the 7 best tactics to turn your passion into profits. Tactic number 1, you want to narrow down your passion to one thing you profit from. So looking at your list, you might have a few things on your list. But I need you to narrow it down to one thing, one key thing that you're going to profit from. You're going to narrow it down to that one thing that you're going to be passionate about. This is going to be the thing that's going to take you to the next level. A little bit about me, I have parents that are school teachers. My mom, she teaches at a middle school age group of individuals, and she loves teaching the next generation. She loves doing that, and it's what's inside of her, and she loves that. You know, a little bit about me, I have a passion for helping people like yourself, entrepreneurs, starting their own business, getting out of the rat race and finding their passion and becoming entrepreneurs. I'm able to do that. I'm able to help you find your passion, and now I'm able to help you to profit from it. Get ready, ladies and gentlemen. Tactic number 2. You want to remove all fear and look only at the positives. You see, fear is the false evidence of appearing real, and you must look at the positives. There's no need for negativity. that's out the window. That's gone. That's tomorrow. This is today, and we're talking about today, and we're talking about your future, your tomorrow. And it's looking bright. It's looking great, ladies and gentlemen. Your future is bright, and you must release all fear. Grab hold of yourself, grab hold of your passion, and let's conquer the world, one person at a time. Tactic number 3, you want to do this no matter what. You want to find the time to do the work. We all have the same 24 hours in a day, the same 1,440 minutes in a day to get things done. No excuses. Excuses are the tools of the incompetent that builds monuments of nothingness. You want to find the time to do the work. All right, ladies and gentlemen, get ready. So this is something that I am so excited about. You see, you might find yourself and you're not exactly sure how to start your business. And because you're here today, I'm going to offer you a free gift. I need you to go get your cell phones, and I need you to text the word passions. That's passions, P-A-S-S-I-O-N-S, passions with an S. I need you to text that to this number. That number is 252-302-2220, and you're going to get what you need to know before you start your business. This is my free gift to you today. No money, no nothing. It's free to you today. So I need you, again, to text the word passions to 252-302-2220 and get ready to know what it takes to start your business. It's easy. It's not hard at all. Just text that right now. Go ahead. Get out your phones. Text it. Text the word passions to 252-302-2220, and I'm going to send you my Profitable Passions workbook on what you need to know before you start your business. Ladies and gentlemen, I am excited. That is going to help you all right now. So tactic number 4, you want to go out and you want to research your profitable passions. You want to go out there and find out what are the things that are within your passion. You have your one passion that you narrowed it down to, but you got to do research. You want to be an expert. You want to be knowledgeable about your passion. So you need to go out there and do the research. I myself, I've done the research. I've found what it takes to help entrepreneurs to start their own business. I've invested money. I've invested as little as $100 on up to $10,000+. So I know exactly what it takes for you to start your profitable business today. So get ready. I am here to help you all. And another thing you want to do, you want to interview the experts. You've gone out there, you have your experts, you know who is in the industry of the passion that you're in right now, but you want to interview them. Find out what it took them to get where they are. Ask them, ask them things such as this. How can I get there to your level? What things do I need to do to get started? How can I become the expert in this passion that I have right now today? So you want to go out there, you want to interview the experts because they are key to helping you to jumpstart your profitable business today. So ladies and gentlemen, you want to utilize social media. If you don't know it yet, YouTube is one of the #1 leading ways to showcase yourself, your business, your product, your service by using video. People will find out who you are. They're going to relate to you. You can use things such as the Facebooks, the Instagram, the Twitter, the Blogger. All of these social media are out there, and it's going to help you be successful. You also want to discover the best practices. What are some of the things that the people out there are doing right now utilizing those social media? You want to find those best practices. Now, it's very, very important. You want to also study their habits. We went out there, we did our research, but you got to study the experts. You got to see what are some of the things that they're saying out there. What are some of the groups in Facebook that, they're talking about this certain thing, this topic that's related to your passion? What are some of their habits? How are they relating to the market, to the industry? You want to study their habits, and you want to ensure that you're doing those same types of things. All right, ladies and gentlemen, tactic number 5, you want to target the niche and bring them your best. I'm not talking about your second best. I'm not talking about your third best, but I'm talking about your best. Bring your A game, because your target, your niche is going to be looking for you. You are the one, the only that is going to be there to help them to get their business rocking and rolling. So you want to bring them your A game, bring them your best, because the best is yet to come. Ladies and gentlemen, tactic number 6. You want to be able to solve problems. Now, I know we've been talking about some things, and you might have a problem of, I'm tired of my job. I have a good job, but it's not really what I'm passionate about. It's not what I enjoy doing each and every day. You might have a problem such as, I need to lose some weight. The doctor said that, I'm borderline diabetes, and, if I don't lose X amount of pounds, I might be on medication for the rest of my life. But ladies and gentlemen, you might have a passion where you love to exercise. You can be that coach to help that next person so that they can live longer. They can have a healthier lifestyle. Ladies and gentlemen, you want to solve the problems so that you'll help the world have a work-life balance. You're there to help them through your passion to solve that problem that they may have. So it's very important that you find out what you're passionate about, and then you're going to use that passion to help the world, the industry, solve their problems. I'm excited, y'all. I know you're getting ready, because, ladies and gentlemen, the next tactic number 7, you want to create an online presence. How do you do that? This is what you want to do. You want to write a blog. Some of the ideas that you have, maybe you captured in your catch-all journal. You want to write a blog that's talking about your passion. It's talking about the things that you love doing, because you're going to be that expert that people are now going to come to you. You are now the expert. So you want to write down your ideas, write down the different situations, and create a blog that you're having a following. People are going to come to you and want to know what's next. What are you talking about tomorrow? So you want to create that blog for the industry, and people are going to come to you. You want to create a Facebook page. That Facebook page is going to be unique to you and your passion. It's going to be unique to your audience, and they're going to be looking for what you have to offer. There's things such as Twitter. You want to be that voice. You want to communicate with the whole world what it is that you have to offer through your passion. Ladies and gentlemen, social media is phenomenal. We talked about YouTube. You want to get your face out there. Let them know who you are and why you are the expert and why they need to come to you today. So you definitely want to have a presence on your YouTube site. That is very, very important. Maybe you're one, you don't really care about the videos, you don't care about the social media part, but you love pictures. You want to show the pictures that you have, and you want to tell a story. So you could definitely use Pinterest, and that could jumpstart your passion into a profitable business starting today. So ladies and gentlemen, I have a bonus idea for you. Get ready, get ready, get ready. This is the bonus. So what you want to do, you want to learn the 6 steps to starting your business. So get your pens and paper ready. You are not going to believe what I'm about to share with you in a moment. It is phenomenal. Oh my gosh, I know you got your fun. Bonus number 1. By working with me in Profitable Passions, you're going to determine your offering and your market demand. Ladies and gentlemen, it is going to be awesome. You're going to be able to determine that. You're going to be able to use your passions, and you're going to be able to not only work for your money is going to work for you. You're going to be able to find out the things that you love doing. You're going to want to sell those things based on your passions. You know, many people, they go out and they say, well, I want to be doing this because that's going to make me a lot of money. No, that's not important. It's not about making money. It's about what makes you happy. What are your passions? What do you enjoy doing? That is what's going to make you a phenomenal expert in the industry. All right? Bonus number 2, you're going to determine your pricing. Now, you might not be sure how much your passion is worth, but we're going to work with you, and we're going to design a great blueprint specifically for you and your passion. So you want to determine the correct pricing based on what your passion is. So bonus number 3, get ready, get ready. This is for you, ladies and gentlemen. Get ready. So you want to show the world what it's going to take to make your first sale. Now, we talked about sales, but What about your first sale? Once you make that first sale, guess what? It's going to continue happening over and over and over again. So you want to find out what it's going to take to make your first sale. That bonus right there is just, oh my gosh, it is phenomenal. You get ready, get ready, get ready. I'm only on bonus number 4. Ladies and gentlemen, get ready. So you're now going to determine the differentiators. What is different between you and your competitors? What's different between your passion and the passion beside you? It is very important that you differentiate yourself, your passion, from everybody else, because you are phenomenal, you are great, you are an expert, and people want and need to come to you. All right? So now we're going to get into the next point on this webinar presentation. And this is what you, ladies and gentlemen, you need to be very sure that you are, beside the price, how does this product or service differ from the competitors? So we already differentiated yourself, but what is different, besides the price? What is different with you and your passion versus everybody else? So your passion might have a product, your passion might have a service, but what is different from you and your passion with everybody else? That is important, ladies and gentlemen. So bonus number 5, get ready, get ready. You want to determine the marketing system that you will utilize. You see, you can have a product and service, but you have to have a unique marketing system. You have to figure out how to get your leads. And ladies and gentlemen, those leads will turn into prospects, and that prospect will turn into passions of profit, passions, profit. This is all for you, ladies and gentlemen. You want to determine your market because that is your leads. People are going to be coming to you running. I'm ready. Help me, help me. I need help. I have a problem. I need you and your passion to help me in my situation. So ladies and gentlemen, get ready. So now we're going to show you with our 6th bonus, we're going to teach you how to sell. You're going to sell everything dealing with your passion. But ladies and gentlemen, you might say, well, wait a minute. I'm going to step back a minute. Wait a minute. I don't want to be a salesman. But let me tell you, the best salesman or saleswoman in the world does not sell. Ladies and gentlemen, this is what they do. They find out what the needs of the people are, and they make sure that they happen. Ladies and gentlemen, this is very important. The best salesman or saleswoman in the world, they don't sell a thing. They're not going out there, going door to door, knocking, hey, I need you to come buy my product. I need you to come utilize this service. No, you're not going to sell a thing. You're just going to go out there, find out what the people want, and you're going to bring that product or service to them. You're going to help the world with their problems. So you're going to do that with profitable passions. So ladies and gentlemen, now is the time that you live the life with the passion that you desire. Now is the time that you dig deep within your intestinal fortitude and you run like Forrest. You run like the wind. You take everything you've learned, you just pack it up, you just start running. You help save the world because they are looking for you. They need your help, and they're needing your passion to get them to where they're going to go. All right, so now you want to turn your passion into profit. So we got our passions, but we need to make some income. Things cost money, right? If I wanted to go buy a car, I can't just go on the lot and say, hey, I want that car. I don't have the money. No, you need to turn your passion into a profit. At the end of the day, your profits are what's going to fund you so that you can help even more people throughout the world. Everything costs money. So you want to understand that your passions is going to create a profit, and that's going to help you to continue to recycle this whole phenomenon, and you're helping more and more and more people each and every day. Ladies and gentlemen, this is awesome. So I encourage you to join the movement. We have a whole team of people that are here to help you market your passion and create a movement that is going to lead you into greatness. We're all walking up that mountain. We're all going to the top. We're ready to conquer the world. We're ready to see over that cliff. I see the valleys, I see the lows, but I'm ready to conquer. I'm ready to take that step one step at a time, and I'm ready to take it with you. So you want to step into your greatness with your passion starting today. So, ladies and gentlemen, I'm here to encourage you to get partnered up with the Profit from Your Passions Academy. We are here to help you do just that. So, you might be asking yourself, okay, wait a minute, this is a bit too much for me. Will this work for me? Guess what, ladies? Absolutely. Yes, this will work for you. And whatever, it doesn't matter what your passion is. Whatever it is that you desire doing, this will absolutely work for you. You want to write this down right now. This is my next step. This is what I got to do right now, okay? Get ready, get ready, get ready. I know you're taking some copious notes because the note takers are the true money makers. So we welcome you to join the winning team. All right, so welcome to the Profitable Passions. You can always visit our Profit from Your Passions Academy, and we are catered to help each and every one of you profit from your passions. So yeah, you might be saying, well, this gotta cost something. And yeah, it is gonna cost you a few pennies on the dollar. It's not gonna be a lot, but I'm gonna give you a special offer that you cannot resist. It's gonna be so special that you're gonna be like, oh my gosh, like I gotta get it like right now. Like, oh my gosh, you're making me wait? Yes. Get ready, get ready. So this is all that you're gonna get. I'm gonna go with what you're gonna get, and this is it. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Profit from Your Passions Academy. I'm getting excited, y'all. You're gonna have a whole hub of just profitable passions, networking, and entrepreneurs and experts that are here to help you cater to what you need. You're gonna have a membership access. You're gonna get my exclusive audio series that's going to help you to jumpstart your business. You're going to get a journal. You're going to get a software solutions that's going to help you market your business online, offline, and everywhere you go. It's going to be a turnkey system. All you have to do is just get started. Ladies and gentlemen, get ready for this membership access. We're going to give you the Design Your Life series. The Design Your Life series is going to be awesome. Get ready, get ready. Oh my gosh, here it is. Part 1, we're going to create a raving fan of customers. These customers are going to be coming to you, knocking down your door. They're like, oh my gosh, I need to partner with you. And so you're going to get fans and you're going to get customers. They're going to be ready to purchase from you because you have that passion. And the part number 2, you're going to get the strategic innovation. Now, we all know about chess, and we trying to figure out, well, what's my next move? What do I need to do next? Yeah. So here it is. We're going to give you the innovation, the strategic innovation that's going to not only help you for your next move, but the next 10 moves. We're going to show you the whole blueprint of your success within your passion, and that's going to be what creates the profitable passions that you've always dreamed of. Now, part number 3, we're going to have a world-class strategic marketing. Now, come on now. You got to market to some people. You don't want to just talk to yourself, right? You have a passion, but you can't just have your passion just for you. You got to tell the world what you're doing, and you're going to do that through the strategic marketing. Not just marketing, but strategic. We are going to give you the top-of-the-line marketing techniques that will help you in your business to just go viral. You're going to take over the world. You're going to be the best. You're going to be phenomenal. You're going to be, oh my gosh, you're going to blow your own mind because you're like, wow, is that me? Yes, it is. So part number 4, you're going to have a sales mastery systems. We're going to give you exclusive sales mastery systems that is going to work hand in hand with you. And guess what? It's not going to need anything else. All you're going to need is just this turnkey system, and it's going to work just for you. So, part number 5, financial analysis. Now, you just heard me say that you have to have money, and it's going to, we're going to analyze what your budget is, what your income is, your all of the things that's going to take to run your passion. You have to leverage a few things. You have your assets, you have your liabilities, but we're going to show you the financial analysis, and we're going to work hand in hand with you and your profit so that your passion will become, oh my gosh, it's gonna just go viral. It's gonna go phenomenal. It's gonna go like the wind. It's gonna go so fast. So you want to have part number 6. You have to be automated. You have to have the tools that is gonna work just for you. Just like a clock, you have the tools, the gears, the gadgets, and they work together. And it's gonna be automated. So all you have to do is just press a button. And as you're sleeping, things are going to be working in the background just for you. It's going to be bringing in customers. You're going to have leads. You're going to have prospects. They're going to be looking for you. And when you're going to wake up in the morning, you're like, wow, I just got 1,000 more customers overnight. And they're going to be coming to you because you have the best automated system and tools that's out there. So ladies and gentlemen, get ready. Part number 7, you're going to learn time management. Now, we all have the same 24 hours in a day to get things done. So we're going to show you how to effectively manage your time so that all of these systems and tools that we just showed you, they're going to be working for you and not against you. You don't have to sit there and spend hours and hours and hours making your passion work because your system's going to work for you. You're going to be able to manage your time, and that time is now going to allow you more time freedom. You're going to have the work, you're going to have the life, and you're going to have the balance. And with this time management coaching that we're going to give you, you're going to be able to live the life you've always dreamed. You're going to be able to travel the beaches of the world if that's what you choose to do. So ladies and gentlemen, this is for you. You want to look at part number 8. We're going to talk about goal setting. You know, we all have goals, and, you know, a lot of times people will say, well, what is your goal for the next 10 years, 5 years, 1 year? But ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take it one piece at a time. We're going to eat that elephant one bite at a time. So you want to have the proper goal setting. You don't want to have such a big goal that you're not going to ever be able to accomplish anything. We're going to set a goal. We're going to accomplish it, and we're going to, guess what? We're going to reach our next goal. So goal setting is very important because it's going to lead to part number 9, and that's goal achieving. You can set your goal, but did you achieve it? Absolutely. With us and Profitable Passions, you are definitely going to achieve your goals, and we're going to show you exactly how to do that. So ladies and gentlemen, part 10 is the optimization. You want to optimize everything that you have. You just purchased the system. You have everything working for you. You're utilizing your time. You're having fun. You're living. You're working your passions. You're getting your customers. But you need to optimize it. Without optimization, you will fail. You have to have optimization to have an effective business. And ladies and gentlemen, this is all a value of less than $5,000 at the Profit from Your Passions Academy. But ladies and gentlemen, this is, oh my gosh, because you are here today, I have something that is amazing. You're going to be like, what? You're not going to believe it. But wait, listen to this, ladies and gentlemen. The fast action bonus for those of you that act fast. I mean, you need to get to your computer right now. We have a 1-day Profitable Passion boot camp. You're going to be able to meet me, work with me, and all of my team. It's valued at $997. And guess what, ladies and gentlemen? You are going to get that plus more. So if you're ready to jumpstart your business with this program, it's valued at $506. And ladies and gentlemen, you want to be one of the first 10 people that go to profitsfromyourpassionsacademy.com. You want to be the first 10 people to utilize this system. You have a 60-minute private one-on-one coaching session, value at $497. That is with me, the expert. I am here and I'm going to help you one-on-one. So here's what you'll get. You are going to get the Profit from Your Passions Academy. Of course, this is the Design Your Life series, valued at $4,997. But ladies and gentlemen, you get the 1-day Profitable Passions boot camp. The value of that is $997. You get the coaching session for $497. That's with me, the best. Oh my gosh, you're going to jumpstart your business, and that is valued at $506. The total value of all of this is $6,997. Oh my gosh. This special offer is going to be given to you only if you're the first 100 people that act fast. I mean, act right now. I hope you're going to your website right now. You want to go to profitfromyourpassionsacademy.com. Remember, www.profitfromyourpassionsacademy.com. You want to be one of the first 100 people because that price will go up. This is a special offer designated for you for only $497. So there's one of two ways you can go about getting your passions to allow your business to be profitable. You can go the hard way, and I don't really encourage that. I mean, I've been out there. I've done the research. I've done the training. I've spent thousands upon thousands of dollars. You do not want to go the hard way. This is what you do want to do. You want to go the easy route. You want to take the easy way. Get in your nice Lamborghini, take the paved highway, just zoom up and down the road and just enjoy the scenery, enjoy the breeze going through your hair. You want to take the easy route because I trust me, I tell you not. This is the best offer. Hasn't been offered anywhere else. This special offer for $497 is only offered and available to you today. It is exclusive with everything. I mean everything. You want to go to www.profitfromyourpassionsacademy.com. I'm going to say it again, www.profitfromyourpassionsacademy.com. You get all of this, all of that for only $497, and that's it. And you'll get that right now today. So, again, www.profitfromyourpassionsacademy.com. You can get started right now today. I'm very excited you all tuned in today to this webinar presentation. I am excited you all have learned what your passions are. You're going to be able to get up. You're going to be able to conquer the world. You're going to get clients and people calling you and say, hey, I need your help. I'm ready to conquer the world. I'm ready to write my book. I'm ready to go out there and be a best-selling author. I'm ready to be a gospel artist. I'm ready to get a Stellar Award. I'm ready to do what it is that I love doing. So, ladies and gentlemen, you want to go to profitfromyourpassionsacademy.com today. Get started. Get plugged in today. I look forward to working with each and every one of you guys. I see you brought your fun. You brought your excitement, and I am excited. I'm looking forward to meeting each and every one of you on our one-on-one coaching. Ladies and gentlemen, I encourage you all today. You want to go to www.profitfromyourpassionsacademy.com, and we're going to help you jumpstart your profits right now today. We're going to turn your passions into a profitable business. We're going to give you everything you know. It's going to be a turnkey. Open that door. You're going to walk through. You're going to step in. You're going to look back. You're going to be like, you know what? I did that. I did that because profitable passions helped me to jumpstart my career. It helped me to live the life that I always dreamed. I welcome you all today.
Go get a pencil, a pen, or some paper so you can take some awesome notes. Then I want you to get a cup of tea or maybe some cold water, a bottle of water, and come back, get in your comfortable chair, and get ready to have fun tonight. All right? Well, looks like it's time for us to get started. Hi, hello everyone. I'm Kelly Perry, your business startup coach. And guess what? Today we are going to be talking about something I love, the anatomy of a dream. I'm going to share with you my 7 secrets to starting a successful business. You may be wondering, who is this for? Well, I want to let you know that this is for you if you have an idea. Do you have an idea? You know, I know lots of people out there that have ideas that want to start a business. You know, I've met a couple of people just past. I've actually worked with a young lady that had an idea, and she had this idea for years. And we met up at a dinner. And at that dinner, she shared with me that idea. And today, that idea is now a business. So if you have an idea, this is for you. It's also for you if you're afraid to fail. You know, you're scared. You've had this idea and you're not sure exactly, you know, will this work? Will it be successful? Is this something that will really turn out good and I'll get the results that I'm looking for? Well, if you're afraid, this is for you. I don't know where to start. I hear that a lot. A lot of people say, I don't know where to start. There is so many moving parts to starting a business, and then you're wondering, what do I do first? Just where do I start? Well, if you're thinking like that, you are in the right place. I hate my job. I hate my job. Oh my gosh. How many times have you heard somebody say that? Or that might be you. You're feeling that way. You're sitting, maybe you're sitting at your office right now at your desk, and you are so tired of that job. You're frustrated with it. You're like, how can I get out of here? And you know what? It's not the job. It's you. You may not be in the right place. So if you're here, you're in the right place to find out how to start the business so you can get out of that mode of, I hate my job. Okay, I'm passionate about what I do. Oh, I love this because I'm passionate about what I do. And I know when you're passionate about something, you have every fiber on the inside of you wants to do what you can to make it take place in your life. So when you're passionate about something, you definitely want to be here so that you can find out how that passion can come to place in your life. Definitely, you're in the right place. I want to be financially free. Oh, I know a lot of you are shaking your head. Yes, I see it. A lot of you. I want to have that financial freedom. I want to be in the place where I can write the checks. I want to be in the place where I can give to this place or help this person or even family members. You want to be in a place of freedom. So definitely when you start your business, this is a way to get to that freedom. So you're definitely in the right place. I want to spend more quality time with my family. I know a lot of you are saying that. You know, you're spending all your time driving and commuting back and forth to work, and you know, your husband or your significant other or your children, you only see them when you pick them up from the babysitter, and you're missing all the milestones that a parent should be enjoying when it comes to their family. And you just want to spend more time with your family. Well, definitely, if that is a desire of yours, you're in the right place. Yes, you are. Unlimited resources. Now, have you ever been to, you know, a conference? And me, myself, I've been to so many different conferences, especially when I had an idea to want to start my own business. And I would hear all the things that they're saying, and I would get so excited. And then they would say, oh, it's going to cost this much. Well, if I had that much, I would start my business, right? Well, I want to tell you, if you're in that place where you have limited resources, but yet you have an idea, you have a desire, a passion to want to start your business, this is the right place to be. I want to impact the world. That dream, that idea that you have, you believe that it will impact the world. It would change the lives of so many people. And so for you not to step out on that dream, for you not to step out and start that business, it will limit you from being able to impact the world. So just know, because you don't do it, then that means the world won't be impacted with the idea or the dream that you have on the inside of you. So if you have something, you have a business, an idea on the inside of you that will impact the world, you're in the right place. Confused. Been there. Yeah, I know, you're shaking your head. Which one do I do? Do I LLC, incorporate? What do I do? I have no idea of what to do first. I'm just so confused. I'm almost, the word I use is scatterbrained. I have so many ideas floating around on the inside of me, and I don't know which one to go with. So today I'm going to help that confusion so you won't be confused. So you're in the right place to get rid of that confusion. Now you're wondering why? Why, Kelly? Why do you want to help? Why do you want to help me start that business? Why do you want to help me not be confused anymore? Why do you want to help me impact the world? Well, I want to help you because I believe that we all have dreams. I believe everybody was created with dreams on the inside of them, and we just have a difficult time getting those dreams out. But when we find out how to get the dreams out, how to get them on the outside and really start walking in them and really seeing them take place in our life, oh, our life begins to change and those around us begin to change. So I believe that we all have dreams. Yes, I also understand that some of us might not even understand, well, what is a dream, Kelly? You're saying, what is it? Is it when I go to sleep? Well, when I think about the word dream, I think about Dr. Abdul Kalam. He has this saying, and he says, a dream is not what you see when you sleep. A dream is what won't let you sleep. See, the dream is those ideas, it's those thoughts, it's those passions that are all on the inside of you that you're like, oh my gosh, if I don't do it, the frustration that builds up on the inside of you, it's just so overwhelming that you really have no other choice but to go and do the dream. So that's what a dream is. So think about it. It's not the things, the fuzzy things at night or the chicken or all that funny stuff that you have in your dream, but the dream is a thing that won't let you rest because it's something that you have to do. That's why we have to dream big. That's why our dreams can't be contained, because we've been given these big dreams. So you have to dream big. Yes, dream big. And guess what? I believe in you. I believe in you because I know that you've been given a dream. And because I know you've been given a dream, I believe in the dream. And you know what else I believe? I believe it's time. I believe it's time for those dreams, those ideas that you've been given. It's time for them to become a part of your reality. It's time out for them staying on the inside. Aren't you frustrated enough that the inside is not matching up with the outside? Well, it's time for the inside and the outside to meet so that now your dream of having a business will become your reality. Oh, that's exciting. Yes, it's time to live your dream. Aren't you excited about that? Yes, I am so excited, and I'm looking forward to seeing those dreams become a part of your reality. So, you know what, before we go on, I just want to tell a little bit of my story, just a little bit of my story. You know, I'm a wife. And I have this great husband, and I know some of you out there, you know, you may be married, you may have significant others, and you're wondering, how can I start this business and be a wife and take care of all the things at my home? Well, it can be done. I understand the challenges. Believe me, I understand the challenges, and you can overcome them. I'm a mom. I have 5 beautiful girls. Yes, 5 of them. So I know all the responsibilities of a mother, all the responsibilities that the kids are in soccer and basketball and, you know, doing all the different things that they're doing. And then you're a wife and you may have other things out there. You may be involved in other things in church or organizational things. But yet you're wondering, can I do this? Can I start this business? Yes, you can. Well, I'm your startup specialist, and I'm here to tell you that you can. And most importantly, I'm the person with a dream. Yes, I have a dream just like you. Just like you, I have a dream. And I want my dreams to become real. I want them to be a part of my life. Yes, my dream and my desire and my passion, most of all, is to serve you. I want to help you make your dreams come true. And you're wondering, you know, why do you want to make my dreams? Well, you know, years ago, my husband and I, we had a desire to want to start our own business. And man, we did everything that you could do wrong. We did it. Yes. We went out and we asked for help and people refused to help us. So we struggled and we struggled. But I'm so glad that we never gave up. We never gave up. We kept going forward. And so my heart went out as we were a startup. My heart goes out to other startups that have a great desire to want to start their business. And so I want to help you not make the same mistakes that we made, not make the same mistakes that other small businesses make because they don't have help. I want to be the help. I want to serve you in helping you to start your dream business. I want to help you make that dream a reality of starting that successful business. Yes, it can be your reality. And I want to help you make it that. I have a secret. Shh, don't tell anybody. Okay? Yes. As a matter of fact, I have 7 secrets. Yes, 7 of them that I want to share with you on how to start your successful business. Are you ready for them? You got your pen? You got your notepad? Yes, let's get started. Secret number 1, yes, get clarity. A lot of times people start their business and they don't have clarity. They have all these ideas. They suffer from what I call scatterbrainism, all these great ideas circling around here. They're wonderful, profitable ideas. But because they have so many of them, they don't know what to do first. So they end up doing nothing. So what we have to do is get clarity. We have to recognize that if we have so many destination points that we're trying to get to, there's no way we can get to all of the destinations. But what we have to do is figure out, where do I want to go first? What is it? What type of business do you want to start? What is that dream that you have? You have to get so crystal clear about it, so that that's the only thing that you see is that business. So clarity is very important. If you don't have clarity, to me, whatever you focus on is where you will end up. If you're trying to focus on several things, most people get dizzy and fall out. That's how people quit when they start their business, because they don't have clarity. And so what you have to have, the most important thing is to get clarity of exactly what it is that you want to do. Secret number 2, put together your 1-page business plan. Now notice what I said, your 1-page. I know you've read on the internet and you talk to all kinds of people and they say that business plans are like 14 and 20 pages long. But in this day and time, a 1-page business plan is enough to get you up and going. It's enough for you to define your vision and your mission and decide what it is that you want to accomplish. So you definitely want to put together that 1-page business plan. Yes, 1 page. Did I take a little of the weight off of your shoulders? I hope so. Yes, breathe now. It's okay. Relax. It's all right. 1 page. And I guarantee you that 1 page will not hurt you. It'll definitely be simple, and we make it as easy as possible, because remember, this is your dream. This is what you want to do. So being able to put down on paper what you want to do really signifies to me that you're serious about your business. So when you don't want to write it down, you don't want to put it down, to me, you're kind of playing around with it. It's a hobby. But when you really get serious, we write it down so we can get into the details and see how we can make that business successful. Yes, secret number 3. Take off that superhero suit. That's right. And don't just take it off, burn it. Because so many times we think we have to do everything. You know, I'm responsible for everything. Once you're building your business, what you'll find out is you can't do everything. So go ahead, release the pressure. Another one of those things, relax yourself, take off that suit. And as soon as this is over, burn it. Get rid of it. You don't want to have it anymore, because this is not something that you will take on by yourself. You'll have a team. It makes me think about, you know, Superman, the superheroes. It was lots of them. It wasn't just one. It was several of them. So it takes a team to make the dream work. And so take off that suit. Take off that thinking that says that you have to do everything. You have to know everything. You don't. So it's okay. Breathe now. Did you take it off? Get rid of it? Yes. I'm so excited. Definitely. We're done with this superhero thing. Well, you know, before we go on a little further, I want to give you something. Yes, I want to give you something because, again, remember I told you I believe in your dream. Because I believe in your dream, I want to give you something that will help you with your dream. So I want you to text coaching. Yes, the word coaching, 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 to the number 301-563-9787. We're going to text coaching to 301-563-9787. And you're going to get an awesome gift from me. This book that we have at Achieve the Dream Network that we just brought out, you're not going to get it anywhere. You know, this is just a gift for you. It's a free gift for you. Better Business Planning. Believe me, you want to have this book because it's going to help you as you start out building your business. So go ahead, text coaching 301-563-9787 and get your free gift from me. Now, I know you're doing all that. You got that, got your free book. Great. Now, also, you know, we're going to get started with some things. We're talking about our secret tips to building your business. So, secret number 4 is make technology your friend. Yes, you want to make technology your friend. So many times people are, you know, scared of, you know, the computers, scared of all the different software, but technology is your friend and you want to be able to use it because it will help make your business better. It will help make it, you know, easier. Yes, technology makes your business easier. So you want to make sure you use technology. It is your friend. Believe me, I know this. It is your friend. So here are a few things that you want to invest in. You want to get a CRM. And you may be wondering, what is CRM? It's a customer relations manager. That's right. I almost forgot that M. Customer relationship manager. It helps you manage all of the different relationships that you have. So instead of writing it in a notebook, instead of, you know, using Excel, instead of having stuff over here, you want to have a computer software, the customer relationship management, this software to help you track all your relationships, to help you see, you know, what's working, what's not working, who needs what. So you definitely want to look into that. Then you also want to look into embracing social media. Yes, don't be scared of social media. I know it's a lot of stuff out there and most people are telling you, you got to get involved in all of them. Well, what I want you to do is embrace it. Find out one of them that works for you. Which one works for you and work it? Because trying to get them all, you know, you really, it's almost like being the jack of all trades. Get that one. Find out that one. Where's your customers hanging out at? And get on that one and let you become the expert of that. And that will work for you. So embrace it. Social media is your friend. It's going to help get the word out about you. It's going to let people know what you're doing, what's your business, what problem that you're solving. Social media will help get that out for you. So embrace it. It's your friend. Yes. And then also you want to get QuickBooks. Your startup business, QuickBooks is an awesome, you know, service that will allow you to keep track of all your business expenses. It will allow you to keep track of all those invoices that's going to be coming in, how you're getting paid, and what needs to go out. So you want to get a service that's easy, and you can put it on your laptops. You know, they even have a little to go on your cell phones now. You can use all that so you can track all your expenses that you're going to be using. So you want to get QuickBooks. It's definitely something that you want to have because you want to keep track of your money. A successful business makes money, and you want to make sure you keep track of your money. Yes, so you want to make sure you embrace all those things. Now, secret number 5 is find strategic partners. Find strategic partners. That's the big one because I meet a lot of business owners and a lot of them want to do all the work themselves. They don't want to work with anyone. They want to be this solopreneur. I don't need anyone else. Well, I'm a firm believer that it takes partners to make that successful business happen. So you want to go out and find people that complement what you do. So if you're out and you're selling insurance, you know, you're selling, if you're an insurance salesman or that's what you want to go in, you want to go and find other people that complement your business so that your business, not only your business grows, but their business grows too. You know, it's great to work with other people, and when other people see you working, they have no problem in sending out those referrals to you and saying they recommend you for business. So you definitely want to get out there and meet other people that will be a strategic part of your business. You know, I do this thing. I love to promote other businesses and share things that other people do. Why? Because not only does it help them, but then I become a resource, so that other people know, hey, she knows somebody here. Well, you want to do the same thing. You want to become a resource that other people will come to because you are the expert. You know how to connect. They know that you are a team player. So get out there and find some strategic partners to work with. Now, there are some benefits when it comes to having strategic partners. It's just not just have strategic partners, but there are benefits. So here are 3 benefits. You get to share resources. So sharing resources is that you're not just, you know, you're having an event and you don't have to spend all the money. Well, a couple of you come together and now you are spending some and they're spending some, and you're what? Sharing resources, which leads to number 2, it increases profitability. So if I don't have to give out as much, that means my profitability goes up. So I keep more money in my pocket or in the bank. So it increases profitability. Next, it decreases the workload. Yes, so you don't have to do as much. You are now not as responsible because you're able to share the workload. And what I like to do with strategic partners, I find out what they're good at, and I do what I'm good at. And guess what? It all turns out great because we're flowing in our sweet spots. And that's what I love about strategic partners. So don't sleep on them. Think about it. Begin to think about some people that you know would make good strategic partners. It's beneficial to you. So secret number 6, we're up to 6. You're not sleeping on me, right? You're not sleeping because it's some good stuff. Secret number 6 is choose the right entity. Now this is where some people get confused at because there are so many different choices to choose from. So we're going to just share just a few benefits, right, of an LLC. We'll start it with an LLC, a limited liability company. So a few benefits of an LLC is, 1, guess what? You build a barrier between your personal assets and your business assets. So if somebody tries to come for your company, they can only go for the company and not your personal. And that's great protection. Also, with an LLC, you get to have the ability to have longevity the business doesn't end if the owner dies off or leaves the company. The business still keeps going. So you get that longevity in that business. You get to build legacy in that business. Then you also, with an LLC, you don't get that double taxation. I know you may have heard about it, but you don't get double tax. You're only doing it one time. Yes, and that works out good for you. So those are some benefits, just a few benefits of an LLC. Now, a solopreneur, right? Benefits. One great benefit is that it doesn't cost a lot to start the business. Very little to start the business. Another one is that you are the boss. No one's telling you what to do. You get to make the decisions. You're responsible for running the company. And guess what? It's not a whole lot of paperwork included when you start it up. So those are some benefits for being that solopreneur. The S corporation has some great benefits. You don't have to, you're not taxed twice because it flows through to your partners and all the officers in your company. So you're only taxed one. You don't have a whole lot of paperwork to do with it, a whole lot of formal paperwork to do with the S Corp. And then with the S Corp, you also get to protect your personal assets as well as your business. So there's that separation. And guess what? When you're a corporation, they think you're the real deal. You know, people respect you more when you put that ink on it. They like, ooh, you're a real company. And that's what you want to do. You want to know that you set yourself aside and that people see the seriousness in which when you start this business. And then the nonprofit, which is very popular with, especially with educational and charitable places. They use the nonprofit thing, and what they really want is that C status, where you're able to get the donation. So people are able to make donations, and they're able to be tax deductible. You're also able to get some benefits. You get some, I believe it's the postage. You get some free postage for being that nonprofit. You also get to get some grants from the state or from the government. So you're being able to receive, other funds somewhere for being the nonprofit. So nonprofit is really, really good. So don't shake on it. Some people think nonprofits don't make money. They do if you know how to build the business. All right, we're up to, can you believe it? Time has just flown by. We are up to secret number 7. Believe. Yes, you got to believe, because I'm telling you, when you step out, when you make the decision to say, I want to start my own business, there are so many people out there that are not going to believe you. They're going to say, why do you want to step away from that good job? Or, businesses are not going to make a lot of money. You have to believe in your dream when other people don't believe in you. You have to believe. It is so important that when other people are saying all the negative stuff, you have to remember that this is my dream and I believe in my dream.
Listen to me closely. When you get to the point where enough is enough, when you get to the point where it hurt real bad, when you get to the point you can't take it no more, when you get to that point, I'm telling you, I can't explain it to you, but doors start opening, opportunities start happening. But what you cannot do is you cannot quit during the process. You cannot give up because it ain't what you see. You cannot give up. Champions keep going when they don't have anything left in their tank. That's the difference between the greats. That's what separates them. When they don't have no more, when it's over, when they're tired, when they're frustrated, when they're ready to give up, when they spent their last dime, that's when they get started. Are you hearing me? It's when you have nothing left. It's when you depleted all your money, when all your energy gone, when you have nothing left. That's when it's showtime. When you find a way out of no way. When you find breath that you don't have. When you find energy that did not exist. When you want this thing as bad as you want to breathe, that's when you find a way.
I believe in you. I believe. I believe in you. Yes, I do. I told you, I believe everyone has a dream. And because I know that everyone has a dream, I believe in you. and I believe in your dream. Sometimes we just need somebody else, you know, and it's like, man, it's hard. I'm having all this negative chatter, and all these people around me are saying it won't work. Well, I'm here to tell you that it will work. And you gotta believe. You gotta believe in you, and you gotta believe in the dream. Now, something that I want to do just for you. Again, remember, I believe in your dream. And I don't want to leave you out there, because I know how it feels to be out there trying to start a business and you don't know what you need to do, and everybody's saying do this or do that, and you know, so I want to do something just for you. Just for you, because you showed up. I want to do something for you. Now, I know you're probably asking also, you know, I've heard all the things that you said, Kelly, and you know, it seems really, really good, but will this work? Will it work? Absolutely. It will work. I know it'll work. Why? Because I've done it. And I am here for you. I know it'll work. Because all the things that you will go through or that you've been through, I'm here to say that we put something for you together so that you can build that dream, so that you can achieve the dream. That's right. So we have Achieve the Dream Network, and we're offering this startup program for you with our Business Academy. And with that, what does it include? You're like, okay, what's in it, Kelly? Come on, stop going on. Okay, I'm coming. Give me a little moment. You know, so it's going to offer a few things. It's going to offer the Startup Mastery Program. Just so, because you need to master. When you're starting up, you don't know everything. So you want to be able to master that startup part. Then we're also going to offer the Master the Art of Client Attraction, because you got to get clients. How are you going to build your business if you don't have any clients? So we're going to offer that for you. And then we're also going to offer Master the Art of Networking. There is a method to networking, and you want to know how to effectively network so that you can get the benefits of it and not just be out there. Yes, and then we're going to offer Master the Art of Delegation. Oh, I know you're saying, I know you sit back in your chair right there, because how do you delegate? I have a problem with that. Well, we're going to help you solve that problem. And then also Master the Art of Social Media, because I know some of you out there are having problems with social media. So we're going to help you with that, to master the art of social media. And then we're going to also help you to master the art of business planning, because you want to have a good plan. So we're going to help you with that. And then also master the art of the invisible close, because if you don't know how to close, you won't be able to get the business. You'll present a great presentation or a great, you know, item that you want to sell, but then if you can't close, you'll go home without the sale. So we want to help you with that. And that's why we have this for you today, the Achieve the Dream Network. For those of you that, you know, you're like, man, Kelly, I'm busy. You know, how am I going to do all of this? Well, you know, you can do it online. We want to make life simple for you. Or maybe you're in your car lot, or, you know, you're out running, and we want to put it on a CD for you so that you can listen to it. And then for those of you that are able to come, you're able to get the books, and you're able to take notes, and don't forget about your little cute badge that you're going to get when you come to the event. So, but wait, I know that you looked at that and you said, I don't know, Kelly. I thought you were on my side. Well, I am. I am on your side. Remember I said we created this with you in mind. So this is what we're going to do. For those of you that take fast action, you know, not thinking about it, but you take fast action, we're going to offer you this one-day startup business boot camp. 1 whole day. Oh my gosh, I'm going to be there, and guess what? I'm going to be sharing and giving you everything I got. I'm going to bring a few experts with me so that you get everything that you need to start your business. You're going to network. You're going to meet other people. It is going to be a great experience. You don't want to miss that. I'm telling you, the Startup Boot Camp, definitely you want to get that. And then for the first 10 people, guess what I have for you? I have you get a 60-minute private one-on-one coaching session with me. Yes, that's right, 60 minutes. We can accomplish a lot in 60 minutes. And this is valued at $497. And I'm going to give this to the first 10 people. What else? Here's what you will get. All of this. Look at everything up there that you're going to get at the Achieve the Dream Network. When you become a part of this network, you get the Startup Mastery Series valued at $4,997. You get the one-day Startup Boot Camp. That's valued at $997. Then you get that private coaching session with me. That's $497. And then you get the Fast Start Business Program valued at $506 for a total value of $6,997. But I have a special offer for you. For the first 100 people, you'll get all of that for $497. $497. Yes, the first 100 people. So you want to go over to Achieve the Dream Academy and get yours. Get this special offer. AchieveTheDreamAcademy.com. Now you can take the hard way and do this thing, you trying to figure it out and grabbing information over here, listening to this person over here and following this person over here. But aren't you tired of the hard way? Man, I already did the hard way, so at least learn from me. Don't do it the hard way. Do it the easy way. We've already put all of this together with you in mind to help you have the successful business that you need or that you desire. So look at all that you get, everything that you need right here, and we're going to give it to you for $497 just for you. So go over there to AchieveTheDreamAcademy.com, to AchieveTheDreamAcademy.com. So go ahead, type it in, because I believe in your dreams. That's why I'm here today, because you have a dream to take that dream and turn it into a business, and it can be done. I believe in you. And you know deep down on the inside of you, you're tired of being frustrated. You're tired of not doing what you believe that you're supposed to do. So it's time. It's time to go for your dreams. So go ahead. Go over to AchieveTheDreamAcademy.com. Sign up. Get those special things that we have just for you. I believe it's going to change your life, and you're going to see those dreams become a part of your reality. Again, I'm Kelly Perry, and I have had a great time with you tonight. And I'm so excited to see those of you go over to Achieve the Dream Academy and sign up so we can get those dreams in the movement. Have a wonderful night, and remember, I believe in you.
Welcome everyone. I'm so excited that you're joining us here today on this webinar. We have a full packed menu for you. We have so much we want to share with you. We want to get you some water, grab you some paper and pencil. I need you taking notes. I need you to close every browser on your computer. I need your full undivided attention. What we have to share with you is life-changing. We know that you're here because somebody cared enough about you to share this information. We know that you're here because you understand that this is a movement. We know that you're here because you understand that we're on a mission to create millionaires, and we're ready to get started. So before we get started, I need you to share this information, share the live feed. I need you to let somebody know that we're on live. Tweet a friend, Facebook a friend, Instagram someone. Let's go. Come share the information with everyone that you know you love and you care about. You here, don't be selfish. At the end of the day, We're here to talk about how to shatter the 7-figure barrier. We're here to talk about how to leverage your credit to get you to millionaire status. We're here to talk about a lot of things that are not discussed because a lot of us, we don't know what we don't know. My name is Khadijah Chapman, and before I get into my story, because I'm going to go there in a little bit, I just really want you to know that we're here tonight because our ultimate goal is to take you all the way from A to Z of every step of everything that you need to know, everything that you need to do to shatter the 7-figure barrier. A lot of people think that it takes a lot to become a millionaire, but I'm here to tell you all it really takes is for you to understand simple strategies, how to be strategic in your thinking, how to be creative in your thinking. When you get this part right, the rest is very easy. It's very simple. Who is this presentation for? This presentation is for people who look like me. This presentation is for the single mother, also the single father. It's for people who care and they want something different in their life. It's for people who are fed up. It's for people who understand, or they're trying to understand, hey, I did everything that I was asked to do. I went to school, I got the degrees, I got the job, but they're still struggling. That's who this presentation is for. It's for the person who said, I want to do something a little bit different. I know there's something more for me in life. I know that there's something else out there. All I need is a game plan. All I need is someone to take me and show me. And once I have those strategies, I can win. That is exactly what we're here to do today. We're here to take you to another level. We're here to share with you how to create the life that you ultimately want to have. That is our entire goal here. We know a lot of you are frustrated. See, I understand. I feel you. I was there. I was that girl, that woman who was out to conquer the world. And everything that I did and everything that I tried, I kept getting shut down. It just wasn't really working. I knew that there was a better way. I knew there was a better way. And fortunately for me, there were some people who came into my life. There were some people who mentored me. There were some people who grabbed me by the hand and said, excuse me, young lady, hey, try this over here. Everything else that you've been trying, it wasn't really quite working. And when this happened for me, I was a little bit uncomfortable at first. It was a little scary at first. So I'm going to ask you today to trust me a little bit, to step outside and to go with me and flow with me and just stay through this presentation because we got some powerful things that we want to share with you. But the ultimate goal is to get you to millionaire status. That is my intention here. That is our intention here. See, this is a collective effort. It's not just me. It's not just me. I just want to be real clear. It's not about me. This is not about me. This presentation is for you. This presentation is to show you what's possible once you understand strategically what you need to do. How many people have been terminated from a job? And honestly, a lot of times it's not your fault. It could just be something as simple as your employer did not like you, or there was cause of fear that you may actually take their job. I mean, really, anybody had that story? I know I've had it. I was one of those people who, when I went to work, when I showed up and I showed out. When I went to work, I made sure that I did everything that they asked me to do. I made sure that I was the first one in and the last one out. Guess what? My efforts were never appreciated. At some point, I read this book. I don't know how many of you guys are avid readers, but readers are leaders, right? I read this book called Think and Grow Rich. Think and Grow Rich changed my life. It didn't say work and grow rich, it was think and grow rich. It taught me to start thinking creatively. It taught me to start thinking outside of the box. There's people who said to me, Khadijah, you don't just think outside of the box, you shattered the box. You redesigned the box. That's what it's about here. It's about me helping you to take your life to another level where you literally shattered the box. That book started me on a journey to create wealth for me, myself, and my family. But it didn't go without a lot of challenges, and I'm going to talk about that. I'm going to take you there. I'm going to take you all the way there. At the end of the day, I can't read the slide. How many of us have been in a position where we have more bills at the end of the month? No, I have, right? And that's a challenge. That's a challenge that a lot of us who are here in America today, you know, well, let me put it to you like this. At some point, I tried to figure out who thought of going to work for 40 hours, 5 days a week, for 40 years, And then at some point you're going to get 40% of the income that you struggle to live off 100% of. I didn't really quite, I couldn't quite understand that concept. However, at some point for me and my team and for people around me, we started figuring and doing and different things in different ways, and we're going to share some of those creative concepts with you. It's real simple. It's real basic. At the end of the day, one thing that we know that people do sometimes because, okay, they want more in life and they're dreaming big, and they go and they play this lottery ticket, right? They'll spend that dollar. It might be the last dollar, it may be $5, it might be $20. It doesn't matter. But the point is the same. They want something more. They're dreaming big. They're dreaming bigger than what they have. How many people do we know that play the lottery? Most of us know a lot of people play the lottery. How many of us can say that we actually know someone who actually won the lottery? Very, 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 very few of us. So the chances of you becoming a millionaire by playing the lottery are very, very, it's very, very slim in that, right? However, coming inside the millionaire's matrix, we have an absolute, positive, no excuses, no apologies. We have a foolproof system that gets you to millionaire status in 3 to 5 years. So when you join the Millionaire's Matrix, I just really want you to know that you're part of a movement. You're part of a mission to create millionaires. Once you come here, it's an absolute. 5%, you have a 5% chance of becoming a millionaire by being an entrepreneur. Now I'm gonna tell you what's real interesting about this. It's about scarce tactics. It's about us really not understanding the dynamics of what's perpetrated to us as American citizens. And when I say that, I'm saying it like this. If you have a business and you understand how to be successful in your business, there's a very good chance that you will be successful. But what happens is, in America, and I'm saying they, meaning the big boys, the 1% who controls wealth, what they do is they share or they promote. No, they'll tell us the truth and then they'll promote a lie. And when I said, I want you to really think about this. If you work for yourself, there is a chance that you may not be successful. However, if you work for yourself, there is a chance that you will be successful. It's all about risk versus reward. So what happens for us, especially for those of us, or most of us in America, is that we're taught to create wealth for other people. We're given dots to draw. But what happens is those dots are connecting wealth for other families. And so for me and for people on my team and for people who are around me, it's about connecting the dots for our families, for us to be in a position to now leave a legacy for our children because the information is there. And it's all public knowledge. It's all public knowledge. It's just not promoted. That's the key. People come from all over the world to America. They come here because it is what? The land of what? What is it known for? The land of opportunity. The American dream. We hear that, right? But for a lot of us, we're inside of what? The American nightmare. Why? Because we haven't been given the tools and the strategies to create wealth for ourselves. That is exactly what we're going to be identifying today, and you will see rather shortly here. It's not really as simple as it is simple. It's not really as complicated as a lot of us are led to believe. Now I ask you the question, are you ready for a new lease on life? See, this is what happened to me. At some point in my career, at some point through all of my challenges, I realized there was a lot of hype out here. I realized there was a lot of things that were being promoted that basically was no better than working a job. And I'm not here to beat up on any industry or anything like that. I promise you I'm not. But I'm here to make a few points. And if you feel me, you feel me, because, you know, this presentation is not for everybody. This presentation is for people who get it. This presentation is for people who are saying, you know what, I feel her. And if you feel me, all you do is just you know, make a little mental note to yourself, I'm feeling her, because at the end of the day, there was a lot of things that was going on for me that I wasn't feeling. So instead of me complaining, instead of me just sitting around and talking about it to my friends and my business associates, some other business associates and I, we got together and we started putting together a plan. We started putting together a solution. We created the Millionaire's Matrix, which is a wealth building financial plan designed to create millionaires. Our motto is that once you enter, there's no way out except through wealth. So at the end of the day, I'm going to ask you a question. How many of us know of a club, of a platform, of anything, even a business enterprise that says, my whole goal is to promote you to millionaire status, period. Now, one thing about the Millionaire's Matrix is that we want to make sure that it's really clear and it's understood. It's not a business venture. Literally, you can keep doing whatever it is that you're already doing, and this is just the component to add to what you're already doing, to put you in a position, to give you the steps that you need to become a millionaire, and it is no cookie cutter system. This is not, it's customized to you. Everything that we do inside the Millionaire's Matrix is customized to you. Your likes, your needs, your wants, your desires. We hear you. We do a consultation with you. We teach you how to leverage your credit so that you can become, we teach you how to leverage your credit into wealth so that you can become a millionaire and beyond. Now, some people don't want to become a millionaire. Some people just want to become financially independent. Some people just want to not have to rely on somebody else signing their paycheck so that they can live, so that they can eat, so that they can breathe, so that when they walk in, people have respect for them because they can pay their own bills and they can pay their own way. The Millionaire's Matrix is a totally different platform designed to create millionaires. And the reason I keep saying that is because it's something a little bit different. You're going to see how different we are as I move through this presentation, because we wanted to make sure that not only did we put something together that made sense, we wanted to make sure that it was something that would cause, or that it was put together in a way where people didn't have to fear joining a platform, joining the movement. There's absolutely no fear of loss or risk when you join our team. How many of us have been in a situation where, we're robbing Peter to pay Paul? I know you guys have been there. We've all been there. That's unfortunately, that's status quo pro for a lot of people. We have a solution for that. Honestly, we have a solution for that. Unfulfilled dreams, yes. How many of us are sitting somewhere every day, going to work for somebody else? We're not getting the money that we want. We're not getting appreciation that we desire. How many of us have been on that journey or are on that journey right now? I feel you. I understand. I was there. Unfulfilled dreams. I'm going to tell you right now, today, you have no more excuses, because after hearing this presentation, after going through this journey with me right here today on this webinar, you will no longer have an excuse not to be in a position to fulfill every single dream that it is that you absolutely want. Period, point blank, dot. So at the end of the day, I need you to understand that there's more than one way to become a millionaire. And that's what makes us unique. Like I said a little earlier, this is a customizable situation. This is a situation designed to put you in position to live the life of your dreams. And I really want to share this little story with you real quick. A few years ago, I was in a situation where my life was turned upside down. I was in a situation where life just really got in the way. And I found myself trying to figure out, like, how did this happen? How did this happen? So in the midst of that, I had some mentors around me. And the reason I'm sharing this story, because I want to show you how powerful it is to have people around you who can help pull you up when you're at your lowest. Because a lot of us, when we're at our lowest, we got people who just want to kind of have that conversation with us. And they just like, you're like, oh, I feel bad. They're like, oh, I feel bad too. And then you go into the, this is worse. Or, well, I got a story worse than that. Well, for me, that wasn't my story in that moment. In that moment, I had someone who called me up and said, I need you to listen to this call. And just to digress for a second, every morning I'm a part of another group called the Billionaire Mastermind Forum. And I like to give credit where credit is due, because if it wasn't for that group, I wouldn't even be standing before you today. They really helped to mentor me a whole nother kind of way. And they brought a lot of speakers and coaches and people, and they put them in my path. And I even stand here today as a result of that. But there was this one particular speaker, and they asked me to get on the phone, right, at 8 o'clock in the morning. And a lot of people know me, I'm a late night, I work all night, whatever. I don't wake up necessarily that early, but I got up to listen to this particular speaker. And the words she said were so powerful. Oh my God, they were so powerful. She asked a question. She said, are you willing to do something today so that a year from today, your life is totally unrecognizable? That's the question she asked. When she asked me that question, I had just lost a very important business partner. you know, money was tied up, and make a long story short, I didn't have access to the money that I had been making and been working on for some really big deals, and everything was kind of taken away in a second. I was living with my mom. I had been evicted. I found myself in a food stamp line, a place that I never thought I'd be at that point in my life. So stuff was really, really hard for me. It was really, really rough. And here I am on the phone with a young lady speaking to me and giving me information and giving me hope and giving me promise and giving me access to information that could totally change my life. So today I'm here to stand by. Are you willing to do something today that's a little bit different so that a year from today, 2 years from today, 3 years from today, your life is totally unrecognizable? Because that's exactly what happens when you come inside of the Millionaire's Matrix. That is exactly what we have in store for you, because at the end of the day, there's more than one way to become a millionaire. And unfortunately, a lot of us, we don't even know one way. Most of us, I mean, how many of us from the time we're little kids and we're growing up and we're doing our thing, how many people are taking you by the hand saying, my ultimate goal, my only intention is to get you to millionaire status? How many of us have that conversation? How many of us have people around us who that is the reality? Not fluff, not hype, but the reality. I don't know about you, but that wasn't my story. That wasn't my story. I wish it was my story. A lot of the information I'm going to share with you today, you're going to find that it's simple at best. It's strategic, though. It's creative. And unfortunately, a lot of us, most of what we're taught is to go to school and to get a job. There's nothing wrong with that. There's nothing wrong with going to school and getting a job. There's nothing wrong with that. It only becomes a challenge when your dreams and your goals and the things that you want to do, they outgrow your income, and you don't really have another way. And you don't really have too many other choices except getting another job, because it's pretty much the only thing that's been indoctrinated into your psyche. And on another front, subliminally, we attract what like you can't grow beyond your business. You can't grow beyond your knowledge. You know, someone who's never been to a millionaire status, they can't take you to millionaire status. And a lot of us, we're running around with people and they say, show me your friends and I'll show you who you are. When you come inside the Millionaire's Matrix, you're mentored by millionaires and billionaires and financial advisors. And we have a whole host, we have a whole team of people who can take you to a whole nother level. The first thing you have to be willing to do is to take the first few steps to a new financial enterprise, to having new financial dreams, to going to another place where no man has ever taken you before, right? Hear me roar is what is, you know, it's almost like let go, let God, let's go, come on, do something different. We've tried all this other stuff. This is a membership. It's a membership portal. It's a platform. It's something a little bit different, but it can enhance everything that you're doing right now because it gives you something else. It gives you the freedom. You know, and then we ask the question is, why does obtaining financial security matters? Ask yourself that question. In America, you need money to just be. You know, it dictates a lot of things in your life, and it's a tool. Now, let's be real clear. Money is a tool. With it, you can do more. It helps to magnify who you are. You have big goals, you have big dreams in life, you want to help a lot of people. The more money you have, the more you can help. If you don't have, you can't help others. For me, it became a blessing in my life because I was able to bless other people around me. I was able to feed into other people. There were other entrepreneurs. I met a young lady. She had a beauty shop, and she needed some things done. She only needed a few $1,000s, but because of my knowledge and because at the time I was in a pretty good position, I was able to gift her what she needed. I've been in a position to help family members and things of that nature, but this isn't about me. It's about us coming together as a community because I want more people like me to be in a position where they can help others when they need the help. I don't want to talk about just, no, this is a better way of saying it. Instead of just talking about it, I want to be about it. And instead of me just having that story, I want everybody around me to have that story. But I also need everybody to understand it's a process. See, the struggle is real. The struggle is very real, but I promise you, it doesn't have to be. It doesn't have to be. It's just a matter of understanding what it takes to get to the status of financial freedom. what it takes to get to the status of creating wealth for yourself, you and your family. That's all it's about. My story, like I said earlier, is probably a little bit like most of the people watching this webinar today. You just want more. You just want to be in a position to do some things. You just want to be in a position to travel, to see this world. You know, for me, when I first started this journey of putting the Millionaire's Matrix together, there was a lot of people who were asking me why. There was a lot of people who could not understand, why is it that I want to do something different? Why is it that I want to take the information knowledge that I have and I want to share with other people? Well, for me, I got really sick and tired of hearing about everything that's wrong with Black America, and I really I wanted to concentrate on the solution. So for me, it was like once I started really understanding that you are the money. When I say you, I mean me, I mean us, I mean as an individual, you are. Now, how many times have you gone, or do you know someone, if it wasn't yourself, and you were able to purchase a big ticket item, a house or a car? Most of us, that's part of the American dream, right? To ride nice, to live nice. Well, for those of us who've had that pleasure, that privilege, or we made it happen, you know, we sat at somebody's closing table with all these documents, right? And what do? We signed on the dotted line. See, you are the money. And once you understand that in America, you can literally create money out of thin air, then you get to a place where you start understanding that, well, once you figure that part out, we're going to help you figure that part out. We're going to help you understand how to leverage your credit into wealth. We're going to help you figure out how you are the money and why that's so important and how simple the process is. See, there's other people who come here from all over, and when you look up, they own Subways and Mr. Heroes, and they own hair stores, and these are people of different nationalities, and that's great. You know, I'm happy for them. I truly am. But at the end of the day, I'm looking around, I'm going, okay, well, what does my people own? What are we known for? What franchises do we have? Do you know how simple it is to have a franchise? It's really not that difficult. What is difficult, or what the challenge is that a lot of us, we're not really looking in that direction. Nobody is mentoring us. No one is saying, hey, let's get your credit together. And then we've got a plan. And from there, let's get you some money. And from there, let's talk about investments. And I'm trying to keep it real, like real short here. I'm not really trying to go all the way into it. But when you come inside the Millionaire's Matrix, it's more about developing who you are as a person. It's more about developing your goals and your dreams and your ideals, and how to put that together in a platform that makes sense for you and your family. Something that speaks to you and that has the integrity that you're looking for. And it has the ability to give you what it is in life that you want. Not only that you want, but that you absolutely deserve. One of the mantras here is that our goal is to help others succeed. I kind of went through that a little bit a few seconds ago, because at the end of the day, that's what it's all about. I am not successful until you are successful. For me, I'm nowhere near where I want to be on this planet. My story is not over. My story is about helping other people to get to millionaire status, and I have a whole entire team committed to me. They're committed to you. They're committed to us. They're committed to our community, because it's time for some changes. I'm sick and tired of all the excuses. Personally, I take it real personal every time a child gets shot by the police and gets gunned down, and guess what? We can't come to the rescue. And I'm going to tell you something. Money equals power. Power equals respect. And as a community, we have no respect. If we grab a picket sign and we walk the streets, guess what? Nobody's paying us no attention. But if we start taking our economic dollars and we start putting them in a situation, we start putting them in a position where now we're doing something that has some merit. We're doing something that takes us to another level. We command respect. People will start paying attention, and things will change. And that's how you change things in America. And no offense to anybody, because I love my people and everything and all the struggles that they've done, etc. However, when we were walking around with picket signs and we were picketing stores and beaches and restaurants and things of that nature, it was another group of people who were literally figuring out how to buy the stores, how to buy the restaurants, how to buy the beaches. So that's what we're here today. We're here to teach you how to buy some things, how to put yourself in a position, you and your family, you and your community, to make some changes. I was taught that, and I'm sure you will agree with me here, he who educates your child has a lot of influence over if your child will be successful and how successful they'll be. So for me, I'm like, okay, it's time for us to start educating ourselves. So I have some information, my team and myself, and we're willing to share with you. And that's what it's really all about here. Champion of small business owners. Well, I kind of spoke a little bit about that because at the end of the day, that's what it's all about. It's all about creating wealth for ourselves. It's all about having a face that we can say, yes, this is who we are. This is what we did. This is how we're helping the community. See, I need you to be successful because one day, guess what? I have 2 children. And maybe one day after they leave the entrepreneur world, they might want a job. And it would be really great if you could employ them, right? And for those of you who become millionaires or you're in a position to create that income, you understand how to get money to start making money for you, now you can help, and you can help a lot of other people. And that's really what it's all about. It's about community. It's about coming together. It's about doing some big things. And you know what my big why is? I kind of just went into it, but my big why is to get other people as a community to go to the next level so that we can be the ones to rescue each other. Do you really think the government is going to take care of us? Do you really think that Social Security is going to be around when you're 65 years old? Do you really think that there's a plan for your financial future? How's that working out? Ask yourself a question. You know, when I poll the room, when I travel, when I ask the question, how many people here work a job and been working for more than 5 years? Hands go up. How many more than 10 years? Hands go up. More than 15 years? Hands go up. And then I asked the question. I said, now, this is kind of personal, so you know, people don't really want to let you know their, you know, their financial income, right? But if there's anyone willing to stand, or I'm not going to say that, but when we ask the question, let me see, how do we put it? Who's financially independent today because they work their job? Most people kind of laugh and go, yeah, right. You know, and at the end of the day, it's like, okay, if that's not working for you, well, is that the same strategy that you're going to teach your children? I mean, seriously, is that the same strategy? So again, it's about doing something different. It's about getting some different information. It's about being in a position to hear another way, a different way. I'm not going to say it's a better way. I'm not going to say it's the only way. I'm just saying it's a different way. Financial freedom. Now here we go. I'm going to ask you 5 key questions to understanding why. Well, no, I'm going to tell you. I'm not asking you. I'm going to tell you. You know, these are key questions to why credit matters. Credit matters because in America, you don't need money. I mean, wait. Don't. Let me say it a different kind of way here. Credit literally can be created. If you have credit, you can go, I can teach you real estate, not me and my team. It's not about me. We can teach you different things about real estate. We can sit you down with bankers and we can get you SBA loans. We can get you government contracts. You don't have to have a great credit for that, but it helps because a lot of times when you get these great government contracts that are worth millions, where there's money set aside for people who look like you and I that a lot of us don't even know exist. This is just a little caveat here. A lot of times you need some front money to be able to do the work of the contract so that you can get paid, you know, later on down the road. A lot of times I've said with people because their credit wasn't good, they couldn't even take advantage of an opportunity where there was millions left on the table and they had to walk away from the table. They had to walk away. And then eventually they come back full circle and we get them together and life is good. So that's just a little caveat there, just a little glimpse of the type of stuff that we do inside of the Millionaire's Matrix, just some of the things that we do. And when I ask the question, you know, what's wrong with this credit picture? Well, for what I understand to be true, and if you agree with me, you know, just kind of nod your head there or give me a like or share something in the internet world. But at the end of the day, how many people when they went to college, because I mean, education is a wonderful thing. Some people misunderstand when I give my presentations and I talk about being educated. It's like, I just don't want you to be educated to go get a job and create wealth for someone else. I want you to take your education to help someone around you and then ultimately yourself to take your life to the next level, because that's really what it's all about. But how many people when they go to college, or even when you're young, 18, 19, 20, 21, you get these things called credit cards? You know, how many of us have done that, you know? And then you have all of these great intentions, correct? And then at the end of the day, you end up with what? You kind of mess up your credit, because at some point you have all of these great intentions, but you don't really have the income to take care of the credit that you've used, right? So here starts the dance. And the dance is, I got my credit's messed up, but I need somewhere to live. So I'm gonna go get a job. And now the only thing I can really rely on is a job for an income, because if I could have used my credit to do some creative things like real estate and some other things that we talk about and kind of heard me talk about a little bit earlier, I can't use my credit. So for us, a lot of times we don't even think about credit. It's not even it's not anywhere in our wheelhouse. It's just really not. For myself personally, at times in my life when life was really good and I was making a lot of money and I never thought I wouldn't be in a space of making a lot of money, I didn't even think about my credit. Nobody even said to me, hey, get your credit together. Instead of using your money for some of your projects, let's leverage your credit and let's start to do things a little bit differently. Well, that's the conversation that we have with people who come inside the Millionaires Matrix. We get them thinking about a lot of information that's not mainstream America information. It's not. But a lot of other people who come over here, they actually get to take full advantage of all that information because they're taught to look for opportunity. And there's a lot of opportunity right here. And in America, there's no reason for anybody not to be okay financially. Nobody. I don't care your color, your creed, your nationality. I don't care if you got a record. It doesn't even matter, because there's a lot of opportunity right here. Let me take a break. Because I know a lot of us are saying, how can you get above water? How can I get to the next level? Can I take a break? Yeah, okay, how can I get to the next level? Well, at the end of the day, I can get to the next level by doing something just a little bit different. I can get to the next level by partnering up with people who are a little bit smarter than me, and that's really what it's all about. Hold on, let me take a drink of water. All right, now, just hold on with me here, because it's a lot of different types of debt. You have good debt, you have bad debt, and at the end of the day, we want to teach you how to put yourself in a position so that the debt that you create is debt that works for you. Because right now, a lot of debt that we have is actually working for somebody else. Like, for example, compounding interest. How many of us even think about compounding interest? How many of us even know how powerful compounding interest is? Do they teach the concepts of compounding interest in school, high school, college, universities? When you're getting your doctorate? Most times, no. But I'm going to tell you this. You got two aspects of compounding interest, and these are the two choices when it comes to this conversation about compounding interest. Most of us are either paying it or we're collecting it. Most of us, like if you have a property and it's not paid for, etc., guess what? Somebody else is collecting the compounding interest. And what happens is that when you start understanding the dynamics of money, the rules of money, the universal laws of money, then you're able to put yourself in a position where you now watch the money. Like the movie Cuban Jr., Gooden Jr. says, show me the money. I'm here to show you the money. And that's how we show you the money. It's called compounding interest. And we get real excited. I got some people in the audience here. I got some, they jumping up and down, because guess what? They now have compounding interest happening in their life, and they're seeing their money grow every single month. You know, some real good stuff here, some real good stuff. Real good stuff. At the end of the day, seriously, will you commit to budgeting and saving? Now, you know what? For a lot of us, we want to commit to budgeting. We want to commit to saving, but we don't have enough. It's like we're barely making it. So, it's a great concept. It's a great concept. I'm not going to wait. It's like, I think I have a slide speaking to this other arena, so I'm not going to bring it up now. But for a lot of us, and let me tell you what's a little unique about the Millionaires Matrix. What's a little unique about the Millionaires Matrix is that when we talk to you about investing and we talk to you about doing things a little bit differently, a lot of people are going, oh, well, yeah, you know, I'm barely getting by now. I would love to invest a few more dollars. I don't have it. We show you how to create money based on resources that you don't even know that you have. You are the money. You might not understand that. You might not understand that right now, but as I go through this presentation, I'm going to make sure that you're real clear on our intentions. I'm going to make sure that you're real clear that you are the money, you have the money, you can become financially okay. All you need is a team to help you to understand different creative dynamics. That's all you need, and that's what we're here for. That's what we're here for. And a lot of times we ask the question, what's holding you back? What's holding you back from making some of those great big purchases, your dream purchases? Well, a lot of it is that, like I just said earlier, you don't realize, you don't know what you don't know. You don't know what you don't know. And when you don't, like somebody said, what you don't know can't hurt you, that's absolutely not correct. That's a falsehood. Never say that again. Because in reality, what you don't know can hurt you. And it does hurt you. Because if you don't have everything that you want in life right now, and you live right here in America, what you don't know is definitely hurting you. Are you ready to save? But you have no extra money to save? Well, guys, I just covered that, right? Because a lot of us, we want to save, and we just don't have it. We can show you how to get it. That part is easy. That's the easy part. That is the easy part. Seriously, that is the easy part. And when you start learning these dynamics, you're gonna be like, man, I've been bamboozled. Like seriously, because that's you have no idea. And I just get really excited because for me, I get excited for those of you who can feel me. I get excited for those of you who say, you know what? I'm not sure what this millionaire matrix thing is. I'm not really clear, but you know, some of the concepts and some of the things that she's saying, you know, it kind of resonates with my soul. I know it's some different stuff out here. I know that there's a way to do some things a little bit differently. I'm sure there are. So at the end of the day, I know the question you're asking yourself, woo, can I afford it? Can I really afford this? My question to you is, can you not afford it? Because at the end of the day, what is it costing you right now? Is it costing your time? Is it costing your freedom? Is it costing you the ability to do the things that you want to do in life? Is it costing you that significant other that you're looking for? I promise you, you can afford it. And this is the thing. Wealthy people, average, how do they say? They say poor people and average-minded people, they think like, you know, I don't think I can afford it. The people who really want and understand the whole wealth mindset, you can have a wealthy mindset, it's not about what's in your pockets, it's about what's in your heart and in your mind. They're going to say, I'm going to figure out a way to get it. Period. No matter what I have to do, no matter what, I'm going to figure out a way. Most people who have success stories, they have a success story because they became committed to a process. And once they made the commitment, and we've all heard this, the universe will bow down and will open the way for you. All you have to do is make the mental adjustment. That's it. And then, of course, I love how would your life look if? And for me, I like to change instead of saying if. How would your life look when? When you are in a position to take advantage of everything that you ever wanted to take advantage of. When you are in a position to live in that home that you want to live in. When you're in a position to drive the car that you want to drive instead of the car that you could afford because somebody else is signing your paycheck. What would life look like for you when someone comes to you and they need your help and you really, really, really want to help them, but you can't? As much as you want to help them, you can't help them because you can barely help yourself. What would that be like? We just want you to know that anything is possible. Anything is possible. It's almost like coming inside the millionaire's matrix. It's almost like you get to rub a genie, a magic genie. Because not only do we talk about wealth strategies and we talk a lot about personal development strategies. We talk a lot about universal laws. We talk a lot about monetary laws. We talk about information that you should know, but you don't know. So again, there's information that you don't know that is hurting you. I can't see that. I can't. Give me a second, guys. Give me a second. I'm trying to look at my slide here. I'm a little lost. Just give me a second. Oh, okay. All right, guys. What would your life look like if you had more money? Okay, I kind of already covered that. But at the end of the day, just ask yourself that question because it's possible. Any and everything that you want is possible. Right here inside the millionaire's matrix. Period.
man got there at 4 a.m. He all ready to rock and roll, got on the suit. He should have wore shorts. The old man grabs his hand and said, how bad do you want to be successful? He said, real bad. He said, walk on out in the water. So he walks out into the water. Watch this. When he walks out into the water, it goes waist deep. So he like, this guy crazy. Adrian, like I'm out here swimming. I didn't ask to be a lifeguard. I want to make money. He got me in. So he said, come out a little further, walked out a little further. Then he had it right around this area, the shoulder area. So this old man, he making money, but he crazy. He said, come on out a little further. He came out a little further. It was right at his mouth. My man, like, I'm about to go back in here. This God is mine. So the old man said, I thought you said you wanted to be successful. He said, I do. He said, walk a little further. He came, dropped his head in, held him down, hold him down. My man getting scratching, holding him down. He had him held down just before my man was about to pass out. He said, I got a question for you. He told the guy, he said, when you want to succeed as bad as you want to breathe, then you'll be successful. I don't know how many of y'all got asthma in here today, but if you ever had an asthma attack before, you short of breath, SOB, shortness of breath, you wheezing. The only thing you trying to do is get some air. You don't care about no basketball game. You don't care what's on TV. You don't care about nobody. You don't care about a party. The only thing you care about to breathe is to get some fresh air. That's it. And when you get to the point all you want to do is be successful as bad as you want to breathe, then you'll be successful. And I'm here to tell you, number one, that most of you say you want to be successful, but you don't want it bad. You just kind of want it. You don't want it badder than you want to party. You don't want it to be cool. Most of you don't want success as much as you want to sleep. Some of you love sleep more than you love success. And I'm here to tell you today, if you're going to be successful, you got to be willing to give up sleep. You got to be willing to work off for 3 hours of sleep, 2 hours. If you really want to be successful, some days you're going to have to stay up 3 days in a row. Because if you go to sleep, you might miss the opportunity to be successful. That's how bad you got to want it. You got to go days without, you got to want to be successful so bad that you forget to eat. Beyonce said once she was on the set doing her thing, 3 days had gone by, she forgot she didn't eat. Because she was engaged. I never forget when 50 Cent was doing his movie, I did a little research on 50, and 50 said that when he wasn't doing the movie, he was doing the soundtrack. And they said, when do you sleep, 50? Sleep. He said, sleep. Sleep is for those people who are broke. I don't sleep. He said, I got an opportunity to make a dream become a reality. Don't cry to quit. You already in pain, you already hurt. Get a reward from it. Don't go to sleep until you succeed. Listen to me. I'm here to tell you, come here, you can jump up, you can do flips, you can be excited when we give away money. But listen to me, you will never be successful until I don't have to give you a dime to do what you do. You won't be successful until you say, I don't need that money. Because I got it in here.
That video is so inspiring. It's about success, and that's exactly what the Millionaire's Matrix is all about. It's all about putting you in a position to be successful. But the question is, are you willing to do it? Are you willing to come all the way in and take your life to the next level? Now, you've heard a lot of the presentation, but let me give you something. I want you to know that I have a free gift for you. I have a gift that I want to share with you, and all I need you to do is I need you to text the word wealth to 216-456. Oh, I'm sorry, 216-456-6144. 216-456. No, 450. You know, I don't have my glasses, guys. Forgive me. Forgive me. It's 216-45. That's why we get a little older. 216-450-6144. Just text the word wealth. Allow me to give you something powerful. Just text the word wealth. That's all you got to do for me right now. Now, I've talked a little bit about, I want to give you some 5 strategies to identify how we can help you to restore and secure your financial future. The money in the jar theory, guys, I don't know about you, but I've been doing that for years. And before I got access to this information, that didn't help. That did not help. Creating a budget, I talked about that a little bit ago. Many of us want to do that. We just don't have enough. So it's a matter of doing something a little bit different to make sure. Creating a debt freedom roadmap. That's what we can help you do. We can help you do that. That's easy. I'm going to say it again. Reshaping your financial future, that's what it's all about, because accountability is up to you. Like I said, once you've heard this presentation, there's no more excuses for you. Now it just becomes a matter of a choice. Like what is that you really want to do? You actually hold the keys to your future. You do. Now, the steps to becoming a millionaire, like I told you before, it's not as complicated as you think. As a lot of us think. And success, absolutely, positively, without fail, without doubt, it leaves clues. So again, stop wishing. Stop wishing and dreaming and talking about it, and start being about it. Saving your money for investments, it's really more about understanding the investments. This is what it's really more about, understanding how to invest in a safe environment. Do you know that there's actually investment strategies that you can receive a double-digit return every single month? And I know some of you are going to go, yeah, right. That guy tried that, he's in jail. Bernie Madoff, I promise you, there are strategies like that. I have my own money inside of it. I have family and friends and associates and team members who are inside of safe strategies like that. When you come inside the matrix, that's the type of stuff you're going to learn. And it's vetted, it's your money, it's your account. You're not handing it to me or anybody on my team. It is in your name, yada, yada, yada. At the end of the day, you just got to come be a part of it, and you'll get more information. Seriously. Using your credits to generate more wealth, that's one of the biggest caveats that a lot of us, we don't really know much about, and we don't use that strategy because a lot of us are scared to use our credit for stuff because we don't really know. They're not teaching that strategy in school. You know, but wealth is your birthright. This is not up for debate. It's your birthright. Find a millionaire mentor. That's what we have inside of the Millionaire's Matrix. We have mentors. We have people who can help get you to the other side with no absolute. You know, get rid of that poverty mindset. A lot of us have a scarcity mindset, and that's what keeps us exactly where you are, because whatever it is that you have right now, you've attracted it and you've created it. You are a creative being. And you can become a millionaire. And like I said earlier, there's more than one way to get to that space. Today you're a pebble, tomorrow you are a mountain. I mean, we all start somewhere. We all start somewhere. You know, and when you're able to leverage your credit, inside you can follow the Millionaire's Matrix guide to generating wealth for not only you, yourself, your family, your community. It's time for us to leave a legacy. George Fraser said it best when he asked the question, what legacy are we going to leave? What legacy are we leaving for the next generation? Let's look at what our forefathers did before us. Let's look at what our ancestors did before us. It's our time. It's time for us now to show up. Show up and show out. Redirect your spending, because that's really what it's all about. Redirect how it is that you even think about money, how it is that you put money to work for you. Most of us, we just work for our money because we don't know any other way. I was guilty of this. I was guilty of this. A lot of people around me were guilty of this, but today we're learning something different. Understand that a job does not build wealth. I asked that question. I talked a little bit about it before. So at the end of the day, that ain't working for most people. Just over broke is the journey on the way to brokenness. Those are some of the acronyms that people, come up with. And guess what? For a lot of us, that's exactly what it was when we had a job. But do what you got to do until you can do something better, right? Because I get it. I totally get it. And this is a big one. You know what? Your net worth, it does equal your net worth. Look at your 5 friends. I'm going to show you your income. Wealthy people hang with wealthy people, not because of the bank account, more so because of the mindset. Because when you have a wealthy mindset, if you lose it all, you got people around you who are going to help you figure out another way to get it right back again. But with some of the strategies that we teach, life, it becomes a whole nother way of life. Learn how to successfully invest your money. I kind of went through this. I want to get to the other stuff because we have a special invitation just for you. This presentation was put together just for you. Introducing 7 Figures Wealth System, period. And inside of the 7 Figures Wealth System, we have everything that you need. And then we know you're asking the question, will this work? Or will this work for me? And we're saying to you, absolutely, of course it is. Of course it will. That's not even up for debate. We just want you to join the winning team. Because over here, we are a winning team. It's no debate, no excuses, no apologies, no exceptions. Inside the Millionaire's Matrix, inside of the Millionaire's Matrix program, go here, get it. You get everything. We have CDs, we have videos, we have a strategic game plan, we have everything that you ever need to be successful. Is there investment? Of course there's an investment. There's always an investment, but the biggest investment that's here is investment that you make in yourself. You have to want it. What are you going to get? Well, you're going to get some great things. You're going to get the program that's inclusive of the workbooks and the videos. And at the end of the day, it's all about wealth building strategies. It's all about the system. It's all about having a system. Systems save yourself time, energy, and money. Most of us don't have systems designed to put us in the position of becoming a millionaire. Now, the rules of the financial engagement are real clear. Money and income, it equals wealth. This is module 2. This is module 2. Module 3, tax strategies and investments. This is really powerful because, believe it or not, the only people who pay taxes are those of us who don't really even know any better. Do you know that there's some tax strategies that you can actually get money back every single month, no matter how big or how small your corporation is? It's some real powerful stuff, guys. Creating a financial portfolio. This again is going to be, it's going to be contingent on you. This is module 4. This is all about what speaks to your soul with the information that we're sharing with you. Bettering your credit worthiness. This is the money right here. This is module 5. This right here, if you do nothing else, if you understand nothing else inside of this material, this is the money. Seriously, this alone can get you to millionaire status. Module 6 is leveraging your credit for financial gain in the business world. And there's a lot of different ways to leverage your credit, personal and business. And that's it's all about the business. It's all about the Benjamins. It's all about taking it to a whole nother level. And I talked a little about investments and compounding interest. I told you this is module 7. I told you I had some family members here with me jumping up and down, excited because they really understand. They're understanding more about what that really means and what that really looks like. So at the end of the day, all income is not equal. We know that at the end of the day, module 9 is how to fully fund your own retirement plan. You don't want somebody else like trying to make sure that you're okay financially. We want to make sure that you understand that you're going to be okay financially. So one of the big things that happened when there was a big bust and everything went wrong with these banks, and a lot of people lost all their money at the 401k. This gentleman on CNN, I forgot his name, he said it was everybody's own fault. It wasn't the company fault that lost their money. He said it was the people fault that trusted the company to invest their 401k. How about that? And he was absolutely right. So we get into a lot of very creative strategies. So module 10 is how to create a family incentive learning system. This right here is again the money. It's all about the family. It's all about making sure that you can leave a legacy. It's module 10. Guys, here you have the program. And the cost of this program is only $4,997. That's it. $5,000. $5,000 to change your life, to take you to a whole nother level. $5,000. Now, if you've been working any amount of time, you should have $5,000, right? But wait. We understand, we overstand that a lot of us are struggling. We understand that a lot of us, we've been working, and we might not have that savings account that we really want. So we wanted to make sure that we did something really special for those of you that are on this webinar today, because we understand that once you come inside the Millionaires Matrix, you're going to be able to take your life to a whole nother level, and that's what we want for our community. That's what we want for you. And on top of that, before I give you the greater part of that price point, we got some fast action bonuses for you. If you act right now, you're going to get the 1 day where you get to leverage your credit into wealth. You're going to get that boot camp. And that is a very powerful boot camp. The value of that is $19.97. The value of that is $9.97. $9.97 is actually a lot more, but okay, it's $9.97. So at the end of the day, that alone, that's a bonus. That I can't even explain to you how that changed my life, seriously. The credit renovation, restructuring, resurface program is $506. Again, changed my life. Change your credit, change your life, seriously. This is only for the first 10 people. We can only do this for the first 10 people because this is a customized program. Like we said, we want to work with you one-on-one. We're going to get you to where you want to be. We're going to put you in front of people who are in a position to help you to take your life to the next level, period. We're going to do that for you. And I'm very excited for you. So I get so excited because at the end of the day, I've been here, done that. You're going to get some private one-on-one coaching session. Now, this right here is how we figure out the money. This is how we understand what you don't know and how it's hurting you. And we're going to show you how to make sure that to put your life on track, your financial goals on track, period. Now, and again, here's what you get. Because at the end of the day, this is our summary. This is the summary right here, right now. At the end of the day, I kind of went over everything. So this is what you get is the Millionaires Matrix. You get the matrix system, the Millionaires Matrix system. You get it's valued at $4,997. You get the Millionaires Matrix Mastery Boot Camp, which is valued at $997. You get the Credit Renovation, Restructuring, and Refinance Program, which is $506. And you get the Private Coaching Session, which is valued at $497 for a total value of $6,997. Now, this is what you get when this is your fast action bonus. This is for the first 10 people who come, who are ready right now. This is for them. You have the special offer, drum roll please, $997 for the first 10 people. all you have to do is go over to www.millionairesmatrixprogram.com. Go there now for this special offer of $997. This is for the first 10 people. Again, www.millionairesmatrixprogram.com. That's it. And we're looking for you. Now, we always say that you can do this the hard way or you can do this the easy way. You can keep doing what you've been doing, or you can try something a little bit different. Or you can try something a little bit different. Go over to the millionairesmatrixprogram.com. The value is $997. Now, I want to give you my final thoughts here. Because at the end of the day, this is all about you. This ain't about me. But I really want to share with you a couple of things that let me know that I'm walking in my purpose. That let me know that for me, that this is where I want to be. This is what I enjoy. This is taking my life to a whole nother level. I have a family member. Who works with me now. And as a result of coming inside of the Millionaire's Matrix, was able to walk away from corporate America. And she didn't walk away, they actually pushed her away and told her she was on disability and gave her a check and everything was good and she was okay financially. She bought her house and had some really good things going on, and all of a sudden they decided, you know what, you can actually work again. We think, you've got a degree, you can actually work again. And they cut the check, right? And she was like, oh my God, well, what am I gonna do? Well, thankfully she owned her home, because had she not owned her home, she'd been in a really bad place. But what happened was, she got on board and she got her credit together. Now we have her positioned to become a millionaire within the next 3 to 5 years. Right now, she has her money working for her because she learned how to leverage her credit. I don't know your story. Your story might be like her story, because her story was like my story. Working in corporate America, doing okay, doing all the great things, right, this, that, and the other. And at some point, somebody decided, no more. You're not good enough, and blah, blah, blah. Whatever the story was, at the end of the day, it wasn't working anymore. She couldn't pay her bills, and she had a lot of challenges. But thank God, she had some other things saved up. However, when the going got tough, she came inside the Millionaire's Matrix. Today, she told me the other day, I'm so grateful I can pay my bills. I'm so grateful that now I can stay home with my son. I'm so grateful that now the community that I want to live in, I can now move to that community, because that is where I want to raise my child and where I want him to go to school and where I want him to grow up. And guess what? That's because she finally got it. She took a chance, and she was totally uncomfortable. Oh my God, she was totally uncomfortable. I have a couple of stories like that. I just want to share one more with you. Another young lady just came into the Millionaire's Matrix, and because of confidentiality, I can't really tell people names, but at some point they could tell their own stories, right? I just want to share with you another young lady. Called the other day, she came in, she got the one-on-one coaching, we did some coaching, we started talking. She's losing her house, she's in foreclosure today. She's on the phone crying, she's telling me all these phenomenal things that have gone in her house, and the families and the love and etc., but she's losing her home. She lives in New York. Anybody know New York, the cost of living is really high in New York, right? So at the end of the day, she's losing her home, foreclosure. We talked, we put some strategies together. As I talked to her and I asked her questions, I figured out that she owns a family home that someone left an inheritance to. By the time we got done with her, we have a strategy on the table that's going through right now, where she's closing in the next couple of days. She's actually going to have $40,000 to put into some investment strategies that she's very comfortable with, that she's had some financial advisors kind of look over some of the stuff that we're sharing with her, and she's okay with it. And guess what? She's creating an income for herself just based on that conversation. So at the end of the day, we have stories like this. Our position and our goal is to put you in a position so that you can have this story, so that you understand that one of the dynamics, and I didn't say this earlier, I am what I'm affectionately known as the queen of the Double Digit Comma Club, and that's, I don't have time to get into that story right now, but the short of it is, we like to put people in a position where they can make at least $10,000 a month, because you got to start somewhere, right? You got to start somewhere. So at the end of the day, when I can get a person to a position where they're making $3,000 a month, and then $5,000 a month, and then $7,000 a month, and then $10,000 a month, and then at some point, ultimately $100,000 or more a month, that's when you reach millionaire status. Our goal and another mantra that we have is 3K a day, because that's exactly what it takes to become a millionaire. So with that, I just want you to know, that's what we're about here at the Millionaires Measures. We're all about life, and we're all about love. We're all about integrity. We're all about spirituality. We're all about helping you to take your life to the next level, because at the end of the day, the only person stopping you is you. The only reason that you're probably not there now is because you just didn't have the information. You didn't have the roadmaps. You didn't have the success stories. You didn't have the success strategies to motivate you, to keep you motivated, to keep you on task. That is what we're here for. That is what the Millionaires Majors Club is. Platform, club, wealth development, personal development. That's what we're all about. It's all about you. So I really want to thank you so much for allowing me to share our vision with you, for allowing me to share our mission with you. And remember, the mission is to get you to millionaire status. Period, point blank. And again, that is absolutely with no apologies, no excuses, and no exceptions. So again, my name is Khadijah Chapman. And if I didn't say it before, that does mean the name Khadijah means one who brings wealth to a nation. And that is exactly what I subscribe to do. I really want to thank you so much for your time. And I want you to understand that you're part of a movement. I want you to understand that you're part of a mission. So seeing this information again today, I don't know if it's your first time, I don't know if it's your second time, I don't know if it's your third time, but my prayer for you is that you move into action and that you allow us to help you so that we can rule the world, so that we can help our community, so that we can take back what's rightfully ours. Thank you so much. Have a good day, have a good night, and mostly have a good life.
Everyone, it's Nova Simoy Abiona here, your relationship change catalyst, and I am so excited to be with you and to have been asked to take part in this, the biggest comeback ever event. Yes, the biggest comeback ever. And today I am going to be sharing with you about the power of a decision. The power of a decision. So, why am I qualified to speak to you about the power of a decision? Well, just a bit about my background. I am an author, I'm a speaker, I'm a mom, I'm a coach, and more specifically, I'm a relationship coach. In fact, as I said in the beginning, I'm known as the relationship change catalyst. And I am just really looking forward to sharing with you a bit about what has happened in my life and how I turn things that could have been seen as just tragic and where I could have stayed and melted, how I turned that into a triumph in my life. So I want to make this promise now that I am going to share with you all that I can in the short time that we have together. And then for those of you who would like to take things further, I'm going to give you the opportunity to be able to come and work with me a little closer if what I say really resonates with you. Equally, I'm also going to be offering you all a gift. And if this gift is not specifically for you, I want to encourage you to still take it and share it. Give it to someone. Give that gift to someone who you know really needs it. Because sometimes we could be hearing things for us, but then we hear things for other people. And we shouldn't just decide, oh, well, this is not for me. Especially if you may have a friend or you know someone who you know that what you're hearing could help them. So who is this for? Well, I'm going to tell you about 3 steps that you could take in your life so that you could successfully walk away from a toxic relationship. Yes, toxic relationship. So as I said, if you are not in a toxic relationship, just stop and think, who do I know that this might be a good fit for? And then decide if, what she's offering, I could give it to that person and it would help them. So let me share a little bit about my background with you. And I'll tell you something that happened to me many years ago. I'm originally from Trinidad and I live in the UK now. But I remember about 18 years ago, I was married at the time and my then husband and I went across to my mother's house. So I wanted to picture this. We are sitting in the living room and by the table, sitting, talking to my mom, enjoying conversation. My husband is trying his best to be funny. And my mom is cooking and you could get the smell coming from the kitchen. It was a nice pilau of rice and peas with a bit of chicken. So that smell is filling the house. And my ex-husband blurts out, "Oh, I look forward to eating your food, Miss Claudie. Nova does hardly cook at home." Have you ever felt as though you just want to scream because somebody is just telling a blatant lie, but you're still trying to cover up for them and to not make yourself look like an idiot? Well, that's how I felt. But on the inside, I was boiling over. I was boiling and boiling. In fact, I felt as though I was one of the other pot that was on the stove. So, the reason why I got that annoyed was because this wasn't the first time that something like that had happened. In fact, by then, my husband and I had been married for 3 years. And we had actually courted for 3 years and a half before that. So we were together for now 6.5 years. And to be honest, it was 6.5 years of lies, manipulation, frustration, and of me living a life of covering up shame and hoping that people don't find out what is really going on in the marriage, because one day he would change and I don't want people to hold it against him. Yes, I know, pathetic, but that was my reasoning behind staying and taking. But on this particular day, sun hot, us sitting in the house, the food smelling nice, and of course you're sweating already from not getting enough of the Caribbean breeze on the inside of the house. And then he drops this bombshell. Well, that day I felt like enough was not just enough, but enough was too much. And because we were having such a good time before and he had just kind of wiped the smile off of my face with that, I listened to my mom's reaction because he said those things before and I wouldn't normally react. So after he said it, my mom was like, well, at least you'll get something to eat now. I suppose trying to help me out of what she could see looks like a bad situation on my part. But that day, I decided it's time to speak up, Nova. And so I just blurted out, "Mommy, he just hit me, you know." Yes, I said it. It was the truth. And I had waited too long to say something. But that day it was just too much. And as I said it, immediately in my head I thought, what did you just do, Nova? What did you just do? And I started to try to work out how I could retract what I had just done. And I could hear my husband trying to change the topic. Miss Claudie and my mom, don't Miss Claudie me. You just do what to my daughter? Do you know what I did? I changed the topic. Nova, why? Why would you do such a thing? The truth is out. No. I changed the topic because in my head I started to get scared of what the consequences might be. Scared. And it took a little while, but by the time we got around to eating the food and stuff, we were talking about something totally different. I had hoped and prayed that all the jokes and the foolishness I was saying was enough to move my mom away from remembering what I had said. But I was also nervous about what would happen when I get home. Because you see, from the time I went on honeymoon, 3 years prior, my husband started abusing me. Yes, while on honeymoon. In fact, while we were courting, I didn't pick up at the time, and naively so, the lies and manipulation that was taking place. So silly little things. He would say, oh, I almost got knocked down today, and he got in a fight with somebody, and one day he came with this big plaster on his face, and because somebody had damaged him, and of course by the time he took the bandage off the next day, there wasn't a mark in sight, there wasn't a swelling in sight. And so on that day I got fed up, and then I changed my mind. And do you know what? I actually didn't say anything else about it for 3 years. I went home with my husband that day, and he started. What you just do, girl? What make you do that? And of course I was trying to defend myself, playing big thing. I'm fed up of your lies. I'm fed up of your lies. I don't cook. No, you know I just do most of the cooking in this house. Say, yeah, you do most of the cooking, because I would cook the food and then you would cook food 3-4 times again in the day. Sometimes in the night you're cooking food as well. So I was happy that that day passed without too much pulling, too much pushing and shoving, too much negative words being said to me. But fast forward 3 years later, when I decided, Nova, it's time. It's time to take back control of your life. Because you see, 3 years later, the situation was a little bit different. I found out the year prior that I was pregnant, and I gave birth to a baby girl. And so now I didn't just want to live for me. Now I didn't just want to be happy for me. No, I wanted to be happy for her. And so I made a decision. I mean, years before I made the decision, even when I had a little niggling doubt in my head, I made the decision to still marry this guy. And you know, Maya Angelou says, when people show you who they are, believe them the first time. And I had to go through years of suffering because of that decision to not listen to my gut feeling. And I took the advice of some people, and I should have listened to me. But as I said, we were now in the year 2000, early 2000, and I got to the point where I decided it's time to develop yourself. So I started putting more emphasis on going back to school. And this time I did my English and maths at the high school level, and I passed. And I was so excited because when I had finished school, initially I got one subject and then I got 2 others when I repeated. And I did English and maths over for about 7 times and failed. But you know what? When I made the decision that I was ready to move forward in my life, it took me 3 months. 3 months to pass English and maths. And from then I went on and I did a diploma course and passed that. And the more I did things and passed, the more good I felt about myself. I felt as though, Nova, if you put your mind to something, you could do it. So I started working on me. And then after I learned things and as I grew as a person, the things that my husband was saying to me, the way he would want to push my face up and say degrading things to me and tell me about how I ruined his life, all of a sudden I got to the point where I was empowered enough to begin to make the decision to walk away. But I knew that I couldn't just walk away and go next door and live a normal life, because he was threatening me so many times. He told me I would never leave him. He would say, "You would never leave me. I'm the best thing that ever happened to you. And if you leave me, I swear to God, I'll find you and I'll kill you." Hearing that almost on a daily basis for years had taken a toll on me. But knowledge is power. And so the more I spent educating myself, the more I spent learning and growing, the better I got at being able to make decisions for me. And so I started planning my life and my future. And that's when I planned and I made a decision to go abroad to school. And so I took my child, made plans, and I had to not walk away. I had to sneak away. Leave in a hurry, leave the country that I call home and come to the UK. I decided that for my own life and for my own sanity, I had to walk away. And I'll just now fast forward and tell you a bit about what has happened to me since I've come over here. As I said, I started educating myself in Trinidad. And, you know, for the momentum that I started building in Trinidad, I came to the UK with it and I decided to keep pushing. And so I did a course that normally takes 4 years, and I completed it in 2 years. And then I went on to university and I did my master's in management studies. And while I was doing that, I was diagnosed with dyslexia, because for years I had problems with reading and I didn't say anything to people, and I'd found ways of coping. But this time, because I was empowered, I made the decision to open up to somebody. And because I opened up, that's how I got the diagnosis. And I'd finished all my exams, but I was able to get the help that I need to finish off my dissertation, to make life a little smoother for me, to use software so that I could have the computer read stuff back to me. Why am I telling you all of this? Because I want you to see that for every step that I took, the decisions that I made, the positive decisions that I made helped me to be where I am today. Helped me to be the successful author, the successful speaker that I am. I want to encourage you. What decisions are you facing? What do you want to do? Who is around you that makes you feel as though you cannot? I want you to know that you can. The power is within you to make the decision. Yeah, you might have to do things a little different to other people in order to get through because of the relationship you found yourself in. But when you make positive decisions that would be in your best interest, it would take you further than you could ever dream. Further than you could ever dream. So let me share with you 3 steps. 3 steps that could help you to take back control of your life and so that you could successfully walk away from your relationship, your toxic relationship. The first one is to get uncomfortable with the situation that you find yourself in. Get uncomfortable. Sometimes we get so comfortable in an uncomfortable situation that we stay there too long. But when we stay in an uncomfortable situation, who is it serving? Who is it really serving? Are you better for it? No. And then for those of us who have children, is it serving the children? We think we're staying with him because of the children. No. Your children are growing up in a place where they would feel as though it's okay to be treated like that. And it's never okay to be ill-treated. So what is the choice that you have to make? The second thing you need to do is to face the facts. Face the facts that 1, your partner does not really love you the way that you should be loved. Otherwise, he or she would not be treating you that way. They would not treat you in a demeaning, in a controlling, in any manipulative way if it is true love. And why or how do I know? Because I have been happily married now for over 10 years to a man who loves and treats me with respect, who has absolutely never been controlling. So I have seen the 2 sides. I've been down in the valley being treated as though I am less than dirt. But now I'm in a situation where I am so loved, so appreciated, that I almost want to shout it from the rooftop to let other people know that if you walk away from the uncomfortable, toxic situation that you're in today, the life that awaits you, the potential out there for you is so vast that you cannot comprehend it. Bob Marley said in his song, "Emancipate yourself from mental slavery." And so that's my point number 3. Free your mind. You do not need to wait until you are out of the situation to free your mind. No. While you're in that relationship, you could begin to read books that would help you to grow as an individual. Spend quality time with yourself and with your children. Find reasons to smile. Don't just take the negative things that are being said to you as facts, because they are not facts. In fact, as I said in part 2, in the second part, face the facts. And the fact is that you are being treated negatively in a demeaning way, but it does not make you a negative person. Yeah, you might do negative things because you're retaliating to this horrible treatment. And that's why you need to start to surround yourself and put yourself in an environment where you begin to feel empowered. And I'll give you one more step, one extra step. Follow the path to freedom. So after you get uncomfortable with where you are, you face the facts of the situation that you find yourself in, and you free your mind, then you make your foot do the walking. You take the steps to getting out of that situation. You move on for yourself, you move on for your children, and your abuser needs help, but you cannot give them the help. They have to be willing and ready to take their help. But in the meantime, don't let them keep practicing their abuse and their frustration and taking it out on you. It's time for you to stand up. Stand up and show that you deserve love. Now, standing up doesn't mean that you need to go and announce, I am leaving you, because for every situation it's different. And in my situation, as I said, I could not say that because of all the threats that I had. And I had to leave for a foreign country. And that might not be for you. I hope it's not the case. But if it is, you need to just be wise. So, for those of you who what I've said has struck a chord with you, I want to invite you to have a free gift from me to you. In a book that I wrote called Time to Go, Leaving Emotional Abuse and Other Forms of Abusive Relationship, I have put a checklist in there for people who buy my book. But where it's up on Amazon, it so happened that when you look inside of the book, you could find that checklist in there. So I want you to go to the page that says, I have a gift for you. Click on the link and download that checklist. And if it's not for you, if you do not need it, pass it on to somebody else who it would help. I'm asking you to help somebody else so that you could be the catalyst for empowering somebody. If that somebody is not you, let it be someone else. And then for those of you who would like to work with me a little closer, I have a program called Motivated to Move On. And it's the 7 F's formula for successfully walking away from a toxic relationship, where we go through a 7-week course teaching you how to begin where you are and walk through to your freedom. And I want to encourage you to take that journey with me. Now, the course will begin in the latter part of this month, the month of August. And I would really like to be able to help you to go further in your life, in your journey. And so let me just go through and tell you what the course itself entails. So I'll tell you Module 1 to Module 7. Module 1 is Face the Facts. And we really dive deep into it so that you understand exactly where you are and how you got there. And it moves on to Module 2, Follow the Trail Back, so that you could see where it all started, where it stemmed from. Module 3, it's to figure out your decision. Module 4, Formulate a Plan. And for students of mine who have done this course, who have worked with one-to-one as well, this formulating a plan and going through the steps that I give you, the checklist and all the information that you really need in order to formulate a good, solid plan so that you are not putting yourself in harm's way. They have said that this part of the course is the most important. Then there's number 5, which is seen also as a really crucial part for a lot of people, funding your plan. Because a lot of times that's what keeps a lot of people in abusive relationship. They're not sure how they could walk away because they don't feel like they're in a financial place to be able to walk out. Module 6, final day due diligence. On that day that you are leaving your relationship, there are certain things that you need to do. You must do so that you do not have to go back. In my book, I write about a woman who she went back after she left her abusive situation just to collect something, and she never made it out of that house alive. And so I do not want that to happen to another person. And so that's why that's why that module is in there. And then number 7, flourish in your freedom. Flourish in your freedom. I have done it. I've helped others to do it. And I want to encourage you. I want to be that support for you. And to help you in your journey, I am going to, with the course, you're going to get the modules, you're going to be able to work through. You'll have PDFs, some videos and stuff that you'll be using. But it's a 7-week course, and each week we'll have a live Q&A with me speaking to you so that we could walk through things together. And if you have any questions, you could ask me as well. Also, I'm going to throw in a few bonuses, and bonus number 1 is I know the importance of having support, the importance of having a community of like-minded people so that we could encourage each other. And so you are going to be a part of a private community that this group would form so that you could have that support network. You wouldn't feel like you're walking alone. My second bonus that I want to offer you is a free digital copy of my book, Time to Go. I have put in that book stories of what happened to me in my relationship, but also the process, the step. So for those of you who enjoy the leisure of just sitting back and taking in knowledge through a book, this is a good thing for you to start using from today. And then I'll also offer 2 calls, 2 20-minute calls for each person that comes on this course with my comrades. And these are people that have been trained in order to support you during your journey. So you will be entitled to 2 20-minute calls sometime during the course. You'll have to schedule it in, but that will be made available for you. And then I'm going to offer a fast action bonus. So for the first 27 people, yes, I like the number 7. For the first 27 people, I am going to personally have a 30-minute freedom call with you. Yes, I called it freedom call because I want to help you to work towards your freedom. Where nobody from my team, it will be me speaking to you and giving you that support, that direction and encouragement that you need so that you could really take it forward. So if you're interested in taking it forward, you say, Nova, this sounds like something that I would like. I am tired of being controlled and manipulated. If you are ready to move forward, move away from frustration and to be empowered, then I want you to go to www.otts, 7, the figure 7, fs.mychoicemarriage.com. So normally, I offer this course for $997. But for this event, I was asked to do something special. And normally when we offer it at a discount, we normally offer it for a discount of half price. So it goes for $497. But today, you would not even pay that price. No, today, because you are listening to the biggest comeback ever, only for people listening to this event, I can assure you this price would never be this low again, the price I'm about to offer. You have the opportunity to get this course at $197. $197. And yes, this is not me trying to just make a fast buck on anybody. No, I know the value of the content that my team and I give. I know the value of the course. I know what you get, and I know the freedom that it allows you. The most frustrating thing is to be going home to a life of frustration. If you really want to feel free, really free, and be your authentic self, you want to be empowered and motivated with knowledge to move on in your life, and this course is for you, make now the time that you take the decision to invest in your life, to invest in your future, to invest in the life and in the future of your children, the next generation, because you took this step for you. Now, there might be some of you that may have questions for us. If you have any questions that you would like to ask me at all or a member of my team, reach out to us at themarriageshop@gmail.com. themarriageshop@gmail.com. And just, you could put in the subject life, biggest comeback, so that I would know that this is the event that you heard about the course, and therefore if you want to come on to the course before it starts, I would honor that request at the 197, because your subject is the biggest comeback. I really want to serve you. I want to be of service to you and to help you to live a life of joy and happiness and excitement like the one that I am living today. And this is not a pipe dream. It's something that I know could happen. If it happened to me, a young girl from the Caribbean who just out of sheer determination made it out, and I'm now successful in my life, successful in my relationship, it could happen to you. Freedom, happiness, and joy awaits you, and I would love to be a part of that experience for you. And as I said, if it's not for you and you could think of somebody that this is for, if you have the money to gift it to them, you could be giving somebody life. I have friends who didn't make it out, and so for you, I want to offer that gift to you. I really look forward to serving you, and I pray that you got something from what I had to say today. I wish you all the best in your life, all the best in your future. Thank you.
house. I'm just happy to see so many people here. This is looking great. We're gonna have a good time. So I just want to say thanks for everyone who's joining us live and everyone who may be on the internet just joining in. So this is going to be good. So listen, everyone get ready. Just 3 quick things. Grab some water, get a notepad and pen to take some incredible notes. Definitely won't want to let you miss anything. And let's get ready to have a great time. This is going to be great. So let's get started. I think we should just go ahead. So welcome, everyone. Thank you so much for joining us. Again, my name is Rashida Mendez with Funded First, and we are going to talk about the 7 strategies for business financing. How can you get funding for your business within $10,000 to $1 million in the next 3 weeks? So you might be thinking, who is this presentation for? Well, this is for companies just like yours. Companies that are growing, you're successful, you're trying to figure out how to increase your growth, and you just need a little bit of business funding or things to just expand the resources that you currently have. So really, this is across the board. Don't think that this isn't for you. So can't wait for you to figure out just, which part of this is going to resonate the most. So, maybe you've been giving up on your business expansion plans, or you've been trying to find some money to contribute to the growth of your business. But it doesn't have to be that your whole story is about being rejected by a bank. That's the worst case scenario, right? Everyone's seen that. But that doesn't end, that's not the story for your company. Over 50% of small businesses last year were either denied funding or rejected from their loans. And that's just what's reported. So just keep in mind that there's a lot of companies who are struggling and trying to get funding, but they just don't know what to do. They can't figure it out. So right now, I'm just going to open up the door and explain to you what you can do to get more funding for your business. Now, like I mentioned before, we're going to walk through some details, but a bit about myself so I can explain to you what we're going to be doing. I was an underwriter at some of the top banks in New York. I've funded and worked and touched over $2 billion of loans. Everything from small businesses to large investment groups who've looked at putting equity to work or putting funding to work for loans. And these are the things that most of companies have no idea how they can tap into. It's not that this is some big secret, it's just that the information has to get down to you. So one of the best things that you can do is partner with the right folks to help you secure funding for your business. And the key to all of that, it's a strategy. It's being able to figure out the steps that you need to get funding for your business. So there's clear things that either do help you, and then there's other things that just are a disaster, and people are really walking blind. So the first steps that you want to take to get your funding in place or to get a funding strategy together is look at the documentation that you have for your business. Are you really is your house in order? Do you have your affairs in order? And that's part of where people start to cringe and they think about all of the things that they think that they want to have in place, but they know they still have yet to do on their to-do list. So I think the biggest thing that I'll be able to share with you is, myself as an underwriter, I was that person on the other side of the bank. When you sent your information in and you try to figure out why they're taking so long, why are they asking me for this paperwork, what are they looking for, why are they taking, every piece of my life apart just to analyze me? Well, I was that underwriter. I was one of those people who was reviewing all of the applications and working with the bank to figure out who we're going to approve and who we're not going to approve. And that's not something that's just an obvious information piece that people run their business knowing how they're being evaluated, right? So one of the things that you need to keep in mind is there's an education to that whole step process. Bigger companies, Fortune 100 companies, Fortune 1000 companies, and certain folks who have the right relationships, they know this education. They use it every day in their business. They've been able to get capital and grow successfully, and you just have to figure out how to do that for yourself. So my passion is really helping companies and doing a lot of investments in urban development and business development and helping companies to expand. And that real passion started when I was working at the White House under Bill Clinton's administration. I was a part of the National Economic Council, and we really looked at how to put capital to work in areas that would grow other companies. And I got to tell you, there is a real need for businesses to be able to get their company off the ground, and you're just having to tap into the right areas. So it's there for you. Trust me, I promise you, it's definitely there for you, right? But if you don't know how to make the connections, you have to think, how much further are you holding your company back? You want to be able to move forward, and there's lots of things to help propel you forward, right? So again, hang on, because we're going to go through all of that. You know, I just need to take a second and just thinking about where I started and how I really got engaged in finance and helping businesses grow. There were just so many people who I thought were amazing companies, really, really incredible companies, great business model, great business entrepreneurs who just had a passion, they had a drive, they had the potential to be successful. But year after year, I saw some companies get money and others who didn't get money. And that's a problem. If you just said certain things or did certain things, you might have been one of those companies that got funded. And that's kind of, it's just a pain point. I know a lot of great companies who just struggle. And if they just had the money that they needed, they could really take off. So you have to think, can you afford a loan? But more importantly, can you not afford a loan? Is your business in a position to just stay where it is? So a lot of this thought process has to go back to whether you have a plan, right? So the best laid plans are in your head, but you haven't actually sketched it out and figured out where you're going, if you have a strategy to grow your business, and are you capitalized in the right way to actually get that business off the ground or to expand into a bigger strategy that you think is a possibility, but you can't really implement it. You're looking for the right resources. So having that business plan is critical. But it's not that you need the business plan. You need a strategy that you can take action on right now, right? So a lot of companies will say they just need $1 million. For some reason, $1 million is the golden number. But have you really figured out how much you really need? So if I said, all right, most companies will say off the top, they think they need $1 million. And if they have 4 chances, if they have a chance to get maybe $250,000, all of a sudden it works, right? They'll figure out how to use that $250,000. And for you and your company, you want to be able to say, how much do you actually need? Now, you might have that idea, but there's calculations and there's real specific ways to figure out, will you be able to pay that loan back? Do you have the financial numbers and the cash flow and all the metrics that you need to prove to yourself, and more importantly, to prove to a lender that you have the capacity to pay that loan back in a timely manner? I always kind of look at this as, if you're a attorney, right, and you're looking at people and saying, gosh, I know I could help them win this court case. They can't tell them what they're going to have as the outcome of a court case, but they say, they're going to have a better shot if they have an attorney next to their side to figure out how to win. The point is, do you have a CPA or a CFO or a financial advisor who's with you to help prepare the documents that you need to get those funding dollars in place? You need to be able to have credible documentation. And, it seems like a lot of paperwork at first, but the reality is you have to get certain things in place for yourself. You need a plan. You need your funding strategy. You need qualified professionals who are able to handhold and walk you through the process because they know what the successful businesses are doing. They know how to take you from where you are today to just skyrocket your company beyond what you think you can even do if you just had the right resources. So just to recap, you want to be able to get your plan in place, have the right team of professionals around you who can walk you through the process, and just figure out how to present yourself to a lender or a bank in a way that makes them want to do business with you. So, I always kind of have this example of people who are looking for funding. So let's say, for example, you have a family reunion and a cousin that you haven't seen in 20 years comes up to you and is just like, I need $1 million. And you're like, okay, I haven't seen you. I don't know what you're doing. I don't know where you've been. I don't even know if I'm going to see you after this weekend. What are you talking about? You want $1 million. And then you just ask them, well, what do you want the money for? Oh, I can't really explain that. And, I'll tell you later, but can you get this $1 million to me right now? I mean, really? That's the impression that people have when they're approaching the bank. It's almost like they're coming up to them like this cousin from, out of the blue that's just rushing to get this money without any other information to help explain why do they want this, what do they want to do with that money. So For you, you don't want to be Cousin Joe at the barbecue, okay? You want to be the one who is credible, who's got all of the things in place to make people want to give your money, give you the money happily, and want to really have a relationship with you, right? So there's some keys to being able to be approved for loans that a lot of people aren't even $100,000 because that strategy worked. And then the next strategy works, so now you're looking for $1 million in a few months from now, right? So they're looking for the relationship, but you've got to be able to present yourself in a way that people are saying, okay, that's the company that we want in our portfolio. That's the company that we're going to be proud to do business with. So all of these things that you want to be able to convey initially in the loan application, it has a lot of implications for the future. Because again, you're a company, you're a business. You're not looking at just staying where you are. You want to be able to look over the long term and have a relationship with lenders that you can grow with, right? So all of that, because that strategy worked. And then the next strategy works, so now you're looking for $1 million in a few months from now, right? So they're looking for the relationship, but you've got to be able to present yourself in a way that people are saying, okay, that's the company that we want in our portfolio. That's the company that we're going to be proud to do business with. So all of these things that you want to be able to convey initially in the application, it has a lot of implications for the future. Because again, you're a company, you're a business. You're not looking at just staying where you are. You want to be able to look over the long term and have a relationship with lenders that you can grow with, right? So all of that have to be very well crafted and thought about in the beginning. So this might sound like a lot of work, but that's why we go back to the process and knowing what to say and what not to say to make sure that you get the funding for your business, right? So how will the loans be used? Well, depends on what your business does. And this is one of the things that we break down in our modules. That we go through an in-depth training and explain to you the types of lenders that are out there, the types of loan programs that are out there, and what fits and makes sense for your business. So a lot of people think of banks as just this big open platform where money just lies around. And that's not the way it works, right? There are specialists, there are sources of money that are specifically designed to work with your company, right? You want to find out who those are and how you can align yourself with the businesses that are interested in partnering with you to give you more funding. So are there other people who might be strategically positioned out there in the marketplace who would either be a backer for you or be able to provide capital for you? And we really go into that in much more depth. But for now, just know that the bank as a big open term, we're going to dismantle that big myth in your head. We're going to start teaching you specifically where to go, who to speak with, and what type of funding that you want so that you can position yourself and present yourself as something way better than Cousin Joe, right? We're going to position you as that company that is able to get funded as soon as possible for the amount of money that you actually need to grow your company. Now, a lot of all of this is something that's very systematic. It's almost like there's templates out there, right? There are things that you have to say and really check the box because most lenders are pretty simple, right? They want to know how they're going to get their money back if they give you a certain amount of capital, okay? And even for investors, they want to be able to know that if they give you X amount of money, that they're going to get a return on their dollars. So all of that is well documented, is a very, very common thing. But if you don't know the secrets behind what they're looking for, you're not even going to have a chance. So we want to be able to just open that up and share those things with you, okay? There's specific tips and specific steps. Now, we have definitely, a few steps that we go through, but the first thing that you want to think about are what your expectations are. Are your documents in place? Do you have a team of people that you have working with you? And are you asking for the right amount of money and presenting yourself in a credible way? So this is to know what your capacity is, right? What are your limitations? After you've done all that analysis and you've had the right experts to talk to you and tell you what's realistic, we explain exactly what you should be expecting, because sometimes people expect way too much for where their company is at their current stage. But the surprising thing is sometimes people could ask for even more or get even more, but they just didn't present themselves in a way that where they were asking for the right amounts. So what if you were only asking for, $25,000, knowing that there were some specialty lenders who are willing to give you even more? And now with that, I think one of the steps that most people, they're not even aware of, that we break down in this in our trainings are, did you ever realize that there are actually scorecards? There are specific things that banks have when we say that they're looking for certain items to approve you or deny you. There are specific scorecards that say, based on your industry, your performance, how much profit you've been making, how much revenue you've been making. There are scorecards that you're graded against, okay? So what if we could show you what those scorecards were like? What if we could just bring down the veil and explain to you what you're being graded against, right? So I bet if I could tell you what the answers were for a test today, you can get an A tomorrow. Is that fair? I think so. I think most of us could do pretty well, wouldn't you say? So that's the same thing. There are some systematic scorecards that lenders use all the time, and it's actually sometimes even standards for certain industries, that if you just hit certain milestones, you can say, okay, with a certain level of certainty, you're able to get certain levels of money. So that's what we want to share with you, okay? How are you being evaluated so that you can start preparing your loan application, preparing your documents, and preparing your business for getting an A on that scorecard? We want to get you the money that you are able to get if you just knew what you were being graded up against. So all of that comes in phases, right? So not all companies can get everything revealed to them at once. So we want to really manage all of the expectations and the solutions that we have in place based on where your company is. So the first thing is that, if you need money now or you have an immediate growth strategy for your company, you want to be able to just quickly get to that financing so that you can move forward in your company. This isn't something that should take years and forever, right? There's a certain amount of time that we can say, within a few weeks you might be able to start your process, but you may not get all of it at once. So if we gave expert information where you got $100,000 this month and then a plan for $500,000 in a few months from now, right? You're able to scale and grow and manage the growth of your business and manage your expectations for your business. So being able to have a funding strategy that walks you through all of that, that's why you need to really stick with us and just keep the conversation going, because there's certain things that that you'll need to have to fund your business first, but more importantly, to sustain it over time. When you look at where your company is right now, if you see yourself growing in a just exponential way, but you don't have that plan in place, what if we helped you just create that expansion plan and figure out how to fund that now? Does that take a little bit of calm if you had someone who has been there and seen hundreds and hundreds of loans getting approved actually explain to you what to say, what not to say, and how to manage your process and manage your strategy? I think that would help a lot of people, right? So you have to think about it. When you go back to your office, let's say, for example, someone is just used to running their company, working on getting clients, working on being able to build the best products that they have and sell it, but the financing piece kind of just sits on the back burner because it's a little overwhelming. Well, let me just help you be a little calmer, take down the veil, and just explain to you what you're actually supposed to do so that you can move forward and run your business the way you want. It does not have to be overwhelming. It's going to take a little bit of work, right? But we've got people around who are able to give you the insight that you need so that your plans are funded now. This is not something that you need to agonize over and work with, this stress level that a lot of people feel. I think a lot of people feel like, one day they'll get it together, or, why do the banks need all this information? And it's just this kind of headbutting. But the main thing is, I want to show you how you can have a relationship with the bank, how you can have a relationship that attracts money now and over the long term. And a lot of that really comes down to how you prepare. This is not something that you just do overnight and all of a sudden that you're the best business to get money. There's a process, right? So you're going to have to spend a little bit of time, but I promise you, we help make the process a little bit easier than probably what you've seen before. So having the proper documentation, hands down. Your company, you're in a position for high growth, you have to have systems in place and be able to know how you're being evaluated. You want to know what you're actually needing. Some people are looking for a loan. Some people are looking for equity investment. So we have a team of folks who actually help you figure out what's best for you right now. What's your funding strategy? And how is that going to help you realize the dreams that you have for your business? So this is not something that should be just, okay, I know all of this, but how do we get to it? I'm not sure, so what's the next step? So let me just share with you, we have a special invitation. Now, we have the Funded First Business Systems that I can't wait for you to be able to just take advantage of today. We have so many things in place, and a lot of people are always thinking, is this going to work? A lot of you, I'm sure, in the back of your mind are thinking, is that going to work? And the reality is absolutely yes, because we're going to set the expectations that you can succeed in. You can definitely do this. This is not something that is, only a certain elite type of company or a certain type of people get access to. No, 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 no. Like I said, there are literally trillions of dollars that are out there for businesses just like yours. So you don't want to think that this is for a special group. No, we're opening up the doors so that businesses just like yours are able to join a winning team. You're not going to be left alone. You have everything that you need at fundedfirstsystems.com to go through the process and set yourself up for success. Now, you might be asking, what are we going to get for this investment? Now, what you're going to get are all of our training modules and videos at fundedfirstsystems.com. We've got access to so many pieces of the pie that you can really just see at one location. So we put together fundedfirstsystems.com. So the first module is really over how do you prepare a bank-approved executive summary. You got to summarize your company in a way that just makes sense. And module number 2, understanding your business plan. And really just tying that into the scorecard for module number 3. How do you measure yourself against what the banks or lenders are expecting and really understand the numbers behind this stuff? So your debt ratios, credit worthiness, capital workflow needs, all of these things that people are expecting to analyze you with, we want to be able to let you do that for yourself so you know how to craft your loan and know exactly what to say and make sure you know what to omit and leave out so that you don't hurt your chances. So, after we go through explaining everything through the first 2 modules, the most impactful and important thing is getting it done. You've got to complete the process and implement it, right? So, fundedfirstsystems.com. Remember, I can't explain to you all of the things that are there, but the total value is over $49.97 if we just look at all of the pieces that have gone into it. But hang on, there are some fast action bonuses. We're going to share with you the Executive Summary Mastery Bootcamp, which has a value of $997. We're also going to go through the commercial loan application process. There's so much to this, I can't tell you guys. This is probably one of the biggest nuggets that you'll get that boost your business. That's a value of about $506. And now the first 10 people are going to be able to also get the private lender and financier's call. So you'll be able to actually speak to someone, and it's a value of $497, and actually have someone walk you through the business systems that are a little bit more tailored for your company, right? Being able to have that hands-on is a huge deal. So all in, the Funded First Business Financing System is valued at over $6,997. So just to recap, you've got 4 pieces. The primary modules that you're going to get with all of your videos and all of your training, that's $4,997 alone, right? The next piece are bonuses. They're about $2,000 in value, okay? So we've got $997 for the Business Plan Executive Summary Bootcamp, $506 for the commercial loan application process, and another $497 for the private lenders and financiers call. Altogether, that's $6,997, but you get the special offer, $297. Yes. For the first 10 people who make it over to fundedfirstsystems.com, you get the special offer of all of the bonuses, all of the videos, everything that we have available for your mobile phone, for your laptop, your web, everything that you want to access to get your business where you need is $297. Now again, it's for the first 10 people who make it over to fundedfirstsystems.com. You are not going to want to wait. So you can do this the hard way. Now, a lot of you are probably feeling like you know the hard way really, really well. You're stressing out about it. It's causing you to stay up at night, and you're really not sure what to do next and how to go forward, okay? So the hard way is not where I want you to stay. Think about the easy way. Everything that we've just gone over and what we can lay out for you, just take a breath, let it sink in, and know that there's an easier way. There are options for you to fund your business and get the growth that you want today. So again, fundedfirstsystems.com. We go over all of the details that you'll need to just present yourself in a way that you'll have a relationship with lenders. And you want this to be something that you don't wait on, because every day that you don't take action is a day that you're missing the opportunity to build your business. You have exponential growth. You didn't go into business to be able to fail. You went into business to succeed. So take the first step. It's $297 at fundedfirstsystems.com. I don't see why some people are just debating this, right? So think about it. You know that you have the potential. You know that you want to be able to make more money. You know you want to be able to buy new business resources to help you grow. You want to be able to go after contracts that you might have been presented, but you need a little bit of capital to get to the next step and, hire workers or get equipment. You might be thinking, these banks don't want to lend to me. I'm not who they want to give money to. That's not true. Okay? Take the moment now to invest in yourself. You've started this company. You've put your blood, sweat, and tears into it. And believe in yourself enough to know that there are resources out there right now to help you achieve your goals. So don't even think about it. There's an easier way. There's a fast growth path. And I want all the folks that I've already done business with to be able to continue to grow. And for those new folks out there, there's no reason you need to be left behind. So come on board, help understand where you are today so that we can help get funding for your company, and work with our team that's worked with a few $1 billion, not a few $100,000, not a few hundred, but a few $1 billion in getting both equity funding, loans, and have even done private placements and work with companies to get all levels of capital. But baby steps. You have to know where you are right now and what you need. So go to fundedfirstsystems.com and get going today. Thank you for joining us. I can't wait to see some of you on the other side. We're there already working with some amazing companies, but fundedfirstsystems.com, that's your next step.
Opportunity. I'm excited about sharing the stage with such renowned speakers. I'm here today and thankful for the opportunity that I'm able to share my story. So I want to just try and take you on a journey of how I discovered my purpose in the midst of my unknown. It's senior year, the halls are buzzing, everybody's in school, everybody's excited. They're talking about all the colleges they've been accepted to, the scholarships they've sent out, the college visits they've been on, and all along I'm sharing in the excitement. I'm like, yes, we are on our way to college. We only got a couple more months and we're going to be high school graduates. Well, all along in the excitement, it was pretense for me. I had not been on any college tours. I had not mailed out any applications, nor did I have the opportunity to even get started in the college process. So I went home that day and shared with my mother about the excitement that was going on, and I said, Mom, I feel upset because everybody is bragging about what they've done and I've done nothing. She said, well, what about your guidance counselor? Didn't she help you go through all that? I said, well, no. She said, well, you go in there tomorrow and you talk to her. You know me, I went back to school the next day, talked to my guidance counselor, and she said, Regina, right over there in the corner is a box of applications. Pick out the schools you're interested in. Make sure you do some scholarships and get your applications in. Well, that sounded great, but she was speaking a foreign language. Why? Because I had no idea what I was going to do with those applications. You see, I was a first-generation college-bound student. So neither one of my parents had an opportunity to attend college. So all along I'm going home and I brought an application home, don't get me wrong, just like they said do. But me and my mother sat down at that table and we tried to work our way through that application. We completed most of it, but I'm very sure we left a lot missing on the application. So she says, well, that's all right. You keep asking questions and you keep researching and finding out information. Why? Because I had big dreams. I knew I was going to attend college. I had been talking about it since I started high school, and my parents always instilled in me the importance of continuing my education. So there was no way I wasn't going to go to college. So I get back to school and everybody's still excited. Everybody in the halls, they're excited. And I'm pretending still to be excited, but I know I haven't really done anything. It wasn't until my girlfriend came to school one day and said, guys, guess what? I found this college tour flyer hanging on a bulletin board. We should all go. So, of course, I was like, yes, let's go on a college tour. We're going to have so much fun. We're going to get to see college campuses. I hadn't been on any tours. We were all excited because none of us had been on any college tours before. Why? All of us, majority, were coming from first-generation college-bound students. So we got up all along. We're excited now. Don't get me wrong. I said I was excited. I got home. I said, Ma, guess what? They're talking about this college tour. I want to go on a college tour. Now, it took me a lot to come home and talk to her about it because I knew we really couldn't afford it. So she said, like every other parent in the room watching, she said, don't you worry about money. I'll make sure you get to go on that college tour. Just fill out the registration forms and make it happen. And I'll make it happen. Well, guess what? I went on that college tour, and it was my first glimmer of hope because I got an opportunity to walk on college campuses, see what it was like at those schools, see what they had to offer, and got direction of what I needed to do to make sure one of those schools could become one of my possibilities. So when I got back to school and all the kids was in the hall shouting, yes, it's college time, it's college time. I was like, yes, it's college time, it's college time. I was no longer pretending. I was just as excited as they were. Why? Because I knew I, too, was going to be attending college. So I got my applications in, I filled out for scholarships, and it was time for financial aid. Well, we all know, most of us don't even do our own taxes, right? So my mother was like, what are we supposed to do with this? It was all these formulas, all these forms, and we had no idea. But once again, we did our best. Why? Because I had big dreams, and I was determined to ensure I can get through everything I needed for college. So we put in the information. Now, how many of y'all know my father did not live with me? But he was still a part of our family. So I searched him down. I was like, Dad, I need all your financial information. I need your salary. I need how many hours you work. I need to put all of that on the financial aid documents. That was my first biggest mistake. Because he didn't live in our household, I should not have included him in my financial documents. So when I got ready to get my financial aid award letters, guess what? I had all student loans. Well, I was devastated, because I figured, how will I come up with the money I would need to pay for this college education? So I felt again I had to go back to my mother, and I did not want to burden her. But like every other parent, she said, don't you worry about the financial part. You complete your information and you will get to college. So it was time. Orientation came. I arrived to my college campus, and I was excited. The buzz was no longer the high school buzz. It was the buzz on college campus. Everybody was there, and how many of you know we were 18 and we were free? The excitement was already set up for us before we could even get there. So we got there, experienced freshman orientation, and we were right on to classes. Well, college was a lot different than what I had planned. You see, I thought I was going to go there and use the same skills I used in high school to study, to balance my time, to focus, and to have my perseverance, like I'm always pushing to accomplish everything I set out to. Well, I would go to class, but I would have fun. I would go to class, but I have more fun. I go to class, and then I'll go to the parties. Well, again, let me remind you, I'm 18, I'm free, and my mother is not there to wake me up and force me to go to class. So I went to class, I went to the library, but I also went on the college campus and had parties and had fun also. So I went through my first year of college, and I was figuring, okay, I'm doing great. I'm getting this. I'm getting the hang of it. It's okay. I flunked out. I was devastated. Not because I flunked out. I was devastated because I had let my mother down. She had sacrificed everything to make sure that I can actually attend this college. Then I got there and I didn't do my part. So she says, oh no, because whether you know it or not, if you flunk out, you lose your financial aid. Well, you know, it was loans anyway and a little bit of money. But I had to go to community college. But when I flunked out, I could have given up. I could have just said, you know what, maybe college isn't for me. But remember, I had big dreams. I was focused and I was determined. So I went to community college and did very well. My mother was totally impressed. She said, I tell you what, if you go back and do what you're supposed to do, I'll sacrifice once again. As usual, just like every parent willing to go above and beyond for their child. So I went back to college, but the difference this time, I had a new mindset. I valued my mother's sacrifice. I valued her investment in my education. And I valued the opportunities that my education were going to provide me. So I went back and made the dean's list both semesters. And so not for my parents, but for me, so that I can be proud of who I was and what I was setting out to accomplish. So I went through college. Now, don't get me wrong, it wasn't an easy road. And I tell my students as I sit down with them all the time, when you get ready for college and you go through the process, it's not going to be an easy journey. But when you are focused, when you have expectations, and you create and maintain a balance, there is nothing that you can't accomplish. But you need assistance in accomplishing that. So we are always pushing and always striving to ensure our students are striving to reach higher heights. Why? Because I was that student. I know how they feel. Because I was the one who was told, get the applications out of the bin, do scholarships, make sure you complete financial aid, but no one was guiding me at that time. So you see, one of my favorite quotes is by Dr. Martin Luther King. And he says, faith is taking the first step even when you don't see the whole staircase. That is truly a blessing in my heart because for me, that's what I did. I took the first step by going on that college tour, by completing my applications, by attending college and graduating with honors, by going on to receive my master's degree from a prestigious college. Now, I tell my kids all the time, now I don't want you to take that I'm bragging about the prestigious degree because that's not it. But what I'm telling you to is encourage you so that you can value your sacrifices in the midst of the struggle. See, I took the first step and I could have ended there, but I kept pushing and I kept moving because I had big dreams. And I was determined nothing, and I mean nothing, was going to stand in the way of my big dreams. So when I finished college, I was a high school educator. And so my students would always say, Miss Robinson, you're always teaching us how to start our own business. What's your business? I said, oh, you guys, I don't have a business. I'm just dedicated to making sure you have a business. So they said, well, we know what your business is. They said, your business is all these high school seniors coming and dominating our classroom time so that you can help them with the college process. You see, just like it says, faith is taking the first step. God always have a plan. We just have to make sure we're following in his footsteps. So what should have been devastation for me was when my boss said to me, unfortunately, we have no more funding to carry your position here at this school because teaching entrepreneurship was an elective and not an academic main course. So that could have been my setback, but I was prepared for my biggest comeback at that moment. You see, I took that as a sign that God was saying, okay, if I don't push you now to go for more, you'll stay here and be comfortable, or you'll do what is in your comfort zone. So I had to step out of my comfort zone, and it was scary because I was a single mom on my own raising my daughter. So I said, okay, God, I'm going to have faith and trust you, so I'm taking the first step because I have to maintain providing for my child. But I know that if you says take the first step, you will never leave us nor forsake us. So I was there and thankful because I was able to step out and pursue my entrepreneurial journey. So everything I learned during that sacrifice, I was able to use. My focus, I became focused on building my business. My determination, I became determined to ensure no high school student had a dream that they could no longer turn or believe that they couldn't turn into a reality. So I made sure that I was going to pay it forward and that every child who desired to attend college knew that all things are possible as long as you do your part and you do your work. So I began setting out on a journey to empower youth and parents all around the world on educating them on what they needed to do to get prepared in the college process. So you see, again, I told you in the beginning, I'm Regina Robinson of Suited for Success College Planning Services. That's not a logo nor a business name. That is truly a living testament of my life. You see, I have gone through my journey, and now my journey allows me to use my life lessons as I empower other students to do exactly the same. So I encourage every person watching this and every youth watching this, that it is so important for you to continue on your journey and believe that no matter how many obstacles you face, you can get to the next side. You can go through everything you need to go through as long as you are focused, determined, and always keeping your eyes on the end of what is promised for your journey. So as I continue in this entrepreneurial journey, I am continually going from level to level as I rise. And I am so proud to stand before you and share my story in hopes that someone knows that whenever times get tough, all you have to do is take the first step, and God has all the plans in order. But you must be prepared to rise to the occasion and take that first step. And I, Regina Robinson, am always prepared to take that next step. So as I continue going in my biggest comeback ever, I will not stop here. I will continue striving. I will continue maintaining focus and will continue to grow. Because again, my dedication is to building a better me, preparing for my daughter, and making sure all my families and students know that opportunity is always available as long as you are determined and remain focused. So again, I'm Regina Robinson of Suited for Success College Planning Services. And as I stand on this hilltop today, only as high as I reach can I grow. Only as far as I see can I go. Only as deep as I look can I see. And only as much as I dream can I be. Follow me on all my social media platforms at S4S College Bound or at Suited for Success. And take a look and visit our website where we offer so many free resources at www.suitedforsuccess.org. We are, again, empowering youth to reach higher heights at all time, all levels, all phases in their educational journey, as well as their life journey, and as well as their career. So don't stop here. As high as you can go, you should always be reaching to reach higher. So again, reach for higher heights and continue to move, continue to grow, and continue to empower and pay it forward to someone else. I'm Regina Robinson, Suited for Success College Planning Services. Remember, it's not a logo or business name. It is truly my living testament. Thank you.
Of your life event. I am the Passionpreneur. Let me get my information out the way right from the jump. You can find me at www.ryancgreen.com. That's green with an E. You can find me on Facebook at facebook.com/IamRYG page, on Twitter at IamRYG. And you can even go and listen to the Passionpreneur podcast on my website. I wanted to get that out the way because I have some information I want to share with you, about this biggest comeback event ever. I'm so excited. Where else could you find an event with so many great speakers who are bringing forth such a powerful message about coming back, about overcoming obstacles, about really finding your purpose and moving into that destiny no matter what the obstacle in front of you. So I'm excited to share the stage with Kim Coles, Della Toro McNeil, Cheryl Wood, Lucinda Cross, Willie Jolly, Dr. Letitia Wright, Shay and Trevor, who put this great event together. You know, what a great opportunity for all of us to listen and learn from such great influencers, but also as one myself, I'm excited about sharing the stage, sharing the platform with such great speakers, and I'm excited because I'm bringing a message about really finding your purpose and becoming a passionpreneur. You know, my mantra is, if getting off of work at the end of the day is the most exciting part of your work day, then it's time to become a passionpreneur. So my whole message is about really finding a way to make a living while living your passion. I'm going to share more with you about that on August 7th and 8th at the biggest comeback event. But what I want to do today is kind of give you just a little background, kind of set the stage, if you will, for how I became a passionpreneur, how I got to this point, and how my message was influenced throughout my own. Okay, I want to start back when it all started back in 2005. As a professional speaker, I published my first book, Success is in Your Hand. And when I published this book, Success is in Your Hand, this was 19 keys to unlocking the successful person you were designed to be. This book was all about finding your purpose, finding what it is you were called to do and be. And this book was a powerful book. I really had a workbook with it. It shared a lot of tools on how to become successful, how to find that purpose in your life. You know, I feel that a lot of times people are just lost and they're misguided in life simply because they don't know what they were created to do, or what impact they were created to have on the world. You know, and I share in this book 19 keys to really show you how to hear from God and how to discover what your purpose is so that you can go ahead and do what it is you were called to do. So things were going well. Again, in 2005, that first book came out. I got a little bit of notoriety. You know, I was starting to get speaking engagements for anyone who's trying to get into the industry or who was also book. You know how it is when you write that first book and you start getting calls and you start getting media attention, you know, and you start thinking, okay, this thing might work, right? So what did I do? You know, from there I followed up with a second book. You know, first of all, I started my company, Greenhouse Media. Greenhouse Media is a book publishing company. It's also my media company. You know, when I got started, I started with the end in mind. I knew when I started writing that I wanted to own a publishing company. I knew that I wanted to own a media company. So I didn't wait till I was already out there to figure out what am I going to do business-wise. I got the business stuff set up front and started Greenhouse Media. I started publishing my books as well as other authors. So in 2008, my second book was released, My Little Black Book of Leadership. 15 leadership lessons I learned from my ex-girlfriends. Now, I know you're thinking, ex-girlfriends, Ryan? Yes, ex-girlfriends. For some people, well, maybe it's lying. For me, I liked women. So my story is in this book. I talk about as a young man growing up, trying to really find myself, and how I dealt with past relationships, but then how I pulled leadership lessons out of each one of them. So the book is kind of a half memoir, half self-help. It's a book that's really teaching you concrete leadership lessons that I learned through the past relationships that I had with young ladies in my life as I was trying to navigate my way to quote-unquote manhood, okay? I was blessed because here in 2008, things are really starting to take off. You know, I don't think you could probably see it on the screen, but look right there. The foreword was written by none other than Della Toro McNeil. Now, this was in 2008. I'm still a relative unknown, trying to come up, and Della Toro McNeil blessed me with the foreword of my book. And here we are today sharing a platform now. But I share that because at that point, you know, the book was taking off. It was my second book. By that time, Greenhouse Media had published a couple of other authors. You know, we had momentum going. The movie, there was a movie treatment for the book, a soundtrack, a lot of big plans for the book. Things were taking off, you know, with the book, really going in the right direction. Okay, by that time, my publishing company was publishing other authors. We had about 14 books published. After that, reached over 30 Amazon.com bestsellers lists, and then 2009 happened. 2009, January 30th. Everything came to a halt. Now, what do you mean, Ryan? You see, January 30th, 2009, my wife walked out. Now, what made it so weird and what made it so difficult at the time was, anyone who's gone through a separation or a divorce, you understand that's one of the hardest things to go through in your life. And what happened was, we had been going through issues. It wasn't a total shock that we didn't work, but on January 31st, I had an event scheduled, something pretty similar to what we're attending with the biggest comeback ever. I had an event, had over 100 people registered for the event. It was one of the biggest events I had done up until that point. And the night before, without any warning, my wife walks out. Now, what do you do? Here it is, the next day, I'm scheduled to share and pour into the lives of other people and impact their lives in a positive way. And my life has been impacted the night before in the most negative way possible. I had to recoup and regroup and kind of figure out, what am I going to do? So I went the next day. I did the event like a professional would do. No one was the wiser. No one knew what was going on in my life. But I'd be lying if I told you it didn't have a toll on me. It didn't take a toll on me. We went through the process. We went through the divorce. And from 2009 to 2013, I quit. I stopped doing what it was that I was called to do. When you're dealing with such a major blow to your life, it's easy to give up. And I quit and I walked away and I asked, I said, maybe I had it wrong, maybe I misheard. But here I am trying to impact the lives of other people in a positive way. Trying to feed into their lives the way you told me to, and here I am empty. Here I am looking for something where my help's going to come from. And for 5 years, almost 5 years, I was in this wilderness place. I left Baltimore. I went back down to work at my alma mater where I graduated down in Virginia. I had worked there for a couple of years, and I was just lost. I was just trying to figure, what? Maybe I got it wrong. Maybe I'm just supposed to be an average, regular person and just go through life. Maybe as I went through the pain, I went through everything that comes with going through a great loss and questioning that. And when you look at, this was the person that I was doing everything for. And when that why walks away, what do you have left? What do you do? So after I went through those that dark period, I found out that purpose doesn't let you walk away. I'll say it again. Purpose doesn't let you walk away. So you may quit, you may take a respite for a while, but purpose won't let you walk away forever. So eventually, I got back to it. I said, okay, because I tried every job, couldn't get a job. I tried, and I had my plan, but realized that God's plan was supreme. I said, listen, I'll go. I was willing to do anything, whether it be from stockbroker to stock boy. I was trying any and everything in between, and nothing was working. I wasn't getting the callbacks. I was giving out my resume and wasn't getting offers. And I said, what am I to do? And finally, I heard from God. He said, you are supposed to be. And that was it. Like, be what? He said, you be what I called you to be. So in 2013, I sat down and I said, well, if I'm going to be what you called me to be, then it's going to have to start inside. It's going to start with me. I'm going to have to work on myself, shed the pain of the past, and create a better me. I'm going to have to work on myself and create a better me. And that's where the next book came from, Create a Better You. I wrote the book, Create a Better You, 12 Essential Elements to Creating a Better Life, because I learned as if I wanted a better life, I had to create a better me. So I started on this journey to creating a better me, growing on the inside so that I had more to offer to the world. And after doing that, that's when I walked into the purpose. That's when the door started opening up again. That's when I started realizing, you know what? This is where I belong. This is who I am. And in 2014, I made a proclamation. I made a declaration and a promise that I would never work on something and dedicate my time and life to anything that I was not fully 100% passionate about. How many of you go to work every day to a job that you hate going to, but you got to pay the bills? You know you got someone expecting you to be there. You know that if you didn't work there, that your friends would talk bad about you because you weren't doing, you know, the things they were doing. You weren't living in the house they feel you should live in, driving the cars they feel you should be driving. But you hate what you do, quite honestly. You know, 70% of Americans hate their job, but they go to it every single day because of other stuff that has them held captive there. But what if you could live a life of passion? What if you could wake up every day and it never feel like work? What if every day when you got up and went and did your job, it was something that you were excited about, you were happy to do, and you could positively impact people's lives directly or indirectly. Maybe you're not directly impacting their lives and talking to people, but the joy you bring, the fulfillment you bring in life because you're living a passionate life impacts them in a positive way. What if you could do that? That's where we come to now where, you know, the biggest comeback ever, where becoming that passionpreneur. I'm going to share my story of how I went through that dark place, how I came out of that wilderness to my biggest comeback ever. I'm going to share with you how we got to the point now where book number 6, which is coming out in November, Becoming a Passionpreneur, is what I'm teaching. Is that now that I'm not only a passionpreneur myself, but I want to teach you how to become one yourself, how to walk away and begin living a life of passion. The 31 steps to really growing and living that life you can be most passionate about, making a living while living your passion. You know, there was a young lady in the Wegmans. I was shopping in Wegmans one day, and not too long ago, and I was in a line, and it was about 12:17, and she looked at her watch and she said, "Yes!" And her coworker asked her, "What are you so excited about?" She said, "Only 4 more hours till I get off." Now, I was in line, and that struck me. I'm like, 4 hours? Like, you're excited right now because you get off in 4 hours. Like, you have 4 more hours of work. But the most exciting thing to you is about getting off. And it struck me right there that she wasn't living her passion. She wasn't working her passion. How many of you go and you get up first thing in the morning, you go through the getting dressed, you go through traffic, you get your breakfast in the morning, you get to your job, you check your emails, and you look at your clock and realize you still have 8.5 hours to go. You still have a full shift to work. And the most exciting part of your day is getting off. What if waking up and going to work was the most exciting part of your day? What if the work you were doing was the most exciting part? That's what I'm going to share with you on August 7th and 8th at the biggest comeback ever. That's what I'm going to share with how to become a passionpreneur, how to make a living while living your passion, how to capitalize and on not just help yourself, but to help others. The world needs you living your passion. The world needs you taking ownership of your passion, becoming that passionpreneur, because you have something inside to offer. You have something inside that the world is waiting for that only you can bring. But you're not doing it because you're going to a job that you hate. You're not doing it because you're afraid. You're not doing it because you think passion and purpose and joy and fulfillment is for someone else. Join me on August 7th, August 8th at the biggest comeback of your life event. And I'm going to show you why becoming a passionpreneur isn't for everyone else, but it's for you and why you have to do that. Again, my name is Ryan C. Green, the Passionpreneur. Follow me at www.ryancgreen.com. That's green with the E. Follow me on Twitter at IamRYG, or follow me on Facebook at facebook.com/IamRYG page. I want to thank you for your time. I look forward to seeing you on August 7th and 8th at the biggest comeback ever. Thank you.
My name is Toni Moore. I'm an author, speaker, and also a legal coach based out of Philadelphia. The name of my company is called Diva Moment Incorporated. It's a company that educates, encourages, and empowers women to live their best life, no matter what. First, before I get started, I want to thank Jay Brown and Trevor Otts for sponsoring The Biggest Comeback. Because sometimes people need to be encouraged. And oftentimes, we need to hear that someone has gone through what we went through, but they broke through. So today I would like to talk about 5 things to help you transform your comebacks to your breakthroughs. What I do know for sure is that many of us do not know who we are. Because if we knew who we are, then we would understand that there's really no such thing as a comeback. A comeback is something that someone goes to go back in hopes that they would get the same accolades and respect that they had received before. But what I do want to encourage you is that even when you fail, it's not for naught. Failures only get you a little bit closer to where you need to be. Failures are more like strife lessons and life lessons. One thing about failures is that it helps you appreciate what road you should have taken in the first place. But now you know. And when you know better, you do better. So one thing that I do know is that if you feel like you failed, stop being so hard on yourself. Because no one really gave you an opportunity to know who you are. From the beginning of your life, ever since you were born, most people never ask you, who are you? They never asked you to just be yourself. Instead, there were some preconceived notions about who you're supposed to be, not who you are. There's a huge distinction. What I do know for sure is that most people, whether it's your mom, your dad, it's caretakers, your grandparents, they had a dream that maybe they didn't have before. And when they saw you, they're like, this is going to be the doctor. This is going to be the preacher. This is going to be the teacher. This is going to be the person that is going to help all of us upgrade our lives. And if you turned out to be that person that was contrary to popular belief, then you was either ejected or dejected. Some of us got to a point where in our lives, our parents pretty much didn't care too much for us, as though we were their mistakes. And when you're treated as someone else's mistakes, then every mistake that you make is something that is callously not appreciated whatsoever. And if someone's always thinking of you as their mistake, then you start thinking of yourself as a mistake, and sometimes you get stuck in that situation. But I want to encourage you that you're neither your parents' mistakes or your own mistakes. You are who you are, but you have to believe who you are. So I want to just talk about the 5 steps to helping you to transform your comebacks to a breakthrough. The first thing that I know that you need to do is that you need to believe in yourself. You need to believe in yourself. You need to believe that all things are possible through you and because of you. See, the beliefs of who you are manifest into what you become. You're not who you are because of your beliefs. You believe and thus you are. So if you believe that you must make a comeback so everyone can appreciate you, then you will never be good enough for other people. If you believe that you need to make a comeback so that you can prove yourself worthy to a certain group of people, then you will never be who you are. If you feel as though you need to make a comeback so that you can just be on top of the world and you need to just show people and prove them wrong that there was something inside of you in the first place, then you will always fail. Because when you believe in yourself, it really doesn't matter what other people think of you. When you believe in yourself, even when you have a mistake, you say, okay, I made a mistake, but I learned. And when you learned, you do. And when you do, you pursue. So when you believe in yourself, you look at obstacles as opportunities. You look at pathways as new